route, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be, put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen. And you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an inch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goals. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you always had it inside is the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go. Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit in a plan and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best teacher system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing, yeah. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen. And you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yeah, go, go, go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They're deceived with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why to say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Feel low, you still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an inch, man, I'm making. I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goals. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you've always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
Gonna die on this hill. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit in a plan and I found out that I can execute. If I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom, read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing, yeah.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Purpose is better than any drug you could ever think. If you know why you're doing something, that's all you need. I wake up ready for the day because I believe in everything that I'm doing, like it was meant to be. I get fixated and captivated on learning things. Don't hesitate to ask questions, the answer that I need. It's out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the Plausible Gaming Season 9 CS2 Championship, and we are about to crown ourselves a winner, a king, whatever title you want to give to the team between Good Guys facing Dragons Esport. Yet again, they faced a brutal battle yesterday in the semifinals, and now they are deserving in the grand final. Now, my co-caster here is just taking a bit of a nap, so we're gonna let him, jokes aside, there's some issues on that side, so we're gonna, for now, let him be on the breaking side, and I'll lead you through what we have to cover today. Again, we have a best of 5, right? All these teams up until now have been through best of 1s, yesterday best of 3s, now it's the big show. It's all or nothing. We have 5 maps here, and of course, once I get confirmation, we're gonna be ready to show the veto. But again, the teams are Good Guys versus Dragons Esport. They showed a lot of will yesterday, and we had long and grueling matches in general, because I mean, from going into the previous matches, we're going into the semifinals yesterday, because if you weren't there, I'm just going to quickly remind you, right? Good Guys went 2 2-1 in their best of 3, winning 3-8, and then 13-8 on map number 1, followed by 13-6 on map 3, being the decider. So they won Overpass and Ancient. Dragons Esport, on the other hand, didn't take as long of a time when it came down to maps. They were able to take it in flawless fashion, 2-0. But again, both those maps were still long, grueling, 13-10, 13-11. Both these teams really had their work cut out for them, and they showed why they deserve to be in the grand final. Now, before we take a step ahead of ourselves, there is a thing that has been happening through all these seasons of CS, of PUBG, of Plausible Gaming in general, and it's the giveaways. We are currently giving away a Huntsman Black Laminite knife, and you can enter it for free via a link through the Gleam giveaway that is linked in chat or pinned wherever you're watching. So get yourself entered, because of course you don't want to miss out an opportunity for a free knife, and there's going to be secret codes. Yes, you heard that right, secret codes that will be dropped throughout today's stream, were dropped throughout yesterday's stream, and I imagine maybe even more streams in the future, but I can't confirm anything just yet. So for now, again, keep your ears out, stay tuned, pay attention, because there's going to be secret codes that I'm going to be telling about. My lovely co-caster, once he comes back, will be telling you about. And of course, you enter them into the Gleam field, and you get yourself higher chances, aka extra points for the giveaway. I wouldn't want to miss out on the opportunity if I were you. But again, this is a best of 5, right? Let's talk about it. This is going to be a long matchup, and I think a kickoff start here is what these teams are looking for. Like we saw in any matchup. In a best of 1, it doesn't really matter how you begin the map pool, because in general, you're looking towards only one chance. With a best of 5, plenty of chances to pass around. There's 5 maps, right? So one of these two teams could pass off too easily and still get the win. But you don't want to do that. If any team is able to secure the opening 2 rounds, they're going to be at series point, and that is a burden to shoulder for the enemy, the opposer, whatever you want to call them, right? And you don't want to get stuck in a position like that. So again, both these teams really want to weigh out how much energy they put onto a specific map, but energy. We are CS2 players after all. We can play 8, 10, 20 maps a day and still feel like we have more in us. So honestly, I don't think there's much to talk about energy. And of course, this is for the grand finalists. This is all or nothing. It has come down to it. And I do believe that slowly but surely we're going to get the map veto ready for you in just a moment. I am getting teased right now. I am seeing which maps we're going to be seeing, and honestly, I'm excited to announce them, but I can't spoil the fun just yet. So anyone in chat right now, you can guess. What maps do you want to see? You know, you hop into your premiere, your comp match. What are the maps that you like to play on? Because honestly, I like me a good Mirage. I liked Anubis, but that's been hated on plenty of times. Anytime I call out that map, I'm despised on for it. And you know what? I can't hate a good nuke. Those are my top 3 maps. I'm hoping to see them, but you know, Anubis isn't in the comp map pool as of the current moment, so that's out of the availabilities. And again, I want to talk about these teams for just a moment, because while they're good guys, they won out Overpass and Ancient, they did lose Mirage, and then Dragons, they ended up winning Dust and Nuke. Speaking about these maps, or Dust and Inferno. Speaking about these maps, let's waste no time any further and head to the map veto itself. Let's take a step ahead and right now see what will be played again. Both these teams do want to kind of focus on each other. Dragons Esport, they VOD review. They did their homework, and Unnamed Project, or Good Guys rather, Good Guys won on Overpass, so Dragons Esport will ban it. Both go same ways. Good Guys, they were good on Inferno, so Dragons were good on Inferno, so Good Guys will ban it. Then going into our first map today, it will be Dust. Honestly, the good old Dust. Who can hate it? Back to the grand point of CS, what was it, 1.6? Is that the oldest? Maybe even Source, right? Dust 2 is one of the most legendary maps in gaming and in general, and it brings a good memory to each heart. Now, for the second, we're going to be going a bit more CT-sided, as in, you know, Dust can be CT-sided, but this is even more CT-sided. And, right, we can already kind of suspect the maps we're going to be seeing. We have 2 bans, the rest are picks. So we have Ancient, we have Dust. That means Mirage will be played, Train will be played, and Nuke will all be played. Now we're just going to wait to see what order we're going to set ourselves into. So Dust opener, second one could be Ancient. The possible last map here will be a pick by Dragons Esport, or rather a ban. Actually, I'm just going to ask with production. This is a best of 5, right? The next 2 are picks, not bans. I'm going to assume yes. For now, I'm just going to assume yes. And you are seeing the ban, but it is a pick. It will be Train that ends up being picked by Dragons Esport, and honestly, I don't blame him. I think they're phenomenal on their CT side. I think they know exactly how to play it, and in general, yeah, they're going to be rocking the world of good guys on it. I'm looking forward to seeing how Dragons Esport will be going off towards that Train side, but you know, good guys, they allowed Dragons to get their old map, their one of the big three from the old days, such as Dust, and now good guys are going to be having a tally of their own with a Mirage pick, meaning only one remains, and it will be Nuke as our decider. Now, Nuke, I'm excited for, but again, we can talk a bit more about these maps in general, because, it's a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for the long run here today, and I'm excited for it. I very much am. There we go. I'll be completely honest. There was a moment of silence just because I wrote them down in my little notepad, my little cheat sheet, so I can have everything in my brain all at once. But yeah, speaking about the maps, let's talk about Dust. Dust is going to be our entry map. We're heading into it the second we can right now. And as things are getting prepped up in the background, again, we do want to mention Plausible Gaming over here. We are a non-toxic community, and we want you to join us. This is all community-driven, right? We are trying our best to build a community, get you involved, to get you to have fun, meet new people, new competitors, get yourself involved in competitions such as this tournament right here. And you know what? Maybe one day, even very plausibly, one day, pun intended, you're going to get casted. Maybe by me, maybe by Volt, maybe by someone else. Even if you're a PUBG enjoyer, hop along, because we have that as well. And hopefully we're going to expand as we go along the way, but we can't do it without your help. So do consider following us on Twitter, sharing our socials, and being kept up to date with what we're doing. As of course, again, entering the Gleam giveaway is also a nice thing that you can do for us, but also for yourself. Again, it's a free knife. Let's be honest. You want a free knife. You want to brag to your teammates, your friends, that you have a black laminate. I'm just saying, I'm just putting the suggestion out there. But now on to the actual topic of the day. Again, maps. Dust. All this time, I know I've mentioned it, that's kind of what sticks to heart, but it has had changes. So, Dust has been changed throughout the course of time. So now that mid-range, that mid-shot can be as exploitative as it has been in the past. So oppers are damned a bit more, but that doesn't mean they're completely useless. Again, when it comes down to it, you're working with 2 angles as a T and a C, or 3 angles as a T and CT player. It's going to be that long towards A that you really want to establish early on. The CT side really likes pushing deep into it so they can test the terrorists in their territory, and it goes vice versa, right? But the mid ground is what we're going to be seeking out. On a map like Dust, you want to expand towards mid so you can find those connections into tunnels if you want to extend that B push, or onto short if you have a bit of long control, but you need a bit more to overtake the side itself. So again, Dust is going to be a bit of here and there. I feel like both these teams are going to have a fighting opportunity, but if you are on the CT side, you're looking for an 8-4 split. 7-5 sufficeable. Anything below it, you're starting to look a bit rougher up. But again, we're taking a look at this as if it was a T1, an esports pro league matchup, which I'm no genius, but it isn't. At the same time, though, these two teams are great. They are definitely strong, and we've seen it yesterday, and I'm hoping that teamwork, that coalition that's helped them get through into the grand finals will be something present here today as well, because, again, I'm hoping they got some sort of warm-up, because there's been plenty of times in these sorts of CS tournaments that I've seen teams go into grand finals, into semifinals, as their warm-up, right? You don't want to head into a grand final and that grand final being your first time you touch the game in that day, because Dust, again, is quite punishing. Dust is a punishing map. You miss up, you allow a single player to escape your grasp, and that could come back to bite you tenfold. It's the scariest thought in all reality. And in general, again, we then go on to Ancients, which we're kind of just having a bit of a ladder here, right? Dust is a bit CT-sided. Ancient, a bit more CT-sided, if I were to say so, at least from my experience. It's mostly because of the util game. Now, me and Volt here, who will be joining us as soon as he can, we like our guns. So Ancient, as lovely of a map it is, I'm also a fan of the utility there. You want to push through your ramp, through your A main, donut. A smoke can extinguish that thought in a moment, and power plays and power positions on a map like Ancient are the peak of the map. We're talking a bit of future, but again, if good guys at Dragons Esport have themselves a really wealthy player that can hold their ground in donut, on A main, on caves, which are extremely vital and important positions, that can end up being a determining factor if a round or even a game is lost or won. And then we had to train. You know how I mentioned steps? Dust 2 is a bit CT-sided, Ancient more. Then we get to the heaven of CT-sided. And that's going to be train for you, ladies and gentlemen. So you can expect that train is going to be, if a team isn't doing good on CT, you might as well just put your money off of them. Jokes aside, though, Mirage and Nuke are going to be the last. And those ones I can't really talk about. I feel like if you have ever played CS, you've either stumbled across Mirage or Dust. Or maybe even if you haven't played CS, you have most definitely stumbled upon them because of how cultural they are in the gaming industry. And then for the final one is Nuke, which is... Nuke is so uncomparable. It literally has two sites. Site B, Site A. Okay? There's not many maps, or if any maps, that really offer that type of verticality for the gameplay. So, in general, though, again, we are just getting our match ready as soon as we can. And as of the moment, I mean, we're taking a look. Yeah, we're taking a look at, again, the grand final. I don't want to keep sounding like a broken disc, but I'm hoping you guys are excited. Because I am. Again, it's been a long day for me. I've casted a bit. You know, I woke up today at, I don't know, 7, 8 a.m. I casted, and then I casted again, and now I'm casting again, and it's just lovely to be here. In general, again, I do want to thank Plausible Gaming for allowing me to be quite a reoccurring caster here over for CS, because it's always a great bunch of fun. And also, again, put your bets down in chat. Dust 2, who's it going to take? Good guys, Dragons Esports, at least from what we've reconciled from yesterday, Dragons Esports do have a bit more of a deeper roots into the CS scene, especially when it comes down to T3 or maybe even T2 tournaments. I'm unsure about the latter, but definitely Dragons Esports are a bit more known players. And oh, we have a familiar face here. And hey, Volt.
Hey man, how you doing? Sorry, I don't know why my internet decided to take a bit of a dive, but hey, it happens. And yeah, like, I mean, who are you saying is a little bit more notable? Like, good guys?
Dragons Esports.
I mean, like, locally, yes. In the community, in like the tier 3 events, absolutely.
Yeah.
Certainly, I would say that. Like, also, like, that's kind of also like some of the players from the Algerian team from IESF, so they kind of also have that going for them.
Yeah, basically.
But when you're trying to think of like, oh, like teams, you know, like I think a few players from actually good guys were some of the players that I've seen like in tier 3, maybe a year or two ago. But I'm just gonna say, like, none of the shitty people that are playing right now, which is also like a big distinction. Like, neither of those two teams have like any active like tier 2, tier 3 players that you would see like in the VRS system and like in all the competitions that are all over the place. But I mean, this is always going to be like, you know, a great stepping stone to that. You know, if you're able to be successful here, and like, don't get it twisted. There's a massive rift between saying, oh, like they're not like professionals, and saying that they're bad. It's much more like they are very good, but they just aren't like at the same level of those people. Maybe whether it is for the opportunities, for not finding the right team. I do feel like that is the thing that is more of the case here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, like, they are professional, as in how they act and all of that, but again, professional normally in the esports scene kind of means you're at the top. You're at the top. We're not looking at T1 players here. There's no denying that. And did you see the map video, Volt, since you kind of like popped in from the void there? Did you happen to catch what maps we're having? Because I think it's going to be a pretty exciting one for you today.
Yeah, I mean, again, best of 5, so we get a lot less maps that we actually have to worry about not playing if we do go all the way. But Overpass is out, Inferno's out, so we are starting in, you know, in a couple of the fun ones. Like, we get the Dust, we get the Ancient, we're gonna get a lot of those like maps on the board, and I feel like, especially that 1-2, like Dust Ancient, that is always gonna be a lot of good fun. And it also does mean that, especially on the Dust, it's going to be a big question mark of, does it actually mean that Dragons were just having a bad game, or were their opponents like actually really good and they make the game stressful for them? Because we haven't seen the reference, you know, I haven't seen the Dust 2 on the other side between the two teams, because there, at least from on the broadcast side of things, there have been no interaction between the two sides of the bracket. And that's going to be the intriguing part of this for me. It's like, okay, sure. Like, we've seen Dragons. I think that we've seen very high highs, but also some puzzling decision-making sometimes by them. But this is where things are actually going to get interesting because I'm still going to say that, like, I do believe good guys are going to have a good dust, of course. So then it becomes a question of, does their good dust actually means a different style of good dust 2 in comparison to dragons? And then good guys can like have more of a tactical approach. We've seen a much more aggressive style of dust 2 from dragons, of course, if you remember, maybe even a bit too aggressive. Remember, if you remember on the T side there in the end where they had a little bit of a struggle until they were able to close it out.
Yeah. What I'm hoping for is the long run. Again, yesterday we were having some long maps. I mean, again, taking a look at all the results, 13-8, 13-8, 13-6, and then 13-10 and 13-11. Some of the matches between these two teams and their semi-finalists ended up really pulling for the long run. And again, considering this is the grand final, I think it would be very befitting we see that. Again, no one, I'm saying no one, me, and I'm speaking for Volt as well, we don't want a one-sided battle that just ends up to be a very sad fest. We want a grand final here. We want a showing, and I think Good Guys and Dragons Esports are going to be a good matchup, but that is only for time to tell.
Yeah, and again, you know, of course, we talked a little bit about this, but we talked about, like, if you didn't tune in yesterday, and this is your first time watching the event, it's like the two offers, WNTP for the side of Good Guys, and Ox for this side of Dragon Esports. We talked about how important the two of them were to their team's victory, but I gotta say, like, relatively speaking, like, WNTP, yes, he was important. He was up there in the scoreboard. Ox was the top fragger for Dragons Esports. Like, they really relied on him getting the ball running.
Yeah. I mean, there were certain moments where players were definitely out of bounds, you know, right? Again, just carrying the utmost weight of certain rounds. And again, we also had, I forgot his name. It was something Cry. Don't Cry, Far Cry. No. Volt, do you remember it?
The guy from Face It? Or like
no, from yesterday.
Let me cry, because
Yes.
I don't know, whenever somebody says cry, I think of No Cries, and then I think of like the whole debacle around No Cries. But no, it is Let Me Cry.
Him.
The
He was
player on the
great.
side of Good Guys. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, the Mirage play. I think it was on Mirage. He absolutely popped off on short and basically got the round. Oh my goodness, I want more of that. I want more of that. I'm hoping. Let me cry. You know, we're gonna let you do your thing. You can sob, you can cry, whatever. But as long as you give us plays like those, you keep on going, man. Keep slaying, whatever. But yeah, I mean, again, we have ourselves an exciting map pool, and like you said, the thing about the map, the best of 5 thing, is only 2 maps really got like eliminated. We still have the rest of the tally, and we did not see a nuke yesterday. It was meant to be a decider between Uninvited Guest and Dragons Esport, but it's also a decider today here, so maybe we get to reach it.
Maybe, but like, how many times have we seen like a best of 5 go to all 5 maps? I'm expecting 4, but not more than that, and we'll see how it actually develop in the long run. As we're gonna be starting things off with Dust 2, you know, makes sense. Dust 2, Ancient, Train. I would say those are maps where we're probably gonna see a bit of the back and forth. Of course, just to remind all of you, it is Dragons picking that Dust 2, and then Good Guys picking the Ancient. So Dragons are picking 2 maps like with completely varying styles. Like, you don't play the Train in the exact way that you do play the Dust 2, but both of them kind of have the same hallmarks. The CTs love to be aggressive on both Dust 2 and on the Train. So I think that their fundamental play is very apparent. They want to be on the CT side, they want to be aggressive, they want to take some of those heads-up duels. And if they do find early success on the Dust 2 here, maybe you'll even have better success even on the Ancient, not just the Train.
Yeah, and currently we are, again, we do apologize, just like yesterday, we are having some issues over towards the Valve side of the things, as in CSTV, and currently the match is ongoing. It is 2-4 for Dragons Esports, so they are 2 rounds ahead. 6 have already passed it, that's about a quarter, and again, we're going to try and get ourselves into the match as soon as we really can, but currently, just to keep you up to date with score, that right now Dragons are looking a bit more comfortable on Dust 2. Again, it was Good Guys that got the pick of sides, though, so they do want to carry out that half in as much succession as they can, I imagine, but I guess we're just going to have to wait and see until we get into the match itself. Right now, we'd hope to do a bit of analyzation, but Volt, we are staring at ourselves, so...
Yeah, I mean, I'm staring at the other monitor waiting for the result to update, but apparently we're still waiting on that. You know, 4-2 for Dragons. I would say like it's a pretty good result to start things up. And if that is gonna be the case, suddenly like Dust 2 becomes another very big reach. But we don't know which side is which on the start. But I'd assume the Dragons, if they had the ability to choose, most likely they'll choose the CT side. But it is their mad pick, so I'm not 100% sure what happened there. We'll figure that out when we go to the server itself. But if they are 4-2 up on the T side, like I might be a little bit worried for what's gonna happen to the good guys for the remainder of the grand final.
Yeah, that could be a bit troubling. It could be, but hey, for now we're just going to have to wait and see. Again, it is mostly a thing of time, and currently while we're still waiting for a bit of updates, we do want to come back to the topic of, again, we are hosting a Black Lamanite Huntsman knife giveaway, so the link is posted, pinned on wherever you're watching, I imagine Twitch, or maybe even Twitter, and in general, or X, whatever you want to consider it, and so enter the giveaway. Again, there are going to be secret codes throughout every single map that we play, just like yesterday, so if you don't want to miss out on any more, stay tuned, keep an ear out, and right now we're just going to cut it to a short break so we can get everything resolved and hop into the match as soon as we can. Stay tuned, stick with us, and we'll be right back.
I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth hearing on. I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself, that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion in leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you can do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation. And start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
Down what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will.
Without any further ado here, Puffo, we are back to business. Game is on. We are actually in the Dust 2, still at the 4-2 score. Hopefully, that pause won't be for too long and we'll be getting things on the road. One thing that we can talk about, though, is looking at the side of Dragons, it is not Ox leading the charge. It's actually Raizo and Juki with 8 and 6 kills to each of them.
Yeah, honestly, yesterday it was kind of Ox the shining bright star, but hey, he still has about 3/4 of the match left to go, so plenty of time for him to make up for those small kills. But honestly, 5 isn't even a bad. It's more Remnant here, who seems to be a new addition. I don't remember him from yesterday, which I guess is going to be putting
he was a
spanner
part
in
of the
the
main
works.
team, if I don't remember, I do remember correctly. Remember when I
Okay.
told you like that they have 2 Algerians and a Tunisian?
Yeah.
That was him. I believe the
Oh.
Fatah is their substitute, like because he's if I'm not mistaken, Fatah is also Algerian, and he's just like a friend of that whole like lineup of like Lambda and Raizo. They also had like another player that if I remember, I told you he was playing at Molo most recently. The player called Zakaria. So like the 4 of them, they were like a 5 stack of Algerian players that were used to compete together in like the MENA tournaments. So I guess he's
Yeah.
just there for the fill. Also, like you can see that on the other side for good guys. Like if you remember correctly, like it was also what Hamster God that was playing there
Yeah.
on the side of
Instead
good
of
guys.
Trozor.
Yeah,
now it's
exactly.
Trozor.
Now Trozor is back. Yeah.
Interesting. So both these teams got a bit of a switch up, and honestly, let's talk about the current situation we're ongoing while the pause is still happening, right? Taking a look at a 4-2. Normally, you'd expect by that count for Dragons Esport to be at an economical advantage, but good guys. I imagine they lost 4 rounds. Now they're starting to pick up the pace, and it shows, you have an op on WNTP, and even after the entirety of his full buy, he still has about 5.2k, so he's looking fine. He's looking dandy. I imagine he did well in the past couple of rounds, but we are returning to this match by the sound of it. I do believe it's right now just, yeah, there we go. We're back into the buy phase.
Yeah, and we'll see how things actually develop, hopefully, when we get back to it. But it really should be a solid start for the most part, no matter how it is, no matter where it goes, for the most part, assuming, at least, that that's going to be the kind of look that we'll have. So, as it is, in the current moment in time, 4-2. A lot of damage traded between the two teams, but no kills just yet. It's Semi-Cry on 7 HP and Juki on 18 of their own, and the first kill coming in for Dragons. The op will be able to find his signature. Talking about Ox, he was able to deliver no more somehow in this round, and a little bit under a minute with the A side apparently is where they're setting their sights upon. Entry from long, and they're leaving Juki to perhaps be a later insurance policy in this one.
Openers there. It's set a bit of ground here for the early initiation, but once more, both these teams a bit of headspace given. And Juki low HP falls down Molly. Riemann is able to trade that out with a headshot between the eyes of the WNTP, and Let Me Cry will not suffice for much longer either. Good guys have been pieced apart. Dragons Esport now initiation onto site. Easy plant going down, and it's down to Heelan and Trozer. Do they even opt to fight this? I think not. Just backing off towards B, going for the save on these guns. Again, they are still at a round count disadvantage, so they might need to anchor off of this AK and M4A1S going into the following.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense for them. If you do look at the economy, it's 4-2. I don't think that they're going to have the max loss bonus anyways, so
Yeah.
just looking at the player like Heelan, who doesn't really have that much money. Sure, maybe Trozor can be able to afford a repurchase, but then that would put a player like somehow in a bit of a predicament of what he actually wants to afford for the next round buy. So this save puts a lot of peace of mind for the team's buy. Let them stabilize their kind of purchasing behavior, but then losing one of those guns is gonna put a bit of a monkey wrench in the plan immediately. Trozor dropping one of those rifles, so the team should still be good on their buy anyways, even if Healing is going to be reinvesting, but it does mean that good guys not going to have much more in reserves. Not that they were even looking forward to having that reserves to begin with. It's all about the fact that they have changed their approach now. WNTP aggressive in the lower tunnels, but at least the initial Molotov making this one more difficult to take a look at.
Ooh.
Almost fishing for that kill, and indeed clearing off Njuki for the first one.
Oh, but look at Ox. He bites just about as hard. He's able to pick off Healing in return, and a good one-for-one trade, right? We see these early initiations for both these teams where at least having the past 2 rounds, they just kind of get a kill here and there, but doesn't really lead to any calamity until the bomb is going down. We need to deny it, but won't be able to. It's stuck on through. Molly making somehow his job much more difficult, and the damage dealt to good guys, not only player-wise, but some of these 3 players, half HP or even a third, would be a bit more difficult going into the following gunfights, and a lot is on the line currently if they want to keep their economical standing, but it's going to be made difficult. Dragons Esport really eyeing them up right now, just waiting for the entry. Flashes are out. Should be more than obvious that Ox is going to be taking a shot at Let Me Cry, finding the second already, and now a swing from the AK to claim its mark, but somehow is ready for it. Shoots it right back to sender, and good guys now playing how Inferno is meant to be played. Trozor punishing Lambda for getting aggressive. They're still looking to hunt them down because they realize how bad of a position good guys are at when it comes down to the eco, but they get to keep the op, they get to keep 2 M4A1s. I think they're good.
Yeah, and they'll be more than good. I mean, keeping those 3 guns does mean that they actually might be able to sustain another purchase even if it goes to 7-2.
Yeah.
It's going to be the worst case scenario for them, but I'm pretty sure that that's not what they're looking forward to. They really need to get a win, though, if they want to get the ball rolling. The money is not building up that well for Dragons, and that is primarily because from the position that they are at, they've been bleeding players left and right, but they also make sure to find those critical kills. The MP9 almost transferring on the second, and it's going to be Trozor to find just the one, though. Lambda making sure to double down on the entries. A big miss from WNTP, uncharacteristic given what we've seen from it yesterday, but it does seem like Dragon has got the better read than the Ukrainian lineup, and it's only Healing. And really, you can say Healing, but he feels like he's reading in this one. He's 1-7, and he's got nowhere to go but being stuck in this little cubby.
Oh, and it's a choice to be made. The barrel is spotted, and Juki knows about it. Just waiting for that extra step to be made. There goes Healing, will fall. And you know, Volt, do you remember how we talked about Ox not performing as good as he did earlier? He's already up to 9 kills. He heard us.
He took it personally, yeah. Like, I know he took it personally. Absolutely, he did. And I mean, it's great for Dragons, though. Like, I mean, like if you're someone on the side of the organization, you look at Lambda Core, like he's able to still find impact, tries to find multi-kills, and Juki also finding multi-kills, but WNTP proving that he's not the only opper that is in this game, and he wants some of the limelight for himself. Healing solely present on the B side. Some support is starting to move his way, and Smoke is a bit too deep, perhaps for his own liking, but Dragons are put in a position now where they have to wait for the second smoke to walk in, and maybe Healing is going to be able to find one on the spray. Instead, they were patient. Healing looking for the second set of bullets, and this time he's still going to find one more. Usually a Molotov goes there, but maybe they don't have it, and it costs them another one. It's a 5-on-3 now. Trying to walk out of the smoke, and Heathen will find yet another kill. Finally shut down, but perhaps too little too late, as somehow is able to clear off the final 2.
All right. Maybe a 7-2, but not much far by it. Dragons Esport, even though they've won out the half, again, good guys still fighting back. Good one from Somehow. Again, really stood his ground there on site. Didn't allow much of an entry here from the T side. In general, well played there. But Dragons Esport, they still have 2 more rounds to make up for it, even though the eco will be rough there. So they are either going to win this round with a lot of players alive and being able to continue the spree to an 8-4, 9-3 possibility, or they lose this round and good guys will then face them in the following with them on pistols. So again, this is a lot for good guys if they want to catch up to Dragons Esport and their count. But whoa, a shot from WNTP. It's not the one we're currently... It's not the Ox POV, but it's still a single bullet here to finish off Njuki, and similar beginning as with the previous round.
Yeah, this time from short. And that's the hallmark of a good opera. Heathen again. Heat Seekers. Dude, the angle, a pixel changed an Ox. Brought one back for the T side. Still done in numbers. And it's very aggressive here from Ox, but the timing is perfect. No trade from Trozor. Was waiting to see if they're going to scale up through that smoke, but not the case that is happening. Now it's his turn, Puffo, to return back the table.
Oh, Ox thought he already cleared out everything by taking out WNTP, but Trozor still stands. Let me cry as well. He stands high and mighty over Rizo's dead corpse as it's all left down to Lambda. The shot missed by Somehow. That's the 2 ops not necessarily finding the value wanted from good guys' side. Lambda looking to go for a large rotation, but there's someone going for a flank around alongside. Let me cry, not trying to lose the opportunity of catching Lambda off guard. Spotted the head, spots the shot, and is able to connect it. 4-7 here for good guys. And again, Dragons Esport going into the following round with a rough state.
Yeah, a couple of rounds here for good guys. Definitely recovers their half for him. I mean, just looking at the timeline, they were able to deny a 2nd round conversion since they got the plant. Probably the force was enough to actually topple good guys. But I mean, like, if Dragon Esports are able to find one more round, like, they will be in a dandy place. But the problem is, they're working into that final round with a scout being their best weapon. So they kind of are relying on the pieces of the dominoes working in their way. And right now, the only piece that Remind is going to have is a piece of that HE straight to his face. So not the exact kind of start that they want. Somehow, still towards middle. More damage applied to them. They haven't been off the woods for once. And WNTP was more aggressive in the round prior now. Holding a tough angle too, and the flash is not enough to clear him off. At least the 2nd one puts him out in the open, but they could not capitalize on time. Instead, all that happens is that good guys pivot their play towards the A side. 3 players now on that angle. Some yield to discourage Dragons, but it doesn't mean that they'll actually not commit to this play.
Walking in through smokes, dropping down onto CT. Missed shot again, WNTP. This is none like you. Tries to go for the 2nd flick. It will not connect. You pull out the pistol, which somehow is clearing the rest of the area. Finally joining along the tally. That secondary won't serve you too good as Lambda's able to win out the 1st initiation. A 2nd one as well. Dragon Esport with 2 kills up their pocket. 3rd. It seems like, and all it's left down to Heelan and Trozor both at a disadvantage. Or rather, yeah, disadvantage at guns. Lambda does find the op, however. So again, a single kill here should be guaranteed and left down to Ox, but they're boosting up. Heelan is behind Ox. Now it's all left down to Lambda. Players through smoke. Trozor finds the angle, and good guys will finish off with a 5-7.
It was never going to be easy. It was a scout and an op, not really the best weapons to play a post plant, but he definitely made them work. It was that little bit of intuitive play from good guys that allowed them the difference. A good call for sure that they've made to go for the boost, and now we'll see that the good guys are behind for 2 rounds. The HUD just hasn't caught up to the team swapping sides, but a pistol win here for good guys actually brings back the game to being that even. And if you're on the side of Dragons, not only do you want to win, you want to deny the winning condition of the 2nd round denial. We've seen Dragons able to put the bomb down. If good guys put the bomb down, win or loss is still going to be a tough 2nd round to watch. It's
gotten quiet ever since those pistols came back into fashion. Again, second half pistols, I'm always going to mention this, but the importance they hold here for good guys if they're able to win it out, to equalize things out. Is someone just shifting space and time on the right side with those crouches of doom? Jesus. For a moment it looked a bit buggy. Rise is now peeking out into 3 players. Takes off a bit of damage, but they're hunting him down, and it goes against him. Heelan able to finish the job now. Ox from bottom tunnels still looking to contest him, and again, it's just the power of numbers here working, but these teammates are shooting each other. Heelan is able to get the shot on Ox, but Njuki joins along the party, throws her up from above, and Catwalk secured for good guys. Also an extra kill. Man count 2. Heelan low and still attempting to contest the Catwalk player. It leaves Remind on 5 HP, and Lambda still a bit in the back lines, while WNTP just sneaks into long and finds him. Is now 2v or 3v1, even worse, and the plant going down. Good guys definitely bringing this back.
Yeah, I mean, that was overly aggressive from her mind, but in the end, on the court, got the kit, got the Kevlar, USB in hand, a lot of bullets remaining, but it's a big ask, especially with the kind of crossfire that they have. He's scaling to the right, going to the left, might be his death, and indeed, it's going to be a big peak. Now he's down to 3 points of health, and he's going to be easy food on the table for Trozor. That's exactly the case that we were talking about, that will put Dragons in a tough spot. Now, good guys got the win, and most likely they're going to bring it back to a tie. I wouldn't advise Dragons to go for the force buy. And it doesn't seem to be something that they would actually pivot into. Just the one flash here, 1 P250 for Njuki. That's all that we see in terms of quote-unquote investment, because it is like, what, $500 total? That's all that they have.
Really not much to work with. I mean, yeah, really not much to work with. Not a lot of cash, but you know who could have cash? Yes, you, the viewer. Right now, we have ourselves a secret code to give away in map number 1. I hope you listened when I told you to pay attention, and it will be Site Holder. That is SITEHOLDER. Site Holder, all together, all caps. Enter it into the Gleam giveaway, linked on wherever you're watching, as action is getting ready, Vault.
Close to P250 with a full blind. 3 kills coming in from Njuki along the court. And not just dominoes. This has been an absolute apocalypse impending onto the good guys. Eden is somehow looking to find a boost, maybe an answer, and they find 2 out of those 3 players in the angle. Along the core turns around deep on middle. They have not spotted him. There's an idea in their minds, and the shots are not good enough onto Heathen, and it's a lineup for the double, but it will not be there. Good guys save the round somehow, considering how little invested by Dragons into that one. Can you even call that a loss? On a $500 budget, they almost brought them to their knees.
Yeah, that was certainly a bloodbath, but in the end, good guys are making up for it, you know? That first half, again, beginning a bit rough, but now towards the mid part of the game, they've been doing a bit better. I really gotta give it to them, and I talked about at the very early part of the stream how normally teams shouldn't warm up going to a certain match. I feel like good guys right now are starting to feel the warmth, you know? They're getting a bit more set and adapted to Dragons' playstyle. I do wonder when the adaptation from Dragons themselves is gonna show. What I'd also love to see from them, again, tactical timeout.
Yeah, but hey, if they win this one though, like, maybe they'll be in a good spot. You can look at good guys. They are equally as fully invested economically as their opponents, and Remind is able to get a reminder to his teammates. Guys, support. They take care of the player. That is the opener that they need. No more let me cry. But there is letting the good guys work their way through middle, which Njuki is trying not to. They scale up the smoke. Should find a freebie. Transfer onto the second is beautiful. But now they're taking shots on the other end. The 2-man spray down WNTP, even without the op, is trying to have a bit of a difference maker kind of round. Now, 2 on board, 2 more to go. 40 seconds on the timer. And perhaps a bomb to try to get.
Oh, what are we to do with WNTP? Good guys have been looking much better right now after that pistol, but again, once Dragons Esport are fully bought into a round, they seem to be much more of a reckoning force. They hold the bomb as well, and you can't access it without stepping through the Gate of Doom. It seems they've set it up that way, that is. The smoke into it, the molly won't affect you, but you still have to make the steps. WNTP gets lit up, but walks out with half of his HP. The bomb in his hands, although no time. So honestly, just gonna go and opt out for the save. Best option you can work with, and hope that maybe the next round this AK can carry you to victory.
Yeah, and as you can tell, like the loss bonus, starting from the absolute bottom again. The back and forth is going to be looking pretty solid, I gotta say. Now, Dragons looking to bring out those MP9s. I gotta say, it's a good call to bring out one or two of those. Try to farm as much as they can. Rizo, one of the players with those MP9s, kind of fortunate that it's not the early rush because they still have enough util. That if it's only one player, it wouldn't be easy for them, but the HE might make it easy for the other players. And Juki somehow absolutely beamed through the smoke. Now the MP9 is out of bullets, and it's going to be too much to handle. One more for WNTP. No more Rizo at long either. He tried to make a push and got punished for that one. 4 players remaining, 3 of which on low varying numbers of health. It's like 14, 18, and 59 for Trollzor, which is the healthiest of them. And maybe they're still waiting to see what kind of site they can look to find. Remind, only good for the one. That puts it all in the hands of Londakor. Not punished. Spots the one though. Trying to find the answer. Still one more player on the Xbox. I don't know if he's actually seen them. It might have allowed Trollzor the space to go and hunt through middle, but now 2 players at short. Londakor almost taking an impossible kind of battle. Starts off with a good damage. The spray down was there. And it does put Heat in a position where now he too is a bit wounded, but not more so than Londakor. And it seems from what we've seen that one round where good guys are forced to save now. Dragons left with only Londakor and perhaps no other choice, with their own loss bonus also not being in a position where they can't afford to repurchase. That they need that M4 desperately on to round 17.
Yeah, this won't be one for Dragons Esports to claim, but you know, the key point here, you mentioned earlier, these couple of opening maps here are going to be very back and forth, right? That's exactly what we're seeing. Best described as a ping-pong match right now, round for round, ban for ban. Again, maybe that early initiation wasn't the best, but it was backed up from the losing side either way, and now we stand at an 8-8. The one difference here is going to be the side of Eco. It might be a bit rougher here for Dragons to work off of. Again, thankfully, Lambda saved up that M4 from the previous round, but taking a look at the other side, good guys clearly have a bit more firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's like more, I would say, like it's the firepower is a little bit more evened out. And so the rounds, the good guys don't even give Dragons some of the other fights. Right now, they'll love the call to get a Zeus, but maybe lower tunnels is not the place where I'll be taking that one. Throw for an opener. A second round, most likely, sorry, a second kill rather, most likely. If he elects to push the whole way, they're still there at top middle. And it's good enough for Njuki to actually work his way back into spawn. And Rizo all on their lonesome. Will need the eventual support. The M4 of Lambdakor is all the way in the B tunnels, and this is nowhere near. Those players are actually coming towards WNTP with the opener, and Rizo cannot manage to find a kill. A lot of damage there inflicted on the players of good guys, and it's only Ogs that is able to capitalize, but scout in hand. They can do as much damage as they can, and it will only lead to 1. Nobody else is wounded enough, other than somehow, to be taken care of in a single shot. Now, trying to look for something. But I guess that somehow is brought to his knees, and maybe somebody else is gonna take the AWP, and it's still gonna be somehow to take care of Hawks. He's the Lambdakor all alone. The rifle from the round prior. Now, trying to do some damage, but wouldn't even be able to find a single kill. Like the first contact, he's gone. And good guys, for what, like the first time in this game ever since the pistol round, grabbing the lead and going ahead.
There we go. Good guys, honestly, well done. Again, this is the map by Dragon Esports though. So I would hope that they're going to start to pick things up. We are trying to seek out once more that long run of these maps like yesterday, which I am absolutely loving here. It is back and forth. Again, we're seeing equalizations constantly, but at some point there will need to be a winner. And unless these two want to go into infinite overtime, either Good Guys or Dragons will need to step things up. Now, as things are starting to shift, right, Good Guys are now at the worst firepower side of things, with the only outstanding factor here being Let Me Cry with that Mac 10, compared to, again, Dragons Esports now being able to support themselves with a full buy that will not be present next time around if they do not win it. So Good Guys starting off this round good here is a huge major advantage. Let Me Cry battling two players on that range with the gun he has is absolutely phenomenal, as it put Good Guys at a one-man advantage.
Yeah, that's crazy to find that effective value of a Mac 10, but I gotta say, it all started again. You know, Heathen, who wasn't doing that well on the start of the game, apparently got the secret sauce to all the kills through the smoke, maybe a multi-kill necessary here for Rizzo, but he only finds a single kill. At least the last two against Ox, the smoke is fading shortly, but will still be up and healthy by the time they go peeking. Not the first shot to find a kill. And now he's pressured off. Molotov, HE, smoke ready for them to work their way ahead and making it near impossible for the offer to find a peek. I say that, but they're gonna give him a chance, and Trozor is not gonna hesitate and immediately taking him down. It's double digits for Good Guys. All they need now is just 3 more rounds.
3 more rounds and regulation is theirs. It sounds really good, and this one is bound to happen as well. It seems Dragons Esports still looking to commit to buying some of these guns again. The upgrades, 2 Deagles, 2 SPs, and I do believe, yeah, everyone's going to be getting a slight upgrade with Ox, the dedicated opera. Of course, befitting to have that scout in his hand. Although Good Guys, again, they're just overwhelming here. They have not only bought themselves a bit of an upgrade, Let Me Try no longer on that Mac 10, but getting himself great with that AK. Flash pushes them back though, but they're still able to initiate out a battle against Ox, taking out the best gun that was offered to Dragons Esports, as they will take the first fall again. Bomb will be just inevitable to deny, but there's still some battle back that we can imagine the CT side will put up.
I mean, they're trying to, but not really given that much of a breathing space. Smoke is a little bit more shallow than what they would like on the other side. Blown off by the CTs and ends up working up against them. Great anticipation by Heathen and Trozor. Now Njoki trying to join Rizzo and just being the final player to fish for any bit of damage. Rizzo forced off the angle. Just waiting to see if they're gonna go their way for the exit, but they're going back towards long, which does mean the Dragons shouldn't be worried about being killed, but at the same time, it doesn't really give them much of a ground to find much else. Like, all that Rizzo got is what, an upgrade to the Eagle? Like, that's basically it. They still got the Kevlar, and I'm not certain that they're going to even be buying a helmet. I don't think that that's what they're going to be doing, which does mean that they get to afford a full purchase. Rizzo is able to actually afford a full buy for himself. Like, it's only what, Remind and Ox missing pieces of utility, which is more than okay. You know, like, you look at the user that they have, it is more than enough to play around. It's just all about taking that initial duel at A long, where we've seen that Me Cry sometimes do crazy things. Now inside the heart of the smoke, but Rizzo's gonna be the one to take the duel to their face, and Dragons, perhaps in the most necessary time of all game, not just a single kill. It's from one Algerian to the other, from Rizzo to Lomdecor. They clear off long, and they clear off the other extremity of the tunnels.
Lemond is gonna get challenged, but he takes it and uses it as a way to get back to Good Guys. You know, make them pay even more, right? They're already kicking a man while they're down. Good Guys here, 3 players in a minus. Dragons Esports, it isn't enough though. They still crave more of an advantage, and what more could you give them? It's Healing and Trolls, the final 2 here to be offered up, and Ox is already looking to hunt his prey down. He finds the shot, seeking the second opportunity, and it will connect. That will be Dragons Esports with a round back again. Good Guys aren't completely set back just yet, so this next round will be a bit more of an even battle, and oh my goodness, WNTP was on 12k, but is set back to 2.4. I do believe he bought for a teammate as well, and Good Guys can distribute a bit of this eco, but really well played by Dragons Esports on managing how to spread the player count.
Yeah, right now the player count reset back to 5-on-5. No problems for Good Guys in terms of the economy. Maybe a problem for Ox. It's a very audacious duel. Stepping ahead, spots the barrel, spots the player, shoulder and body. Willing and able is Ox here, but now he's stuck in the lower tunnels. I say that, but it's actually Njoki, the one to be killed. Remind taking a piece back, 4-on-3. Rizzo on a single point of health. don't think that he's going to be given that one any chances anytime soon. And if they can control of the tunnel, they've basically, for lack of a better word, tunneled good guys into a specific part of the map. They can go back from spawn towards B. They cannot fight mid because of the two-man crossfire. It feels like they have no other options but heading towards long. They got a minute though, so they can wait to see if Dragon Esports are going to make a move or break that crossfire.
Bit of silence distributed between the two. Waiting for the bell to be rang, and once done so, it can't be undone because Ox keeps on swinging. He's found himself the third as well, and Ox, you beast! You're an absolute monster on that op. There's no reason to not give him the gun if he wants it, right? Dragons Esports have already won 2 rounds, and majorly it has been because of Ox, who's been really overtaking the kill feed. All but him have not been able to stand up. I mean, 19 kills currently. We're taking a look at these rounds. We're taking a look at these shots. Ox is just an unstoppable force.
And right now, things are not looking that good for the good guys, funnily enough. Back to the pistols. Rushing in towards short. 3 players on the A site. First of which is Remind, and the op of Ox again. And again, how many times can this man find the bodies? It seems that him and Ramon can do it all. They will have to do one wrong though, and that's Ramon gone. But Healing cannot reach that rifle and should be easy meat and will be to Njoki.
There we go, Njoki. And we're back to an 11-11. So now, Volt, we have 2 decisions. We either go overtime or one of these 2 teams finally decide to win 2 rounds in a row. Now, who's going to be taking up the task? I imagine Dragon Esports definitely do have a higher chance considering the guns. Actually, no, the guns are quite equal from both these sides. And there's a lot of AKs as well from Dragons Esports. 2 of the players have it. And yippee! Volt, we can finally hooray for the first tactical timeout today.
Hey, look, better late than never. That's what we say. And hey, at least we get to see it. Dragons should be okay for round 24 in terms of the economy.
Yeah.
Good guys. If they
Utah.
end up losing this one, they might not actually be able to afford a purchase.
Yeah, Utah is also a bit low, at least compared to what Dragons have, right? A bit of about half of what Dragons currently have to offer. Yeah, something around lit. It's not the most, again, it might make the difference, it might not. But in general, between these 2 teams, it has been the Gunners and the gun plays that have really carried them these rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? Like, it's definitely okay look, I gotta say. Like, I'm happy with the way that things are going for Dragons. But also, to give credit where credit is due, like, good guys are definitely putting up their part. You know, we're talking about the fragging and how important it is to actually pull things out, but you know, end up looking good. The op there at suicide, but good guys not really finding that much.
Testing faith. Look, Njoki pushed up really deep here. This could be threatening. Is there anyone that reckon? Yep, someone might have a clue. Spotted out the player, but it's too late. Pushes deep. The op won't go off. Trigger hasn't been pushed just yet. Throws the smoke, you could potentially get out or find yourself an isolated gunfight. Just stick and waste time for the time being. I wonder how many of Dragons Esports players might be coming in for the support, but WNTP is hoping that Bane Razo takes up the opportunity to find healing. Now another down. Good guys are not looking great. Look at Dragons Esports starting to coop up together. Lambda from back. It hasn't come through. That one's on your spawn side, and good guys are left with 2. You talked about it, Volt, right? For just a moment, if good guys won't be able to succumb with this round on top, it might be more difficult to carry on for the rest of the matchup, and Dragons are looking to do exactly that. Have them in a tight spot. A not. Rice was able to return 1-2, but that will be where it ends. Good guys. 12-10, 12-11. My mistake. And while though it's not over just yet, the eco will be rough.
Yeah, you know what? Things looked great for Dragons there in that round. They're able to play it around in a way that they wanted. And they've made sure to play their own game now. Good guys, yes, able to afford a purchase, but I wanted to see the kind of guns that they have. It's Galil's all over the board. A Mac 10 for Heathen. Pay's coming in, but it's not going to stop Ox from finding the opener now, though. I would say it's a smart call. for them to back off. They should be boosting Ox up on the line, up in the side itself. And instead, it's not just Ox, you also see Rise Up trying to make the exact same play. Leaving Ox on the side, the flash great for a kill, but WNTP solid on the trade. An uncharacteristic miss from the Opper. Second time in a row, maybe it's a bit of a curse now. The casters are looking forward to seeing if that one will change, and WNTP and Let Me Cry are doing their best to push it through to OT, and they even find one more. Rizzo couldn't find a single damn thing. This all left to Lumbercore. No time to deny. 90 HP, 1 on 3. Let Me Cry is on 19 points himself. Now, damage on the first. Trozor still alive, peeking his head. No damaging Yuto remaining for Lumbercore. He has to shoot his way out of this one. Waiting to see if he can find someone to veer their heads into the duel. He's looking at Goose. It's the right idea and the right execution from Lambda. He needs to clear the other two. Both on the angle. No transfer onto Trozor. And this best of 5 is kicking off just in the right rhythm. We cannot separate the two finalists for 24 rounds to an overtime. We go to see if we can separate them.
This is only getting exciting. Wow. Lambda there, honestly, gotta hand it to him. Got a bit too close for comfort, but in the end, good guys. They responded just about well to that opening going against them. They pushed for it, they got the kills necessary, and in general, side was there. So honestly, you know, you just keep on going. Now it's gonna be overtime, so eco won't be too much of an issue as it was for good guys in the prior round. But look at Dragon's Esport, they missed the opportunity of the off, but it's gonna be Juki pushing forward, finding 3! Is the quad there? What? For a moment, second chance damage dealt, but Juki still standing somehow. A push up on the right, do we recognize it? Wrong timing on the reload, and it seems like Rizo's coming in for the support. A pat on the back, and Ox with a no-scope on that distance. You have got to be kidding me. Dragon's Esport spreading a message that they're not joking around.
No, I mean, look, I call a spade a spade. The ball's on them to actually make that call. They're not scared of anything. Like, they fear no man, truly. Truly. No regard for anyone in the server from the side of Dragons. And now they're trying to take things into their own hand. A little less aggressive into this round, but they've held on to their more important positions. 2 players at A long, taking that bit of control. Never mind, I say not aggressive. Look at what they're doing, man. Oh my god. They are absolutely ferocious, but the timing is not in their favor. They might find the one. Remind turns around and find a double, and the Ox is the one to kill both of his teammate and Trozor. This is a bloodbath. They smell blood in the water, and just like a hound, they smell the fear in their eyes, but they cannot deliver a killing blow. And it's back to a 2-on-2. Some dangerous ground with the B side being left open. The bomb might be planted, but Heathen looking to find a kill first. It's a tough angle to crack, the one that he's on. But they're got to wait for somehow to make his way into the B site with 50 seconds to go. Might make it a bit more difficult, and now Heathen feeling the weight of that round. Trying to make a move. The timing from Injuki, looking at the wrong position. A player peeking out the window, and he's dead from the tunnels. Goes to support. Rise was able to find a trade, and somehow, with a bomb on his back, the right call is to go towards A, but he's patient. You can hear Rizo rotating. He can finish the round if he goes for the kill, and that's not what he's doing. Back to the B slot he goes. 20 seconds on the timer, and a lot of utility on somehow everything. The assortment of each and every single piece of the util as he makes his way across to the B site, looking for the plant and to clutch off the final piece in the one-on-one.
Smoke there, making it obvious. Again, good positioning on that CT spawn to get yourself an easy rotation now. Get ahead of you. It seems like an easy opening, but you know that somehow is going to be somewhere on site looking at you. You take the gunfight, but you lose. Somehow simply better in a moment like this. Pressure is merely a suggestion as this man wipes what's the rest of Dragon's Esport and finds good guys around back. That was such a good beginning, Dragon's Esport. They found themselves a 3-for-1 trade, but got a bit overzealous. They pushed it too far. That's what allowed good guys to crawl themselves back into the match and even win out the round. Absolute turn of events here. But in the end, Dragon's Esport, they paid the price for trying to go for these flashy plays. Again, talking about not caring, they truly didn't. Again, a 3-for-1 deal was great, but they kept on giving out bodies, and good guys, they just took away with it.
We'll see now if they'll be able to take more from it, though. Like, that's the thing that I'm most careful about. It's 1-for-1 in that OT. Usually very occupied with taking care of denying any early long entries, but good guys have found significant grounds in the first 15 seconds, working their way through short. The op from Ox, usually successful in a line like that, but now maybe he's gonna pull a few more pieces of the rotations, but he doesn't see that much. And short is where the boys are at, and they wouldn't be taking much of the damage there from the nade from Remind. I thought we'd do more, but Remind actually playing ahead of the line. Maybe he's gonna be ready to play the anti-flash here. Turns, finds the angle, maybe 2 flashes and an angle. A kill to be delivered. It's a little bit labored, but he got the job done in the end. Dropping down, trying to buy the time. WNTP steals Remind in the midst of their teammates, but the anchor is great. There's a player there on the line, and the op will not do a thing, and it's Hayden against 3. This time, late in the clutch, knows that there's a player up short, but the Molotov denies his entry. Can he even find his way back? It seems like he can shoot Rizo down. And there is low HP on Lambda Core. They need to hold that line. No room for error. He scales up through CT, and Hazuki rearing his head, delivering a killing blow of his own, and Dragon Esports ahead at the first half of OT.
They're able to claim these following 2 rounds going into their T side. They should be able to finish this within regulation, but again, good guys are not too far away from them. Yeah, taking a look at it, good guys need 3 consecutively to get themselves this one, or at least 3 out of the ones we're about to play. What stands on the line? Dragons Esport are making everything, every round, every move a struggle for good guys to pass on through, but somehow stealing it. Carried on to the op as well, but it's returned by Ox through the wall, right between the eyes as well, and WNTP is going to be fighting one right back. That's the tracing of a god there. You do not want to mess with offers. There's a reason they play those guns, and they play them for life right now, but it's found good guys a good opening for Dragons as well. The T side now just crawling through lower tunnels onto mid and towards short, hoping they don't get sprayed through the smoke.
I gotta say, some thunderous acclaim from both of those ops. A lot of value found, but Molotov in one piece, one on the other. They've at least denied them scaling into the mid doors for the time being. Remind still actually sneaking through. Second smoke on CT, he puts himself in an open position, and the offer now could be getting caught off guard. He's not ready for it, but the shot is not delivered. Remind getting a second lethal life, but now he's figured out he needs to be wary of CT, at least making it difficult for WNTP to actually take a duel. Now they can go for a plant uninterrupted, but the player in spawn is going to be easy meat, outnumbered, out-aimed, out-dueled. It's 4-on-3. Dragons down 1, and they'll be down 2. It's just the 2 Algerians trying to clutch it off together, and then now it's all onto Rizel, who will not be able to stand the test for long, and an equalizer quickly come for good guys.
So now 2 more rounds remain, and it can only go one way, right? Or rather 2 ways. It's going to be overtime once more, or of course, each of these 2 teams can get themselves 2 rounds in a row to secure. It's getting really close again. We're back down to the thin lining of who's able to finish it out, and while though it certainly has been quite difficult, they both stand at 2 rounds needed. And of course, whoever's able to claim this one is going to be the only one left with that possibility, or at least to secure the overtime in the save hands that things go wrong. Yeah, Bias here, full on. They're not wasting a dime. Still considering the options again, WNTP. Ox had been thorough with it. Pushing forward, long approach, but it goes against him. WNTP punished. Let Me Cry is able to hold his own, but even though these Armageddon has involved, 2 players from each team have fallen. And again, equal exchanges between these 2 teams have been more common than expected.
Yeah, maybe it'll work in the favor of Dragons if they're able to find more towards a long. They're not scared of peeking, but maybe they should have been. Ox is ready, and he'll put his 27th on the board. Chasing the 30 bomb, but the 2 players from LFO, good guys, they are out for blood. Heating through the smoke again. The offer back to his trusty compatriot Remind to find a big kill, and the last player is trailing his way through spawn, caught by the op. Ox is able to slow him down for a little bit, but they will need to find his timing. He goes up the ramp. Remind is fully blind. Easy meat, maybe, but instead he's got a Guardian Angel. And Dragons looking to finish off this one. They need 1 out of 2. Actually, wait, 1 out of 1, not 1 out of 2. 16th, that's what they need. If it's a 15-15, we'll probably run it back, and given the cadence that we've had, it's like a clock ticking around for each team. Dragons will need to break that cadence. So now that the metronome is on, we'll see if someone can be the difference maker. Healing down to 26 HP just for crossing middle. And Ox is waiting to see if WNTP is going to be peeking into him. Not going to be the case. 2 players that long here is what we see. And some focus, or attempt to focus, at least on top middle. Not going to net them that much on the side of good guys.
Dragons Esport, I imagine they really do want to secure their own map here. Would be only befitting to what they ended up picking. Dust is one of a kind, but again, has been around the combat map for so long, it can be easily spotted, just like somehow just giving himself out to Ox's scope. Nice connection there. Molly sent on to B. Again, a lot of sound being made, but I imagine the intention here from Let Me Cry, pushing up to Catwalk. He's been reading into Dragons Esport quite well, and he's able to pick off Lambda as the first here. Good guys again. EQ, we've said this countless of times, and it's a tale as old as time, but just about as WNTP and how well executed his shots can be, and Juki falls down to the op, and now at a bit of an advantage. Healing low on HP here from good guys, but that's the only outstanding matter. Let Me Cry looking away at the wrong timing, and Rizzo punishes him for it. That's going to lead to a rooting cause. A very unstable moment. As now side is overtaken, Nate sent down to CT side, being held from above, but it's not the best angle. Trozer expects it, and Rizzo falls. 2v3. Op still going to be finding the shot. WNTP falls. And now healing on 5 again. Trozer not any higher as well. The op mid lane will be not connecting. Remond, however, does find Trozer in the meanwhile. And it's all left down in a 1v2. Dragons Esport have the opportunity of closing things out, but if good guys want to be kept in the surviving range, healing will need a clutch here, and it will not suffice. 16-4 will be map number 1, and what an intense first opening here onto Dust.
I mean, Dragons have been a team actually to grind the games out, but I didn't expect it to be that close. Overtime, just a 2-round difference to close it off. It was that close to, this close, unironically, to like 1 more kill, maybe not working Ox's way in middle, and this would have been a round for good guys. We would have run it back for a second OT. It's a great game from both sides, but I gotta say, we were talking about how Ox wasn't really finding the helm at the start of like the first 8-9 rounds. I think that by the end, he proved to be the MVP for this first map.
100%, and honestly, this was really well played by both these teams. Again, this type of even matchup is kind of what we're looking out for. I do wonder how it's going to be looking on Ancient, because, Dust, a bit CT-sided. Ancient, on the other hand, I think we both know that it likes to lean into the CT side. And then we also have Train, which, Vault, let's be honest, that is the CT-sided map.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes from there, but of course, as we've said, not the one that we'll actually be worried about the most for now. Instead, we should be putting our attention to the Ancient. Another one of those maps that plays into the same elements of the Dust too, where, like mid-attention is actually going to be a lot more prevalent than Dust. The Oppers still hold more power just in the extremities, not in the side itself. And we'll see if that value comes into play, maybe more of the weight onto the Riflers, and we'll see if the Riflers can be up to the task. But for now, Dragons have started off on the right foot, and we'll see if they will take another step towards greatness when we come back from our break.
See the beat I was in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope,
hope you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go.
You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an itch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push, see the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill.
And we're back after map number 1 being 16-14 for Dragons Esport. On Dust 2, we're going to be heading on to Ancient, which will be a pick by good guys who are looking to now kind of even things out and bring us to a best of 3. But it's still me, Puffa Bomb, on the desk. It's still Volt with me, and well, Volt, we're going on to Ancient. What are we thinking?
I mean, I'm thinking that this is going to be a fun game. I don't think that there's going to be a lot of, maybe from the side of Dragons, I don't think that this is a map that they play too much. Maybe maybe in Pugs you do actually play a bit of Ancient, but not too much. You know, you of course expect like the Dust and the Mirage and the Inferno to be taking the front of the helm. But actually, I'll say like the Puggers have definitely loved the Ancient. It's one of the maps that I feel like is very Pug friendly. So even if you don't have a lot of competitive experience, you at least know the flow of the map, which is going to be very important for Dragons. But you know, we're talking about good guys, and I do think that they're going to do great on this one. Like we've seen, for example, Heathen. He's been doing really good from the perspective of like being an anchor player, finding some of those skills on the B side when he was there. He's going to do a lot of great work if he's left in an anchor position on the A side, which is going to be the A side itself, of course. But it is going to be a mixed bag. Like, of course, as I always highlight, you see the Ancient. The question is, how good is your cave player? And how good is your cave setup? Because that is going to be the difference between a CT side being able to dominate and a CT side being the reactive force and not the proactive force.
100%. And honestly, we're taking a look at this map, Ancient, right? We have seen it yesterday, and good guys ended up this ended up being their best map, by the way. I'm surprised that Dragons didn't end up banning this. This is where good guys went 13-6 against Unnamed Project. So honestly, we're in for a good match, I feel like. But again, like you said, we haven't seen Dragons Esport play on it, at least not yesterday. So this is going to be all down to kind of first impression And, well, what we've already seen. But again, the one thing from Dragon Esports is I imagine they could have done a bit of a VOD review. Just like both teams did VOD review each other. It's clear because we can tell by the bans. Again, Overpass was gone and Inferno were the first two bans. So both these teams, I definitely can see them doing VOD reviews. So maybe Dragons have a trick up their sleeve, but I guess that's only for time to tell. Now, as we're still here, Vault, there is a giveaway for a Black Laminite knife, Huntsman knife. And you know what? Can you tell everyone what we're doing to heighten up their chances of getting that knife skin?
Oh, of course. So, first of all, everyone gets a free entry just by clicking on the Gleam link wherever you're watching. Secondly, there are secret codes. If you missed the first one, unfortunately, if you've just tuned in, but if you've been following, we always drop the secret code somewhere along the map, and by then, you can add it. It increases your chances in the raffle, and then you get a better odd at actually winning that giveaway. I gotta say, like, I love me a Huntsman, right? Like, Huntsmen are always great. Like, here's the thing. Anything that is not the Shadow Dagger and the Gut Knife, I'm a big fan of. But, like, Huntsman is really up there for me. It's, like, a very stepped-on, like, knife. Like, even just the vanilla, like, leaving the Black Laminate aside, which is actually one of the better coatings, in my opinion. But, like, you look at that, you know, like, what are the most popular knives nowadays? You know, you think of, like, the butterflies, the karambits, and like those are like very high up there. But when you're thinking of like, oh, I want to get into knives, I think like the bayonets, the MP9s, the Huntsman, those are the knives that everyone tells you is your exiting gateway, because they fit like this little bit of a range of price to actual value. You know, it doesn't look mid, it actually looks great in game. The animations are great, it's a lot of fun to play around with, and most of all, you get it for free because you're here. And speaking of being here, I think that we will go for the map in a little bit, but before we do, just want to shout out Plausible, who are the team that is organizing the event. Of course, Plausible, you can join the Plausible LFG server, where you can find similar-minded players, you know, not toxic, a little bit competitive, maybe a bit passionate, but trust me, like, it's a great community, it's a good place. Not just Counter-Strike, there are also a lot of other games that maybe you will see along that line here. But speaking of being along the line, we got the fast lane ready to head to Ancient. So let's see if good guys will be able to repeat that 13-6 score or not. Of course, the start here that we can see is Dragons on the CT side. Makes perfect sense. And again, they've done that on the previous map on the Dust 2. Remind with the kit, they get a smoke on Remind as well. So they're not dropping the dualies, but they're leaning a little bit more towards the util. The util that they will need to use, because it's this head-on B execution for good guys. They will not lose anyone from Remind spraying, and they will be able to plant 5-on-5 retake in round 1.
Yeah, util here, majorly the name of the game. It is on most maps, but on Ancient, it just stands out as a stronger element in general. Although, retake again, 5v5 like you mentioned, going to be a brutal battle. If this pistol wants to be won by Dragons Esports, they're kind of pressured in the moment. They got the opportunity, though, to pick out the starting side, the CT side, and it's clearly showing. Do we see a knife kill from WNTP? They're shanking at each other, and Juki finds him back. The defuse is attempted. Let Me Cry continues the tradition, and with a pistol in hand, they're looking to deny the defuse. He gets it just before a second of going off. The bomb will tick, all players will fall, but good guys win out the round in what incarnation?
I'm not gonna be able to hold it back. What the fuck did we just witness? 2 knife kills, an absolute massacre inside the smoke. We didn't even see a thing. That's the craziest part. Nobody sees a thing. Like, they're swinging knives, shooting bullets. Dragons forcing up, probably a bit frustrated at the way that one went, because they had the kit, they had the right idea. It was the final left click that denied the round for them, but now Njuki with his own mouse one, able to trade a kill back. And speaking of the util, it's gonna do a good amount of damage to them, but somehow dying with the 1G. Oh, it's brutal. Oh, maybe this game is gonna be the one to watch, and WNTP going down, their mind with a kill. The M4 still on the line. Ox looking to find some damage. The 5-7 working its way out. Rizo with 1, and now it's Let Me Cry in a 1-on-4, fishing for the clutch. He's equipped for it. He's got some of the pieces of the util. The HE not good enough to take care of Lambda Core, but he only got an Eagle and he needs to line up the shots. Not happening for him, but it's going to be Ox this time around to find the victory. And what an absolute tarnation are we even witnessing at this point?
I mean, I was still taken aback from the round number 1, let alone round number 2. I wasn't ready for it. They say don't bring knives to gunfights. I mean, people are just swinging with guns and knives alike. This is definitely an energetic way to kick off the match here, but good guys, and or at least compared to the previous map and yesterday in general, already off to a tactical timeout. I'm actually liking the decision, and normally, especially in this tier of competitive, or in general, when a team is bad on their eco and they take a tactical timeout, you can expect a bit of Tech9 tomfoolery.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect that, and it has been the bit of that struggle bar, I guess, that we're seeing from both teams. Like, Dragons forcing up, finding the victory. We were talking about the util. I gotta say, like, their util setup was great.
Yeah.
They were able to stall them long enough on B to find the players to get early on in the angle. Of course, I believe that the early kill was from who? Lambda, who initially had the rifle? Or wasn't? No, it wasn't Juki that initially had the rifle. And then Remind able to pick it back up on the other side, the 5-7 to come in, Lambda to hold the angle. And one of the big takeaways that I want to see of that one is that you've seen, for example, like the deeper smoke from the T side of good guys. Dragon put their own deeper smoke in, like if it's shallow from the perspective of Dragons, they put one that's a little bit deeper to deny that smoke being broken and them losing the B side itself. And that's like such a minute detail to actually put 2 smokes and layer them back to back. But right now, it's not about the smoke, it's about the shot. Rizo does great. The smoke opens up some space, and they trade back and 4-on-4. The ball is going to be planted, and Rizo fishing for a second kill, but he actually goes down. It's back to another 3-on-3, and it still is an absolute masterclass in deception. A kill found by Ox. Ring around the rosy they go, and Juki finds that one. It's down to the 1-on-2 in the finale, but Ox is going to lock it down with a multi-kill. This is still too much for my heart, man. I'm palpitating here, and it's only 3 rounds in.
Oh, some of the good guys players, like you said, rang around the rosy, tried to escape impending doom, but returned right back to where they began, in the hands of Dragons Esport, as now the round lead is transferred onto the CT side, and they're looking to reclaim it again. Eco a bit more poor, that Tech9 involvement definitely not showing the value. A bit of kills at max, but again, not around for them. And now Dragons Esports be hopping up. The flash is evaded. You're able to find yourself onto the cave entrance just from mid alone. And Juki here does hold a strong position with the smokes towards mid. They can just take these gunfights and find both of them. That will be WNTP and Let Me Cry again. Huge assets here. Really strong. Healing does return the favor onto Lambda elsewhere, but still it is Dragons on top of the food chain as of the
But how though? Wait, but how though? Like, look at where Healing is playing from, man. What is it? Wasn't it with Healing and actually finding all the kills through the smoke? There's something, right? Like, I don't know the secret sauce, but whatever it is, Healing, please do teach me. Don't walk through it, just stay behind it. You do more success than playing that way. And speaking of the smokes, Renewed on the door. That one is really flush as well, so it actually denies both somehow and Trozor. And I gotta say, love the call there from Dragons. They were able to cut down that crossfire between the players that scale up the catwalk and the players that go out from middle, from the A side of things, from the T players. They initially held the mid control. They made sure that they can do that much more. Rizo does not have any extra pieces of util. He's waiting for any pixel to change its colors. But Trozor cross through. Both players on the angle. First head is easily found. He can spot the arm and the head. And that's going to be Dragon Esports restoring a semblance of the balance. And now, can we go back to playing normal CS? Please?
Yeah, I was going to say,
enough is enough. Yeah, enough is enough.
There's something I found so funny about Healing being able to get a random shot through smoke, but when he actually has clear vision on a player, he can't do anything. And honestly, these past 4 rounds have been so chaotic. I have been loving it. Although Dragons Esport, again, they set things back. down onto ground level. And now, once more, the B-hop won't be finding its success for Njuki, so not advancing towards that top mid again. The cave entry once more, but is persistent, and Lambda pushing forward. Wallbang out to heal and blinded. He can't do much, and Njuki takes you off the board. That's a similar, if not the exact same beginning, just switched players here for good guys. They lose two in an instant. They do have one pushed up forward, though. Let me cry close on this bottom mid, while someone on Rapt has made his advance towards close quarters on Ryzo, who does back off into cave towards side as well. And now it seems Dragons Esports are playing this safe and just returning back to where they came from.
And they don't have a smoke to renew on mid, which is gonna open up the avenue for that Mikrai. They've been doing pretty okay, but he's gonna be shut down by Remind on the other line. The M4, good for the one man on the spray. Finally, Njuki goes down, but he's already found two and made it pretty easy for Ryzo to find a kill on it, disparaging somehow. 4 rounds on the board for Dragons. That's exactly the kind of start that they wanted to have, and right now, good guys swinging back to the pendulum. 2,900 in the loss bonus. Not enough to get a true buy, but it is enough for that Tech 9 probably gambit that we'll be seeing. We've seen them attempt to rush the B site. Didn't work out too well for them. Now they're playing much more of the default play here. And an attempt to deny the mid control from Dragons, but actually Dragons have changed out their own motif. Knowing that they'll be playing against the Pistols, a little bit more reserved. 2 players on the A site, which is the first time that they've done that kind of more passive setup. But it is Ox to take the initial contact, expecting good guys to try to send their push towards the A site, which they're not partly wrong for. There are 2 players indeed towards A main. They'll probably be giving Ox his first contact. But he needs to find a kill, and that he does. Second player cannot even trade. The Molotov denies its footprint. And now the remaining players from good guys towards the B side, they're going to be trying to work your way inside cave, perhaps. But there's a smoke on the line. Do they wait for it and wait for like the final 40 seconds? Or do they try to give that one a go? It seems like they will indeed try to scale up. But instead of cave, they're working their way through long, waiting for the final player maybe to come along. All the players now closing in on the cave angle. The elevation on cave could be the difference. Head spotted. Call for assistance, and I'm a little bit surprised that Ryzo gave that away. I feel like he could have waited for support, but now they might get their way back into the site. The flash working against Lambda Core, and he had to give that one back up. Both players on the front side of the site, and there is a rotation made from Ox. Will be necessary. He's holding that one with the M4 recovered. Lambda Core denying the space, and good guys pivoting back into the A site. Remind is the one in there with a smoke on the donut. They've been trying to disrespect it. They got no flashes, no way to deny, but Remind is only good for a single kill. And now in a 2-on-3, the op needs to be respectful. He cannot give one back, but instead all respect thrown out the window. Ox is gonna take it into his own hands, and they are safe ones to embrace a 5th round for the Dragons.
Ox has been spelling bad news all the way from yesterday. Let the man walk away with his HP intact. Jesus, Dragons Esports are just shooting shots at each other by this point. They're a bit too bored. They lose all the competition, so they have to take it out on each other. But in general, Dragons Esports now showing their fangs. I mean, 5-1 up already. It's looking like a repeat of dust, but it's getting deeper. It's rooting itself more and more as we head into this match. And good guys haven't found a way to negate all the damage done, nor try to break the streak that's being presented. I mean, again, a tactical timeout or not, you're going to need to find a breakthrough right now, because good guys, with each round by this point, it's going to get more dire. They're already 5 rounds up, and even though on the CT side, it won't make a difference when you're going to be facing maybe even double digits, which are still within the range of possibility. It's a far road ahead, but with the approach that Dragons Esports have currently been showing, it might even happen.
Yeah, now we'll see. Things are different. Remind with the opener, WNTP finally finding a trade. In Njuki again, he's been the king of this middle position. Dragons now tested on B once more. Ryzo apparently cannot get the better of that cave play if he's being defensive. Now on the offensive, tries to go good guys. One player close in towards long, that is healing. Looking to take the dry duel. WNTP with the one. Both players outside of cave are low on health, but WNTP taking his entire round at his own, and Ox taking a page out of healing book, and he's gonna be even taking healing down with it. The last one low in HP. Trozor on 11. 40 seconds on the timer. Ox looking to find a double digits. It's ballsy, but it's not gonna pay off. Trozor denies, and it's the second round for the good guys.
Second round, my goodness, for a second, I mean, my brain's twizzling from all the action. They are able to pick up the op as well, so the eco is a bit more spread out, right? Even though we can see good guys, some of these players on $50, $100, $250, they still afford decent guns, while the Dragon Esports are swimming in cash. I saw Njuki, I believe, or Ox on 11k before we headed into this round. So definitely, good guys, not out of the consideration. What a boost onto heaven. Goes for the shot, does not find the mark, but it sure as hell was close for it. Quite a dangerous player. Again, Ox has been the magnum opus, or so to say, for Dragon Esports. And again, while the rest of the team can't be discredited, the overstep between them is just major. I mean, that op is absolutely phenomenal in his hands. Although, again, we haven't seen much of a caveat this time around. There's always been some sort of tide-turning escapade by one of the teams in the early parts. Like a good kill, maybe double. Again, maybe this is where it finally gets passed down onto Dragons Esports as they face their own medicine. Ox with one gets away, supported by teammate on ramp, and again, he can make these steps as, of course, the duality of himself and who's right next to maybe Rizo allows such plays, but good guys just take a step back. I like that they're not challenging into it. Never mind.
Right now, Ox, man, again, how many times can they get away with this? It's absolutely crazy. And that's what they do. And we'll see if Trozor's kill on Terizo maybe opens up new grounds. Again, like, that part make things actually a lot more difficult. Trozor and Ox looking at the line. The op heard scoping. Trozor find the kill. It's a great play from Remind. But the problem is Lambda Core is denied of his own entry.
Ooh.
That's the freebie that they need. 20 seconds on the timer, and they will need to go for the plant. They're trying to go for the denial, but Remind can't find the kill, and they're still waiting for Lambda Core, who perhaps is too patient for his own good. Given the 2-on-1, and one of which is low. Let me cry out in the open, not the most expected angle. And maybe he's gonna catch him off guard. Indeed the case, and now good guys bring back the buffer down to just 2.
The Dragon's Grip is slowly getting released here. Good guys are catching up once more. And again, repetition of dust, too, is the best way to put it. 5-1, was it? Now 5-3. Looking better. Good guys already making a streak of their own and starting to ride the wave. But hey, there's still a couple more to go in Dragon's Esports. This is going to be one of those final rounds where they can really afford wealthily. All except Rizo, that is, who won't be able to get much more than a pistol, a smoke, and a nade. But again, this is a moment where Dragon's Esports need to square up once more. Again, good guys have been dealing so much damage, not only round-wise, but also economically, that it might affect them in the long term.
Yeah, I don't know, the Molotov doesn't catch them. And Shuki might get that position for free. They're going to be occupied with their mind, not even sure where the other players are from. And there is a line in cave where Rizo maybe can steal one away. The op misses. Rizo needs to get hunting. He needs to prime protection. Ox needs none. And they found the round, perhaps, as WNTP looking for the ace clutch. But he's going to be hunted by Lambda Core. The force buy works, and Dragons again proving to put good guys down for good.
That's all they wrote for that round. That's going to be the first half also drawn out. And now, just to see how the initiation by good guys, how far will it really carry them again? Even though Dragons Esports were looking a bit desperate in the moment, good guys were not much better than it. They got themselves that one good round when it comes down to guns, but 3 more remain, and currently they're forced up to Mac 10s and Tech 9s majorly alike. With Rizo now pushing up to Cave as well. Has been the prominent player to be stuck around that. Very proactive with these shots. Just a nice little human centipede rushing it on through, trying to find their shots. They continue persisting. The smokes will allow only so much to happen and pass on through. Lambda's able to switch one out between Rizo and Let Me Cry. But the side initiation has been made. This will allow for a plant. And again, even though you do get one of those players on the upgrade of gun, Ox takes away one extra and Juki to follow along a similar path. And it's all down to that dualism between Heelan and Trozor brought down to the final. Cave being held, the Tech 9 can only do so much in a situation like this because Lambda takes that for granted. A 7-3 here. Dragons are not letting go of the leverage so easily.
Yeah, and at the bare minimum, winning the half is such a great start here on the opponent's first man pick. Like, this is supposed to be the one where good guys are guaranteeing themselves a victory, but not really what's going on here. And you look at the replay again, just want you to know, off camera, Rizal went down early. So that's, again, the weakness that good guys are trying to exploit. They know that Rizal's playing Gave, he's not having a good time holding it this time, and they're trying to push onto that pain point as much as they can, but in the same time, Dragon's doing much of the same at middle. And middle is a lot more pivotal if you cannot get a single kill in, but now Remind finding the opener. Ox waiting for the answer. It's a big miss. Looking for the second time. Asking a WNTP against an Alper. Not able to do that much. One from Rizal this time, so he finally does actually find something when he allowed the space to perform. Makes it a 2-on-5 in the end.
Already gone downhill so steeply. Let me cry and heal in the last two to stand, and as much as Iron can sharpen Iron, there's 2 players against the 5 that are offered, and it's a mountain you need to face. But only a matter of time until it comes crashing down on you. You spot a very injured player, the Alper here on mid, and you're able to get the high ground vantage above him. Healing will find Remind. But again, there's 4 more to go. 1 on the flank, and Juki here setting up an extremely dangerous president and able to catch 1. That's will be Lambda Donut side, but the final one, a single tap right on the back of the skull of Healing to crack it open. Dragons Esport 8-3, a possible 9-3, still within their bounds. But LFO, last chance of this first half to win a round.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's 8-3. And we see 2 Mach 10s on the side of good guys.
Oh, no.
Right now, like, yeah, it's not looking too good for them, if I'm going to be real with you. And if Dragon get the 9-3, I'll be worried about their odds on Train. Right now, they're unable to handle an aggressive CT side, and that is going to be Train in a nutshell, you know? Aggressive CTs, they need to take map control aggressively on Train as well. It's all about working A main. But right now, good guys giving themselves a fighting chance. A 4th round perhaps imminent. 3-on-4. But they didn't smoke Donut, and they're allowing the denial to come in openly somehow with the one. A double kill from Remind, and it's 1 Mach 10 and 1 rifle. Now only down to WNTP in a 1-on-1 where Lambda Core is smoked off. We've seen shenanigans before. We've seen knife kills, but we will see a complete whip from WNTP, and it's from bad to goddamn worse is what we're seeing here.
Oh, wow. I imagine if they're gonna go back and rewatch it, it's gonna stink so deeply. Imagine you need 1 bullet and you spray the magazine into the smoke, not finding a single one. He was so close, but yet so far he made an outline around the diffuser and it could not connect. The 1 bullet being such a drastic major difference and such a low chance of Dragons Esport able to finish out that round, but it was done nonetheless. 9-3 split, this pistol holds so much, and Ox is just able to catch WNTP as his back is turned to his enemies, trying to run away, but what can you do about it, right? There's the full stack, the full 5 stack of dragons rushing you down, and there's only so much a USP can do. Somehow puts it to work. Let me cry supporting for once, for twice. Good enough for 4. Dragons have been shut down in an instant. Where did it all go wrong? Rizal will need an answer, and also the question to be given: how will he do this? I'd be scared. Yeah, there we go.
Not. Yeah, he will not. That's the answer, apparently. It's another kill there for Let Me Cry, who's been great on the pistols. And yeah, I was about to say, you know, the misery of WNTP, like not being able to hold his footing. Trozor 2, 3 kills, only 5 for Healing in total. They are lucky to get that pistol round, because otherwise it would have gone very ugly. And right now, the set is good, but the timeout is technical in nature, not tactical. We see the Dragons electing to go for the Force despite not putting the plan down. On the Dust 2, we didn't see it on the game. We didn't see it on the stream, I mean. But they were able to win a second round conversion. Maybe not with the Tech 9s, but Ancient is a map that, as you can tell there from the pistol round, if you find the pacing, you can absolutely outnumber and overwhelm some of those players who are not doing too well as well from the side of good guys.
4-9. Pistol, again, good. Well, we're having another Attack 9 army from Dragon Esport. I'll be honest, I want you to hold my hand because I'm scared. This could go either way, and honestly, I'm scared of Dragon Esport actually managing to make it work.
And it's getting up in the right way, right? They've avoided most of the util. The execute coming in. Explosive on the side, 2 from Cave, 3 from the other side. They catch the first off guard, and maybe, just maybe, they got something in this one. Blood in the water. Denial, denied. And the Molotov buys the space necessary. One more from Ryzo, and a rifle in the hands of the Dragons. Maybe they don't even need it. 3 players from the spawn side. The MP9 is the one to find the first kill, but it will be handled by Lambda Core, and the M4 from Ryzo will take care of that kill. Healing against 3, the Tech-9s have made it workable, and the Tech-9s will be the ones to end it. Lambda Core now with the M4 in hand, 7, and he only needs 1. The final bullet to take it, and they deny the conversion again. Double digits for the Saudi organization. And really, it came down to the 2 Algerians who actually made the difference in the entry pack.
I was always thinking that I could never be proven wrong on how much of a shock factor this match can deliver. And yet again, I find myself jaw-dropped. Dragon Esports with Tech-9s rush it on in, and they played it well. I can't take that away. There was no fluke that they knew exactly what they were doing. But now just trying to charge it onto mid. It does go in their way, at least for now. Ox doesn't have the bullet for the transfer. Thankfully, Lambda's there to pat him on the back. And now once more, good guys here are backed up on the flank, completely isolated, alone, held at bay, 11 HP on Trozor, and that's just too much to handle. Dragon Esports, a quick 11th round for their tally, an extra egg in the basket, while good guys, you're starting to run thin on those.
And method to the madness, I feel, is what we have here. Dragons, maybe they found their element, and the good guys, they're kind of forced, pun not intended sadly, but they are forced to force up on this one, otherwise they'll give away match point, and the best that nets them is those MP9s. Not the best weapons at range, but with numbers, they can do great things. Trozor not able to find a multi-kill though, and there's one more player that they're not accounting for, but they'll be able to adjust to. And it's a double opener from Ryzo with a 3rd from Injuki. Just WNTP and Let Me Cry, but the former actually giving away a freebie. Maybe that's at least a life, but not much more for Let Me Cry. And now it's his teammate. They'll be holding on for dear life. And guys, just before what will be the eventual conclusion of that one, let me give you the secret code for map 2. The secret code is going to be the following. Just let me find it. Okay, it is Stackcall. STACKCALL. It's Stackcall, the secret code for map 2. And now, it might be the finale of map 2 here, as good guys, Buffo, are put on just MP9, a single Tomaso somehow. This is the best that they have, but they're already a player down.
They're already a player down. I mean, what can he do? And even oh my goodness! Ox gets approached so close, but he still fights back on it. Are you kidding me? Trozor doesn't walk away with his life in that initiation. And now there's only 2 left standing. The only thing that denies Dragons Esports and their series point will be 2 players Let Me Cry somehow. In the 2v4, looking to make the most of it. But again, you're trying to peek play a bit of a fiddle against the Opper, who has been unrelenting till now. A single pixel peek here could be the determining factor. You walk forward, somehow picks up Lambdo, and it's going to be Let Me Cry, rising those hopes again, but Remind shuts them down. Ryzo for the final, and Dragons Esports 13-4, a lot better than their first map. Their own map was a rougher environment to play on than Ancient, and now I guess we know why they didn't ban Ancient. They are so damn good on it.
Yeah, I mean, I got just one thing to say. 3 letters, 1 word. How? How? What is this game? We got 2 knives. I mean, I'm surprised that nobody typed get Leadify in the chat. But anyway, that's like a discussion for another day. Like 2 knives in the opener, a back and forth in the start, and then like Dragons literally take them to coaching school. Like they just they're literally shadow boxing them all across the map. It's like they know where they are, 1 step ahead. And I don't even know, like, what are you supposed to do for good guys in this game? Like, you run into the Opper is like, I can no-scope you up close, I can no-scope you from a distance, I can get a clutch, I can push, we can get the entry. Like, what can they even do, man? Like, what are they supposed to do on the side of good guys?
Were you ever a kid? Like, you know those kid fights where they're just imagining things and anything can happen? I feel like that's what Dragons Esports right now hold. They can just make anything come true. And right now, before we head to a break, keep in mind, Train will be the next map, picked by Dragons and on series point as well, so they can finish this out in flawless fashion, but hopefully we won't see that in good guys. Hopefully their mental isn't broken just yet. Before we head to Train, we're going to be going to a short break. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing, put you everything you're facing, keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing, get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams, they just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team, and if you're alone then a one-man army. So you better be starving, and you better be carving through the hate, keep marching, and every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past, and you'll see that you've always had it inside. It's the key to make the most of this life. Believe.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit in a plan and I found out that I can execute. If I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom, read some books, something written, watch the best, teach a system I invest. Never hidden, I ain't scared, ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing.
Your will lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is
This grand final has had 2 maps already, and both of them had one winner. One team select. Dragons Esport have now hold the series point. I mean, right now we're going on to train map number 3, and if Dragons, who ended up picking that map, end up winning, good guys will no longer have any lifelines to spare in the best of 5. It's still me, Puffa Bob, on the desk alongside Volt. And Volt, we had quite a chaotic time last time around.
Yeah, it was an absolute massacre. I mean, from the first round onwards, 2 live kills, frantic action for the first 5 rounds. We started seeing more normal CS from round 6 onwards, but even from then, you never really felt like Dragons were putting their foot off the pedal. They dominated the entirety of that ancient, but much more so when they went to the second half. And the worrying part is that on the train, we might revert back to what we've seen on the Dust 2. I mean, it's worrying for them, not worrying for Good Guys, because Good Guys will be happy to see a more confident game. We talked about the train. I told you, like, it's a map that you want to see the CTs aggressive on, but just from the way that they've played the Dust and the way that I envisioned them playing the train, especially if they end up starting on the T side, which should be the case. If I'm Good Guys, they really should be selecting to start on the CT side. It might make things a little bit more difficult on the other side, and we'll see how things are going to go. Well, I mean, whatever it is, I'm excited to see how the pace is going to be set, because I think this is the first time that we're seeing terrain here in Plausible in quite a while.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, just for any of you that were not here or coming in as new viewers, we are holding a Black Lamanite Knife Huntsman giveaway. A skin for the CS2. You know, you always love your knives, and this one is just about as beautiful as the rest, if not even more. So you can enter the Gleam giveaway. It is pinned or put into chat on wherever you're watching, be it X, be it Twitter. So get yourself along. Again, it's completely free, and there's also going to be secret codes that we've given away yesterday and today, and will continue today throughout every map. So keep your ear out, stay tuned, and pay attention, because again, these secret codes will give you a higher chance of winning the skin, as now we're getting ready to slowly head into Train. Now, Train is quite an interesting map, and Volt, if I remember correctly, this is one of your more liked maps.
Yeah, I mean, my most favorite map of all time is the CSGO version of the Train.
Okay.
CS2 version, I feel, you know, it's a lot more simplified, but it's still, like, it leans itself into a much more free-flowing city side. Like, there's only one primary assignment. Toss utility early into A main if you're playing on the city side, and then you're free to do whatever you want. Take care of A main, slow down the pace, and then it opens up a breadth of opportunity. Whether it is you want to go and find something on Pop Dog, you want to look at the other side and maybe actually try to aggress on B, which we see a lot of oppers do. And maybe Ox will actually be one of those people, you know? You go up on the upper side of the B halls, you find a freebie, dip back, it's a 5-on-4 already for the CT side, something that I feel most CT sides desperately needs. Because you're gonna burn a lot of utility in the first like 20-30 seconds of a round, so you need to convert a kill or get some very sizable map control that you make the T side work for each and every inch. And if that doesn't happen, maybe then things will be a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, 100%, but in general, I mean, we're taking a look at Good Guys. I imagine they're starting to feel a bit pressured going into Train as their possible last, but again, that's what we're crossing our fingers for not being the case. And now our match is ready, so let's waste no time going into Train, because this is map number 3. Again, the grand final is now starting to reach the beginning of the end, but will this be the final map? It's all up to how well Good Guys play and how many mistakes are shown by Dragons Esport.
Dragons on the T side, as expected. Good Guys on the CT side. Pretty much part of the course. The one part that is surprising is that somehow it hasn't bought anything. Like, they are missing on some very valuable pieces. No kit, no extra Kevlar or like dualies or anything that we see here. And could that be the difference? Right now, healing. Damaging utility is what he has. No smokes, a Molotov and an HE. Baited off the bigger piece. If I'm Dragons, I want to fully reset from here. That's $500 down the drain. If they don't stay on B, if they do exactly what they're doing here, gain extra bits of map control, they will have to make Good Guys work. And there's a bit over a minute here, so Good Guys, they will need to try to fight more aggressively. They're wary of Pop Dog and A main regression here for the T side, but that's not really what's happening. Instead, the utility coming in through the line, they go long range. You'd always favor the USPs, but the initial couple of shots, not really finding their mark. It's only healing to find the kill. Lamdekor close the gap, but he will need to find the shots. Not an easy angle to play, but he's got some support. The problem is that Mikrai is gonna take care of the one, and now Landa's pressured himself. 2-on-3. Low HP for Trozor, low HP for Somehow, but they take the right angle. Now all three are low on health, and it's all onto Injuki, who will be able to find the first from the upper hall, the second as well, the third on 28, going for another tap. Remember, no kit, no Kevlar. He should be easy meat for him, but instead somehow reverses that kill and drops on the bomb. Probably have just about enough time. And Good Guys, somehow, some way, actually running away with their life intact and secure.
there were some questionable plays, and I just wonder how some of these little Dragons players were kept alive for so long. Like Lambda being a prime example, just sticking around that box while they're being completely out-angled from many different directions, but he stuck around for a decent bit, and even then, it was down to a game of time, right? If the final player from Dragons Esports just ended up playing a bit more back, trying to play a game of hide and seek, even just a game of tag in general with the final player of Good Guys, it could have been a better result, but hey, it's still close in the end. Both these teams can buy quite comfortably. We do see an AK from Remind and a Galila and a Juki that could be affectionate.
I mean, speaking of affection, Horizon might be smothered with bullets here. Not the kind of love that he wants. Probably the kind of love that he'll be getting. Instead, it's actually Trozor dropping the ball, and suddenly Dragon Esports is taking a sizable bit of map control. I wouldn't be surprised if they find a kill here and pivot onto it, but with somehow taking care of the one player at A main, it makes this a difficult proposition for them to stick onto the A side. The rotation towards B is there, but Healan finds the timing. Maybe it's a good one, maybe it's awkward. Long the core turns around. There might be 2 kills here for Healan, but he does not stick landing for the second one. And maybe Injuki can actually find a little bit of information. Healan moving to the other end. Ox posted an unorthodox angle, and it's an angle that he will net himself a kill from. They are still unsure if where he's at. And Injuki again, tasked with maybe finding something. That's the duel that he finds. Messy, but he still does a lot of damage onto Let Me Cry. He's down to 20 HP. Puts down the smoke that will remain there until the final 10 seconds of the round. And now they're corralling together. The A side seems to be their final destination. Knowing that one of those players are on the side itself, they'll try as the best that they can to put them out of the round. Still in the smoke, Ryzo with the kill, and that's the plan, Puffo. Now a 2-on-1. Let Me Cry trying to work his way from Pop Log.
He's low on HP. I imagine there's not going to be much comfort going into any battle, into any gunfight, but he's going to need to find an escapade again. There's 2 against 3 players, and Ajuki's going to roll down to the final, who's already injured enough. Let Me Cry with a flick onto the left, finding an instant head pop towards Ryzo's side, but again, not much you can work with your mid-jump. There's a bit of utility for desperation, and Dragons Esports will be able to convert that into a 1-to-1 now. Again, Eco will still be a bit better. They can buy, or at least the players that carry on guns into the next round can buy for the rest of the stack, while the Good Guys are going to be left for dead in this one, I imagine, unless they force buy and somehow find the catalyst and get themselves back in the lead. But again, some of these kills, although it did look good for Good Guys at the beginning, it was just they couldn't keep it up consecutively towards the very end, and Dragons Esports starting to pick it up once more. Again, this is, I'm thinking this is going to go again like we saw Dust and Ancient.
I mean, it's starting to look that way. Unless there's a miracle somehow from WNTP. But that's not going to pan out that way. Instead, Ryzo proving to be the deadliest shot in the angle. The second HG. The force heating off the line is already 3 for him. And the quad kill running further and further away. Heaton has just given up on that one. He's just fishing, please. He's like begging for someone to give him an upgrade. And Ryzo's the one that is feeling courageous. But I'm pretty sure he wouldn't peek that far into spawn.
Yeah, he had some courage, but he's not stupid. Healan's just waiting around these corners, and yeah, for now we're gonna wait. Secure the bomb and its premises. Make sure that Healan doesn't sneak into sight ungranted or unwarranted. And now Dragons Esports gonna let it tick off. 3 players again, still healthy, walking away with that engagement. And if Injuki and Lambda might not be able to fully comfortably afford, we're gonna be there to back them up on that premises. But seeing as they are well over 4K, should be good enough. The rest of the players from Good Guys go, again though, a bit of an investment, won't be able to fall by either into this round, meaning it should be a secured lockdown 3-1, although still resorting for some of these deagles. I guess a USPS is simply not enough to get a couple of kills, and again, Good Guys are just looking to kind of deal a small tad bit of damage to Dragons, so even though that if they lose the round, there's some effect.
Yeah. But I mean, what is the cause, you know? That's the real question. The cause right now is Ryzo's entry. If that slows down, things could be different. Remind on the core, both gone. The MP9 starting to be damaging, but Ox doing some great work to deny the presence of E-Box. They're still actually there on red, and they're trying to make things difficult, but Ryzo again seems to be the problem solver here. No fear for Ryzo is here. And it's Let Me Cry this time. One looking for the save. Smart call to let the Mac 10 be the one going for the hunt, and Ox finishing that one off in style. Eagle in hand, shots delivered, and 2 rounds is the difference. But now, good guys, finally able to muster up a true gun buy.
Yeah, true gun buy, and honestly, you gotta scramble Dragon Esports like an egg before you get folded like an omelet in this situation. Like we saw it, right? It was seconds. They pushed forward, and good guys were extremely tunnel-visioned onto the A main entry, but they didn't consider that Dragon Esports have multiple angles they can ascend up to from that spot, or rather expand off of. And well, that's what ended up costing them the round ultimately. Again, it was just players like Ox going forward, Rizo as well, and the rest of the gang following along in similar footsteps to open themselves more opportunities, while they were beginning here for LFO good guys. And Juki's just really quick to return the accident, even though a bit unorthodox from good guys to set all their players into this A site. They are now left outside of B, and Juki finds a second in the round already in a powerhouse play, is somehow spotted on the flank. Lamp is able to cut you in half, and then and there, and establishing an extremely well played. Did Ox just get dinged by his teammates?
They're just having too much fun with this one. That's the reality, you know. They were stressed in the dust. Now, Hawks giving a few taps of love, and he's gonna give a no scope of mercy for Trozor, who seems to be not really having the best of times. Like, he didn't finish the Dust 2 looking good. Neither the Ancient. Now 1 and 5 on the train, and maybe indeed it might be a good old 3-0 from here. Dragon Esports 4 rounds in a row, and the good guys back to the half buy. We've seen the MP lines finding some good effect on the A site. I will be surprised if Dragons actually run it back for the 4th time on the A main fast entry, and that's not what they do. And the HE slows them down a little bit, but they're working their way through Pop Dog, and it's Injuki taken care of, and the rifle upgrade there in their hands, and maybe something the Dragons might be worried about in the long term.
Again, and Juki in the previous round just entered into B-side, right? Found 2 easy kills and was ultimately the big bad wolf knocking at the door of good guys, but they're the first extinguished, and Remind is going to follow in the grave. 6 foot under, 3 players already set aside, and all down to Ox and Rizo, who carry extremely good guns. Again, this would be value at its finest for good guys if they're able to pick off so-called value off the corpses. Rizo has caught word of Let Me Cry's position.
The timing.
Now Ox, yeah, pushing into Pigeon, gets taken out. WNTP with a deagle. Rizo last one standing, but they get the op. Look at the value they're getting from it. Single taps by him just to keep a bit of damage within configuration. But good guys, I mean, take a look at them. They're going to get the second round, and they're walking away wealthy with it as well.
Yeah, it is a great look on them, you know, the double push from Pop Dog paying dividends and actually finding the success, and the Ivy players maybe getting a bit too antsy. They needed to have more numbers or be a bit more patient, but they couldn't really afford to be patient, so it makes sense in the way that one went. Dragons still, you know, happy enough that they got the money. They wouldn't be in any kind of problems anytime soon, given like their economic standing. But it's not about that. It's about making sure that good guys don't get the ball rolling more than anything. And right now, they got all the pieces to do that. Rifles, WNTP gifted a free op. And we'll see how much can that do on the CT side.
Yeah, Rizo, again, backing off, not wanting to take the initiation here. It's only reasonable to do so. Again, got away with that kill. 5 HP on the deck. Doesn't want to risk anything extra being given away to good guys who are able to bounce back with that one round. Again, with the amount of value that Dragons Esports carried on them, the hidden treasure of those guns, and really boosted the eco gain for good guys here. And they're going to be able to work off of it. I mean, if it wasn't for that, WNTP would have had to buy an op. And again, that's quite a costly buy. It's the most costly buy.
Yeah, and we'll see if that buy actually pans out. They spot somehow. Didn't find a kill. Molotov to push him out. He's got to smoke himself off, but that leaves them on 36 points of HP. There's no HE. Instead, it's a player playing on the edge of the smoke. 3 flashes in. They somehow take care of somehow as the first player on the line, and the op is posted. But the shot is not converted. Second time of asking. Remind takes care of Trozor, but it's 2 kills straight in from the CT side. The T side now answering with 3 of their own, and it's the one-on-one between Lom Decor and Heathen. The bomb easily planted in a safe position, and Heathen goes for the long rotation to the B site. If he remains quiet, that means that Lom Decor will be uninterrupted, and he's not looking at the right angle. The timing will be perfect. If Lom Decor is not aware, in the smoke, it will eventually fade, and with the right timing, Heathen, a freebie granted to him, and that's the buffer gone. And that buy from Ox, as you've said, is gonna leave him broke. But the rest of Dragon Esports still looking pretty good, but I feel like good guys really not in the best of moods about the way that this one went.
Yeah, I can imagine so. Again, they've been kind of treated poorly in the past 2 maps in general, though, so well played there in the end. Keeping a low profile as well. Just getting into the back lines of the final player, Dragon's Esports now. Although there's a bit of a stumble, this 1-round difference, I imagine it won't be too much of an issue for good guys to even things out and get themselves back into the game. And by the looks of it, it's already heading towards that direction. Again, it's ironic how close to dust this is looking like once more.
Yeah.
Not as much as Ancient, because Ancient just looked absolutely all around the place. A bit of this, a bit of that. This round, not so much. 1-to-1 deal. We get an exchange, op for op. Ox walks away with a kill, so does WNTP. But again, the push hasn't been fully committed to. It's looking like they're going to want to focus onto B, but again, still not certain.
I mean, I wanted Remind to just work his way back into the rest of the stack, and that smoke kind of gives him the buffer, the cover that he needs to do that. I understand that he doesn't want to give away the map control, but for me, it's much more important to get that extra AK, to get the extra body on the execution if they're going to completely flood that B site, but they're still choosing and weighing their options. They made it on the timer, and Remind being there on that angle is going to be so valuable for them if they want to revert to pop dog. They're going to subvert all of the attention. WNTP up close, and without a smoke, it's very difficult to cross that line, waiting for Ox to see if he's going to be given a duel, but not really gifted anything for free. That's the case of this world. And it's a world where they'll have 30 seconds or so for Rizzo and Remind to try to work their magic in this round and maybe get an entry on the B side. Both players that are on A, one on the back of the bomb site and one on Ivy, and it's a big miss from Remind, but he recovers spectacularly. Bear on the next one, but the shot just doesn't reset in time. And Trozor still giving some semblance of peace. They know there's a player at Z. It's a crucial shot to land, and Ox will not be up to the task. And now it leaves Rizzo trying to clutch the round up. 2 from him, and Lam de Core will be able to close it off, and the Algerians, the last player standing, and the Dragons still reigning supreme in the end.
Yeah, still reigning supreme, and the op in court there, overall holding the position and kind of puppeteering where people are to step. I've been loving how the ops have been exchanging again. Ox and WNTP have been phenomenal players, and you really have to put it out there. Although this game's kill leader is certainly displayed by Rizzo's 13-3. This man has been off the charts this time around. Maybe not as present in the previous maps, but this time around, he'll still have an opportunity. Healing and Trozor duel up for 2. Dragons still return that, but again, not in similar fashion, while they'll Remind now taking up the opportunity Ox was stuck in earlier, right through Pigeon's approaching the op player, but it might be dangerous to work against it because WNTP hits his shot. Rido does too as well prior, and now Dragons in the 2v3 trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, but WNTP so low on health. Ox does have the HE, but he's so far away from Rizzo, who's actually found himself in a beautiful position. I think that the Hopper anticipating someone from the line of Ivy, not knowing that somebody's going to turn around, but Rizzo might be a freebie in the end, and that is going to be the case. And now it's Ox up against the world. Cannot convert to a rifle, but does have the freedom to put the bomb down in the B site, and I think that is going to be the call in the end. Money is the problem. You could go for the save, but I feel like in a round like this, it's very smart to go for the investment. The Molly goes a bit too deep, not connecting on Z. They try to go for it. Combat off there from Ox, and he's going to be caught. EQC, where the rifles are supreme. And the good guys find another one indeed. Now, the difference is just a single round Puffo. And not just that, maybe the bomb plant is going to give them a little bit more money. But as you can tell, not the best of conditions for the loss bonus for Dragons.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's already showing itself, right? Even though they're in the lead, whatever or not, we have to keep one thing in mind. Dragons are still in the lead. But there's one condition. They're on the T side, Volt. I wonder how the storyline is going to be converting once we swap those roles around and Dragons have themselves an opportunity on the CT side. But I guess that's for the future to tell, which is going to leave it then there for now. Although, honestly, dragons have been a hard nut to crack. Constantly, good guys have been, quote-unquote, living in the shadow of dragons and not really being able to dethrone them as of now. But maybe the opportunity is now. Yep, WNTP going to kick us off. Ox falls, not much to do with the gun you're handed. Somehow able to do just about the same. And not much of a fight back. Again, dragons are on deagles. What do you expect?
Not much. Let's be real about that.
Yeah,
Like, maybe a kill,
maybe.
but I wouldn't be holding my hopes up. And yeah, today is not a good day for Londecor, apparently. It's Remind left, who's not been having the best of times. Much like Trozor, and addition you to this grand final. And much like him, slow to actually get their foot rolling. But hopefully Remind, at least for Dragons, if they want to be optimistic, hopefully he'll get the ball rolling eventually. And when he does, they might seal it off in a 3-0. But for now, it's not 3. It's instead 5 players alive. And he does find the 1 kill that he was prophesized for. The AWP is posted in a position of some genuine worry. And it's going to be easy for him to be outnumbered. From all the different angles, the good guys are able to bring their 5th on the board. I gotta say, even a 7-5 is not the worst result in the world for Dragons, but now that they got their buy, a 6-6 on the T side, like, I'll be really happy with that, especially if I'm a team that is pick and train and most likely will be well versed to deal with anything that will be coming from the T side aggression.
2 more rounds here. Dragons were fully on AKs. Look at the util though. We have like what, 1 flash? Trozer finds Remind, and all of a sudden it's all gone downhill quite steeply here. Ox is still fighting back, however, and returns to just to keep Dragons as close to balance as possible. Although it is left with a low HP out of that initiation. Although good guys, very healthy, still stacked with utility, have all the ground they need to work with, and have both sides covered by 2 and 1 player, that being healing on this B side, able to spot out Njuki. Is now Ox in a position where he needs to either ace to clutch or give up the round to good guys for them to find the upper hand for the first time in this matchup.
And we'll see if that matchup could actually find and lead to good guys, you know, being happy about what's going on. It's a good start. I gotta say, like, I feel like Ox got the right angle and he's got the right shot in the second. But again, still 1-on-2. Bomb on his back indeed, but speaking of his back, ready to be stabbed by Hedon, who is on the heels, hot and ready. Patient though. And I gotta say, not the wrong call. It's making Ox question himself. He's waiting for somebody to peek into him. 25 seconds of the timer. Very passive on Z. But WNTP is on the op. If he's able to find a good peek into him, it will go such a long way. But he goes for the back of the bomb train. Initial tap. And an easy kill for Hedon in the end, as he only needed 1 shot to the body. And it's indeed the 6th round for good guys. And while the loss bonus is in an okay situation, still, most likely, we will see at best Galils and at worst, like pistols. And that is going to be the case for Njuki. A Tech 9 for him. A Scout. I assume that we're going to say, like, oh, 1 more Mac 10 maybe, but Londecor electing to choose the util and the deagle over the Mac 10 of his counterpart. And it makes a lot more sense if you're Rizal. You want to get up close and personal, you want to play the distance. Right now, Rizal with the Mac 10 straight, just converting on that first kill. Yes, he's low on health, but he's already got the job done, and Ox have actually taken care of WNTP, and suddenly this force buy is showing some real promise.
Right through the smoke, and Njuki here going to be close to Dylan in a moment. The first one to spot him, but not the first to react. Dylan finds the flick onto the left, and let me cry there. Second on the kill feed, just right above it. Dragons Esport, as much as they had a moment, they lost it just about as fast right now. Good guys, they do recognize the threat they're facing. Again, it is serious point they're up against, and they want to make the most of the CT side as they can. This is the final moment to do so, so they lock in just once more. 3v2, Lambda is definitely going to have to do most of the heavy lifting unless Rizal can pop with a Mac 10 and 17 HP, which is highly unlikely. Let me cry, flashed for a moment again. Sound is made, but I do wonder if this is all distraction, or will they commit to it? Lambda falls! And without much of support, Rizal now picking up the deagle to try and find these last couple of taps needed, but it's such a long path, you're so far away, and again, chances about as slim as they can get. two players you're facing right now. Lemmy just seeking out for this player. Rizzo has no clue about him, and it goes both ways, right? They're spotted for a moment, shot is there, so now it should be just about to come to an end quickly. Put him to rest, and so it is done. Trozar there, 1 bullet needed. 7-5 split in Dragons Esport now going onto the CT side.
Yeah, and a great recovery from the good guys to find 7 there in the end. And I gotta say, like, it's a good look if you're on the side of good guys, you know? But is it the look that will lead them to get the momentum? I feel like everything really rests on this gun round. Or the pistol round, sorry, not the gun round. If this pistol goes for Dragons, it makes it so much easier for them from there on out to try to control the pace. And they're making a big gambit. It is going to be Remind, the 1-2 drop, the flash, and the 2 dualies. Injuki and Ox are trusted to take those upgraded pistols and be the raid boss that they need. And it's always intriguing to see where those dualies players like to play. Most likely you see one on E-Box, one very close on the B site, being the solo anchor. And we'll see how we'll go for the good guys. We do see the call made for what is a Molotov here. And I'm looking for other pieces of util. Yes, there's also a smoke. So Healing has bought util. Meanwhile, you compare it to the side of Dragons, much more leaning into the upgraded firepower.
We're gonna have to see how that works out for them. I do respect good guys taking a time out here because, again, they do recognize if this pistol isn't theirs, right? They're putting a bit of investment into it, and if they're not able to walk out on top with it, Dragons Esport can quickly catch up and start bringing back that tempo, which they've been shown to be quite a fearful force. Once that momentum swing is brought to their attention, we return back to the action here. Like you said, a bit more of an upgrade here. Oxen and Juki stricken away from those USPs. While though, good guys on the other hand, they have a molly and a smoke, which could definitely prove for a bit of an ease in towards that plant. They set themselves towards showers. Juki on the dual Berettas and here just waiting for Calamity to strike. One is revealed, goes up top and finds his way onto the back lines. That's 2-3. All of a sudden, good guys, majority of the team has been wiped, done and dusted, but they're just ignoring him. You need to take care of the threat. Healing's quickly on that. Somehow also coming in to try and make sure that in the case it all goes wrong, he's still on the backstab. But in the end, good guys are left with 2 players while Dragons sitting comfortably with 3.
Yeah, but I mean, those 3... they don't have the upgraded pistols anymore. And remember, Remind, fully glass cannon, no Kevlar, so those dualies are even more dangerous onto him. A fair bit of time remaining. Still got the smoke and the Molotov, which does mean that if you do end up executing on that B side, it's going to be very easy to punish Lomdecor if that's what they want to do. But apparently they want to play for the contact. Somehow, first line of defense, or attack rather, the spearhead here. The first line of defense successful. Lomdecor with 1 head, but instead Heathen double taps the cranium. And while he's on half HP and got no Kevlar, he got plenty of util, but not that much time. And might be given a freebie if Rizzo's not ready. He turns around after the footsteps and it's gonna be Remind the one to seal it off. Dragons, fortunate to take care of that pistol round because it got a little bit dicey there halfway through.
Got a bit dicey. Dragon Esport now, again, making all that tactical time out seem like it was all for naught. They do invest quite nicely. We have 3 MP9s here, and again, the CT side can really work off of them. Similarly, as to what we saw with Zul Berettas, a map like this allows the CT players to get really up close and personal to some of the entries that good guys are, I imagine, wanting to expose. We'll have to see how we position them. Exactly, and Juki up close to this main, pushing forward, trying to find contention, challenged back, but still picks up 1 kill. The second as well shows itself. Instant head tap, but seeking for more. The hunger's there, but Healing is going to quickly satiate you in the moment. Damage still, the spray on right. Rizzo falls just after it, but again, good guys are left with 1 player, and the Trolls are outnumbered, outgunned. And of course, Dragon Esport coming out with their 7th round here, 7-7. Good guys have lost that advantage, but now they're going up against a bonus while they themselves carry a full buy.
Yeah, and the MP9s actually restocked upon that. It's what we're seeing here. I thought that maybe Rizzo would be dropped one of the MP9s and we'll see like someone like a Reminder or Lomdecor picking up an M4. But they're going for the SMGs. We'll see if that call will work out properly for them. Good guys. Heavy stack on A main. trying to utilize the pace. Ryzo not ready for them to be bursting out, but speaking of bursting out, that's what Healing is ready for. Remind denied, and the Rifler taken care of as well. No cigar from Ox, but the boost might be taken care of. Instead, it's again another one of those pushes, not panning out the right way. And Juki up next, 1 and 2. There's one more behind him, which shuts him down, and thankfully for Good Guys, they're able to find that kill through the smoke. Because if they didn't, that might have been the round done and dusted. A lot of dangerous plays here. The risks taken. And Dragons maybe paying off from that one. 2 from Lambda off the MP9 at that kind of range. Apparently the nerf didn't affect him, but the round in the end going to the team that had the firepower advantage, but for it being a bonus, that was a very expensive one.
Yeah, it was. Talking about expensive, Ox now back on the up, so all right, I respect the hustle. Dragons Esport going all out on this buy, as they should, not really holding back any punches. But utility on Lambda going to be lackluster. Similar to the rest of the players, the only one able to necessarily get a decent buy of util will be Ryzo. A close confrontation, Ox here will fall, and that's the up in the hands of Good Guys now. But they don't pick it up, they just continue moving forward. They're going to remain in their position for now. Ryzo with a pistol up close, finally get up the treasure here. WNTB expecting another, even another. He's trying to take them all within his grasp, while the rest of Good Guys are cleaning up the corpses that Dragon Esports throw at them. 4v2 right now, and it's honestly gone completely south to what Dragons imagined.
I mean, I don't like the angle there from Ox, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a good idea when they're not expecting it, but when they're ready, it's such a difficult shot, especially when the Opera is left down in the open, and now the Op actually netting 2 kills in total. For somehow, who only started this round with a much weaker weapon, is going to be a third of the Op that actually was found very late in the round. 4 in total from somehow the opener with the Mac-10. And speaking of things are great for one side, and it's great for Good Guys, and what is great for us is our giveaway here. Of course, remember, it's the Huntsman Life, a black laminate. You join that via the Gleam link, and the secret code increases your chances. Ours for this crane is Crisp Clear, CRISP-CLEAR. It's Crisp Clear. That is a secret code for map 3, and we'll see if this third map is gonna go the way of Good Guys. So far, Puffo, 2 kills for them, 1 answer by Njuki, and he's taken a hefty bit of map control here, and another duel for him as well. And suddenly, even this round, with just Deagle's purchase, starting to look very dangerous. He's out of the round, yes, but Remind in an angle to find something, but only a single kill. WNTP putting it to rest, and it's 3 more asked for Good Guys as they post up double digits.
Good Guys here, as snug as a bug on the T side. Again, they're not far away from home in victory to get this map count over towards a 2-1 scoreline. It's very respectable what they're trying to do. Dragons Esports, however, can get another full buy. Again, utility has been a bit lacking, and on the TT side, that's the last thing you'd want, but Good Guys, they're still rich, they're still good. They can offer up some of these rounds for as much as they want. What they do not want to get, though, is Dragons Esports a single round, which could be now given. Ox has found the first blind, and the Mind has supported him along that way with the second drop, and by now just sneaking on the sidelines. WNTP picks off one, the second as well. Is there no one to stop this man? Double peek, but it goes against you somehow. Smoked out both players. Random shots, they gotta be tempting you like a Green Goblin mask. You're looking away, and your back is turned to none other than Healing, and Juki falls. A great conversion from a, what was it, a 5v3 to a 2v2? How has this gone so deeply wrong?
I mean, it's just the call there from Healing to take a push through the smoke. Takes massive nerves of steel. Minute on the timer. Good Guys patient, knowing the WNTP is low on health. And it's the right call from the 2 players of Dragons to be patient on the A side. The MP9 up close and personal is the kind of range that Lambda Core can win the round outright from. He spots the Opper, but couldn't get him down, neither could WNTP. And speaking of being aggressive, that's the most aggressive that I've seen him. And now it's all down to Ox, who started the round with the opener. Will need to close it off. Playing on the angle. He's closing in on the E-box. 30 seconds on the time, and they're making a run for the hills. If I'm Ox and I hear those footsteps, I'm starting to think about the B side, but it's actually a wraparound for Ivy, and he has absolutely been called. It's an absolute buffoonery here as they outplay him. The brain power is on the top notch, and now Ox 100% accounted for. It's either Z or Pop Dog, and the op is posted on the ladder angle, but it's a bit too late on the line. It's all down to Heaton. Last time around in the smoke, he was a criminal. This time around, a bit more patient. Didn't go out yet, still in the midst of the Z smoke. Ox picking up a flash, trying to find the angle. He spots his head, got a flash in his hand, trying to close the line, and time is against him. He goes for the stick, and if bros don't fake, and the nerves on Ox wins him the round. Dragons steal the round back. Yes, they all go down, but it matters not because they've brought good guys back down to earth.
Ox was absolutely locked the hell in. Did you see his flicks? He was scouting out that entire side like an eagle. In the very end, though, it's still a round back for Dragons. They're able to back themselves up a bit more financially as well, although LFO, not much of an issue on that side, but they are starting to fall apart when it comes down to the round count. And Heelan, this is the map we want to highlight him on. 20 kills, 10 deaths, 2.0 KD. While the Dragons are a bit more evenly spread out, they also have their top player, and unsurprisingly, it's going to be shared between Ryzo, Ox, and Njuki. Ox being the op player is so ironic, it almost makes me want to say Ops as his name every time. Now 10 to 8, 2 rounds to separate. CT side getting back, a bit of shots towards Ryzo, does catch him off guard, but no damage done just yet.
You know what they say, Buffalo, right? If it rhymes, it must be true.
It must be true.
And I guess, yeah, he's made for opping if his name is Alking. I mean, his name is Ox, but he's got the op. And then we're gonna try to look for things that, like, have, like, I don't know, like, that kind of consonants. But for now, speaking of things that are not constant, is that play there. Ryzo not always being the first to being caught off, but WNTP does excellent work to actually clear off the site. Now, very difficult, Remind. Not able to be of any help to the 2 players on the B side. They got the right read with the 3 players on the B side, but they couldn't even find a single body, and good guys finally stepping up to the platter. Not Trozor. Not Trozor.
Not Trozor. Everyone but Trozor right now. He's the only one taking off. Unfortunately so, but good guys, again, they're still going to find this round. It's going to be an 11 to 8. And sitting back, just enjoying a hot cup of coffee and watching everything crash down beneath them. And Juki falls right at your feet, and let me cry. Let him do so, but let him cook more so ever. Ox last one, just a nice little shot to the left. Somehow is able to connect those dots, and alignment for good guys as 4 players come out walking alive of that engagement, while Dragons are left with nothing but 2k per player, or around a 2.1 being the majority that most of them hold, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not really gonna be looking the best, which is the scary part for me. Like, I think about it. I think about how it would go. I mean, Dragons, they started off really hot, right?
Yeah.
But like the way that they're ending up in this one starting to be a little unsettling. I mean, we've seen them claw back from a deficit on the dust, but their CT side is completely lackluster, and we still at least will have one more map if LFO good guys are able to find a victory here, and that will be a mirage before the eventual nuke if their reverse sweep is upon us. But for now, the round starts well for the full save. Somehow Ryzo actually able to deliver a dink on WNTP and get away to tell the tale, but this tale now heavy on Ivy. Remind got the right idea, but he cannot be peeking. The op is posted. He's getting courageous, and he finds WNTP. Does he know that there are other players on the line? He's trying to turn it around. Let me cry. Healing both find the kills. It's Ryzo to be the one to actually find an answer. Rifle in hand. 4 more players to find, and an unorthodox angle from the Tunisian. The Algerian trying to be the distraction. They'll probably not be ready, but they are actually so ready there. Great anticipation from somehow. I don't even know, like, I wouldn't be looking at that angle if I'm working the side itself, so like, whatever they had, whatever information that they got, it worked wonders for them. Because if it's me, and I'm having my line of reasoning and thinking, I would think that he's either behind the box or on the back of the bomb train, so the play that he's looking at wouldn't be the one that I am. But still, it worked out really well for them. Now, a pause, yes, but I don't think it's a tactical one. Instead, Dragons got their buy. MP9 for Njuki, rifles for everyone else. Minimal utility, though. And if there's ever a world where they run the Alamo and find all 4, they need one of the players that have kind of slowed down a bit to step up, especially Ox and Ryzo. I feel like if they were the main forces of firepower at different points in the game. Ever since swapping to the CT side, though, Ryzel has slowed off a little bit, and I was hoping to see like Alarm Decor or a Remind or an Injuki to carry over from here, but that hasn't been the case.
Dragons Esports have been really refraining from using tactical timeouts since yesterday.
It's a bad thing, yeah.
They're really against him for some reason, but honestly, they've been doing so well in this matchup. Their first 2 maps have already been claimed, so honestly, they can do as much as they please, but right now, if they want to have a tempo reset, attack timeout here would definitely be good. But their buys are through, as you mentioned, for right now. They're going to be having a bit of more of an even battle, although a staggering asset to their whole buys has been, they've been constantly off of utility. They've been rather resorting to gunfights, and Ryzo is going to be finding succession off of it. Lab Decor as well, and now Good Guys not being able to step up to them, as A has completely been pushed back the T side as well. Not much of a response till now.
2 kills, a chance for them to upgrade their firepower, and Good Guys that are nowhere near actually finding the space that they have just lost at the back of those, but they're doing the smart thing. They're stacking together as a team, making sure that whoever it is on the other side is not going to have an easy time. Ox trying his best to hold off A main. They can hear the utility, but a lovely work, I gotta say, from the CT side, just making sure that they take the map control, don't overpeek into that one. Remind is the one that's overpeeking, and he's gonna be punished. He should have stopped halfway through that angle. Would have been a lovely off angle for him. Now Ryzo left alone on 40 health, no util, and there's plenty between the remaining 3 of Good Guys, so they can set each other up. Right now they're letting the op post up as far as he can on the angle, and they're allowing both Healing and Let Me Cry to scale up. Ryzo looking to find success. It's an excellent flash. The Algerian is able to tuck in deep, but it wouldn't be long until they find something. One from Let Me Cry. Ryzo with 2, looking for the opper. It's him against Injuki along the core for the finale. What could be the end of the game, or what is likely now, at least on life for Dragons. They need to find 3 more to keep this game alive, but Good Guys will not make that one easy for them.
They won't, but we've seen overtime before, right, Walt? Number 1 map here, Dust ended up going 16-14. So Dragons Esports, they're looking to go for the long run once more. Again, they're not feeling exhausted. This is just the beginning of them trying to win it out flawlessly. Once more, trying to kickstart that heart. And right now, Good Guys, they have the opportunity of denying them. They have 3 as a matter of fact, but will they take it up? Just walking into fire somehow already low enough. Throws out smoke in a shocking moment. I think he was just spotted out by Ox for a moment, who has been going for so many of these no-scopes. It's honestly ridiculous the amount he's been able to hit today. This one, not so much, but in the past ones, it's caused some damage to Good Guys.
Oh, and the damage coming in from Injuki. He steals the life of Healing. The Reaper Scythe extends itself to the A main position. And then back into the ether he goes. Excellent work from him. Now for Good Guys. Trying to reclaim space in a different way. Again, Dragons playing it the right way, and Ninjuki again. Tested a little bit. Pop Dog is where the next set of worry is going to be at, but Remind. Opening up that 1 grade. Ryzo on the elevation makes it look easy, and Dragons starting to regain some of that momentum that they have lost in the last 5 or 6 rounds. Low HP on somehow. Op in his hands. As long as Injuki doesn't peek, he will be good, but he does. And immediately, the foregone conclusion of the op that is posted, finding the easy kill to answer it back. 30 seconds on the timer. They need to reconvene. The B site looking more likely, but realistically, it is going to be the save.
Of course. I mean, honestly, Dragons Esports, they've been winning so many of these. Currently, again, they've been very energetic. I imagine this comeback potential, this need to get themselves a flawless 3-0 in the grand final, it's been only boosted. It's been adding fuel to the fire. And it's been damaging Good Guys. Oh, I imagine it hurts. Look at the eco. 150 on Let Me Cry. WNTP, not even triple digits. It's getting roughened up by the minute. And Dragons Esports recognize how much more damage they can do, so they try and scout out these T players. But Trozor fights back, and you also have an op there, which would be so damaging if you're able to find it. Not successful in the end. Dragons Esports, they're going to be able to fall by. Remind, get that FAMAS out of here. For a second, I saw, oh, and Juki's also going for it, but they're dropping it.
No, it's still going to be there, yeah.
Yeah, it's still going to be there.
Yeah, no, it's still going to be there. It makes a lot of sense, though. It's well worth the risk, because as he said, Like, if they drop the op after time, it's so demoralizing for the economy of good guys.
Yeah.
So it's a risk that I would take, given the circumstances of the game, because you need each and every single percentage. Hell, even a fraction of a percent could make a difference here for Dragons. But now they weren't able to displace either of the AK or the op, and they will be tested on the other line. Molotov, by the boost. Good guys, patient. 4 players on the line, a 5th to follow through. It is a full-on through and through B execute. 2 players on the site, and they will need the support of a 3rd soon. The quicker player toward there, probably going to be Rizo, I assume. And he's already on his way towards Z. It's Oxen and Juki towards the other side. The utility's starting to come in, and they're trying to run their way through the smoke. A big miss from Lomdecor, and a Remind is taken care of as well.
Oh.
Rizo doing the excellent work to bring that one back to their advantage. A multi-kill from him as he's sneaking his way through across the oil train, looking for somewhere. The op-on-op battle will end up in Njuki losing his life. It's all in the hands of Ox. Somehow takes care of the Algerian. And they are looking to find a miracle. 1-on-2. HP's lows on both, but his position is known. It's gonna make it difficult, especially with that HE. Ox closing the space, but 2 players from the left and right is too much for any man to handle, and he will not be able to find either. And we still got 1 more, at least, in this grand final.
There we go. We're kept within the bounds. It did not go allow Dragons. Their comeback was shut down quite quickly. And honestly, I commend good guys. We're going to be kept within this grand final. Thankfully, it wasn't a 3-0, which we've seen in Plausible Gaming's past way too many times for how of an exciting match this can be. And Train was brilliant showcase. Again, in the end, Dragons were starting to climb the ladder, but overall, it didn't happen. And now we're going to be heading on to Mirage. Now, Mirage certainly is a map that we've seen yesterday, I do believe. Let me just get my notes out. I do believe it was good guys. Yeah, good guys ended up losing it 13-8. So that's a bit rough. But hey, before we head to Mirage, we also are going to cut it to a short break, and we'll be right back.
Makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. And like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. I got all the voters.
I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they look and see through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller. Move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really? You got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us so worth it.
And the good guys got a little bit of a punch in him. You know, still got that dog in him, of course, and that is necessary because they're not going against normal people. They're going against dragons, and you know what? You better bring your best belief. They were able to take away the train, which almost actually looked like dragons were just gonna walk them out of that turf. But they ended up recovering really well. They did well to actually find like an habitable 7-5 scoreline in the CT side of their own. And then on the D side, that is where they became more and more impressive. And that is something that could play really well on that Mirage that we're going to be facing up next, Buffo.
Yeah, I mean, Mirage, it's as old as time. It's like Dust 2, right? Everyone knows Mirage, and I think that's also a reason we went to overtime on the Dust 2 in the beginning. Both these teams, I imagine they found themselves somewhat comfortable on it, but Mirage could be a similar storyline, although picked by good guys. But they ended up losing it yesterday, so Dragons not only had the chance to take a look at that as a VOD review, but also see good guys on that map and try kind of check what they were good at, what they were bad at, what they can exploit majorly, unless good guys are coming into this as a completely different team. I imagine Dragons will be looking to kind of play around those small mistakes they committed yesterday. But hey, that's just for us to tell. Right now, we do want to mention quickly, again, we do have a Gleam giveaway for the Black Laminite Huntsman knife. So get yourself entered. There's going to be more secret codes this map and the next one if we end up going to nuke that is. And if you missed out on any, we do apologize, but make sure not to miss out on any of the future ones. And, well, I mean, Mirage, what are we thinking? Honestly, personally, I love Mirage.
I mean, everyone loves the Mirage. Like, look, maybe, you know, maybe we can all, like, have our agreements and disagreements of, like, we're so tired of playing so much Mirage and watching so much Mirage. But in reality, like, it is still something that is, like, quintessential to the soul of modern Counter-Strike, you know? If you're talking about CS as a franchise, that'll be Dust 2. Like, I think everyone in their childhood have played enough Dust 2 and, like, the 1.6 or the Source servers, if you've been there and around those times. But if you're talking, like, CSGO, CS2, the era of like pugging on ESEA, and now Face It, I feel like we're all agreeing that, you know, like Mirage is the map. Mirage is the place that we all know. We're all, you know, it's like a comfort food, basically. It's not like something that is exotic. It's not gonna like tingle, I guess, like your food sensors, but your receptors are gonna be feeling like, oh, this is home. You know, this is where I want to be all the time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, basically.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Mirage holds a special place in our heart for us all, but how much of a place will it hold for these two teams? I mean, again, while though Dragons do hold the series points, I do believe like good guys are off to a potential reverse sweep, which means they need to not only win Mirage, but then Nuke as the decider, and these two maps are very different. I mean, Nuke is uncomparable to any, I'll be honest, but Mirage, again, they played it yesterday. I imagine good guys are also going to be walking into this match as a bit more of an improved team. I'd hope so. Again, I hope they've auto-reviewed themselves and said, yeah, these are the mistakes. Let's see what we can improve going up against a more dangerous team like Dragons Esport. So we're going to have to see that. We're going to shortly start heading into the match. And again, I'm hoping to see some good offers. I feel like this is a map that really can be very bright for the standalone player plays. And especially offers can shine quite bright.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ox has had a bit of an on-off relationship with the train. On the Mirage, we've seen him play before. And I think he's going to be pretty okay on it. It's just like, when I'm looking at the other side, WNTP, he's at such a good train that perhaps like momentum is going to be on his side. Even on the T side, he was successful as the AWPer. And it's something that you want to see on the Mirage. You know, a streaky AWPer that knows how to take the fights, play the angle. And WNTP have shown that to us in the semifinals. And we'll see if that actually ends up being the case here in the fourth map. Remember, it is still tournament point for Dragons. All they need to do is close off that Mirage. They spare themselves any headaches on the nuke. And even then, like on the train, it's not like it was like them being taken to town. Like they still made it really close despite what you gotta say, a bit of an overperformance there from the players of the good guys. That, you know, a game was competitive up until one point, and then they had like that streak of 4 or 5 rounds from what, round 17 I believe to like round 21, where they basically jumped from like what, 9-7 to like 12-7, and then Dragons started fighting back, but it wasn't enough at the end, and we'll see if it will be enough now. I do believe that in a few seconds we should be getting a confirmation to head to the server. We're just waiting on it, and we'll see if things are ready and prepared for us to go to the Mirage. Side selections.
What do I think? I think this is going to be another great match. Again, I think we've been served quite nicely with these two teams today, and again, Mirage, it's up for a surprise. With how Ancient went, I'm not willing to make any bets on how teams are going to play. We could see a 9th round for all we know, but as for now, we're just going to go back to basics. Again, Mirage is going to be our landing area. It will be good guys on the T side starting out. WTP and NTP and Trolls are able to find the opening initiation. It is returned 4-1 again, but the greater deal is that Dragons Esports are 1 player down, starting on the CT as well, which they should definitely exploit.
Yeah, we'll see if they were actually able to do more than just that little bit of exploitation. As things have started to slow down a little bit, you can say it's a calm before the storm. Yes, 1 flash for good guys, but those are 4 players stomping their way onto the site. 1 player along the court, present on the angle, but he's unable to extract even the 1. Instead, it's Remind with his own. Rizo with the next, quickly traded by Healing. It is a 1-on-2 for Remind. Still working his way from the kitchen. Can he cook a victory recipe? 2 players slowing down their approach, and Remind as patient as ever, hoping that he can find something. The coverage of the window lets him take a second chance, but that one will be enough for that me cry to be able to find a win. And the good guys start off on the right foot on the T side.
Right foot on the T side again, good guys, they played it well, and again, Dragons Esports, both these teams rather, just not to exclude them, specifically, they've been really loving their force buys. I don't think that's going to be happening. Never mind. I'm just going to take it back. You know what? Dragons Esport, they proved me wrong. They go for the MP9, Scout as well on Ox, which honestly, you put him on the Scout, he can do God's work, I imagine, just about as much as he has with the Op. A bit of a nerf on the gun, but still decent nonetheless. And a fighting chance is there. Maybe not a large one, but maybe it's also something that can convert Dragons back onto an equalization.
Yeah, and we'll see if that realization actually comes earlier or later, because so far they don't yet know whether it is actually a save or a force buy. I think in their minds, they're not really expecting to walk up into the scouts on the MP9s, and they haven't seen any of them so far, but Healing, I thought he would be the first point of contact from the underpass, but right now Dragons, the big stack on the B site, and it might end up being where the good guys actually go to. Still, of course, deep in spawn, the timing that could be good for Injuki to find the kill. They have their backs turned. Injuki tries to line it up, but it doesn't pan out well for him. Now, good guys, much like the pistol, player up in the initial sequence, looking to see if they can find a way to work their way back into that B site. Short is the main avenue of attack. There's 3 players from there. Heathen still finds the one before Lamdakor is able to trade. This time he does a little bit better. Smoke blown off. He's got to be either bench or van, and he's going to be in the second angle, cleared off by that fly for a second time. Remind cleared off the server. And Rizo, I don't know if he wants to go to the save or back to the lobby to just retreat and maybe ask for a restart.
Maybe ask for a bit of a tactical timeout. I guess this is a mini tactical timeout here that Dragons Esport can get themselves into, because even though Rizo doesn't have much to save in the beginning, it's still some time. Good guys will need to just wait this out. They're not going to get that extra kill, I presume, as long as Rizo does end up keeping his distance and doesn't approach any of the final few players who do seem to be out on a lookout for him. But I doubt they're going to be finding any success. Very heavily, that is, because, I mean, Rizo's all the way back in their spawn right now. Bomb goes off, second round for good guys. And now it should be a bit more... I think Dragons Esport might also need to give away this round, too. I mean, on the eco side of things, yeah, this is going to force them into a save unless they want to give away the possible 4th as well.
Yeah, you know, maybe not the best look in the world, but I'm pretty sure that wouldn't really be against it that much. They are able to find a few kills. But the problem is for Dragons, they don't seem to really have the sense of where good guys are going to end up. They started off at middle. The rotation towards the A side is going to be the right call. The smokes are coming in. And it's a full-on execute, full utility. Not wanting to let the pistols take the space. USP, up close and personal. Ox somehow stealing a kill. Running away with the AK. Still in Palace, they really want to either find him or keep him busy. Not peeking early. And instead it opens up the space for Njuki, who finds the initial kill. Back to a 3-on-3. Reminding on the court. Still working their way from the stairs and the ladder. Able to find a kill. The AK now out in action. Perfect timing for Ox, and he's gonna double down for a triple kill. And on the eco of all things, Puffo, they're able to find their victory.
Find their victory first round, and as well, I imagine Ox and Remind are going to be, and Landor will be walking away extremely happy with new guns and a bit of an early Christmas for them here. They're already getting jollied up in the VC, I imagine. Good guys, on the other hand, they let loose of that round for now, and oh, we do have a disconnect from WNTP, so I imagine, yep, there we go, a bit of a technical pause for now. And it has definitely affected these players. Look at the count. I mean, Galil, AK all the way down to a Mac 10. Good guys, even though, again, still on the leading side of things, that single round has really hurt them.
Yeah, and we'll see now that pain at least manifesting into WNTP being out of the server. But, I mean, they're not really in too much of a fuss if they're able to win this round. The economy in a great position for Dragons if they do win. But, you know, like you think about the two teams, what it means for the loss is a lot more hurtful for the T side in comparison to the CT side. Like, if I'm Dragons here, I'm going to be put in a tough spot, because if they lose, they end up with maybe, at best, a hero rifle that I wouldn't even be a fan of. I feel like if you do lose, you need to save so you can drop the AWP for WNTP again. WNTP, yes, with a good bit of money, but he still hasn't bought. When he's back, he'll be doing that, and then when that happens, we'll be able to take the full picture. But as far as the projections are concerned, Dragons Esport have situated themselves pretty comfortably in that one. And if they're able to find 2 in a row, this one and the eco, 3-2 up, a lot of money if they're able to keep their members alive. Like, it would be dream for them, but that dream could be cut short, because we have seen LFL good guys just getting the better of them in most of the earlier openings in the trading sequences.
Yeah, taking a look at these kills, we can just give it a moment here. Again, the investment clearly larger by Dragon Esports. The op on Ox, I'm looking forward to how it'll sing. I imagine good guys aren't going to be too happy when seeing a player posted up on the window. Of course, you do have your default smokes just to make sure that that doesn't happen as easily in a molly. Maybe a nade to deal some damage. We're going to have to see how they end up resolving that. Or maybe you don't push mid in the first place, but it can definitely be quite a needed objective for majority teams if they want to advance from multiple angles onto A or B. So that's only up for, I guess, a tale of time or decisions. Although good guys, again, they lose out this round, they're going to be off to another rough spot. And then it truly will be back to how Dust and the first two maps. It was Dust and Dust and Ancient. There we go. It took me a second. How Dust and Ancient ended up going. Well, the Dragons again. Once they pick up the pace, I feel like Dragons really become another team.
Yeah, and you know what? Again, like it's a spot that maybe you can say that Dragons are again like you've seen. For example, let's talk about the two maps that they've won. They've won on the Ancient. They've won on the Dust. How did they really win Buffalo, right? Like you think about the hyper aggression that they've had. Sometimes it is a bit too much, but they were able to grind the game to a halt on the Dust too with that kind of aggression when it became more organized. Right now, that's what they've done on the Eco, but they're starting to look much more passive, and this is where good guys somehow find their initial victory. L'Homme de Core with a big kill to trade it back. 4-on-4, rotations not actually made, so it's still only 2 players on that B site. 1 on the bench needs to find a multi-kill, but Njuki cannot even find the first. It's a letdown for sure. And if I'm Ox and Rizzo, I think it's a call to save here. No real need to overcommit to that round, especially when the two of them don't really have the kind of money necessary to commit to a retake, but they will still give that one a go. At least Ox needs to go back to the KZ server. But Rizzo is going to go back to round number 4. Guaranteed out of that round. And with it, Ox pulls his hand off the plug.
Yeah, Ox, now again on the opposite side of the map to where his enemies currently lie. Good guys getting and walking away with a comfortable round. They recognize this was a must-needed secure. They definitely played accordingly to making sure it happens and goes along that path. In the end, though, a bit of a waste, a bit of an unfortunate turn of wins from Rizzo. He did want to pick off as many players again. Dragons Esports and both these teams recognize, at least I imagine in their head, have a bit of an auto counter as to how much money, or at least about how much money the enemy team holds. And Rizzo really did want to contest that to deal as much as he could have. But good guys didn't allow it to happen. A single tap and again a 1v3 with time remaining, not really being a necessity. Dragons Esports, they're going to pass off that round, and good guys now taking a tactical timeout. Even though after winning it, again, they don't want to allow Dragons Esports to go off on another ancient spree.
Yeah, like that might be a little bit of a dangerous spot, but at least for Dragons, I feel like they don't need to overthink it too much. What they need to do is to start thinking about how it would go if they actually make it over to this round and lose. Like, that's the thought that might put some seed of doubt inside their heads. They just need to think about this one. How can they win? That's always the question that they should have in their mind. And it's a question that should be answered with Ox needs to be proactive. They've allowed so much space for good guys in the middle in the last few rounds, and that needs to change.
It does. I hope they recognize it themselves. I hope they're not on the stream just waiting for the delay to hit and waiting for our tips to come through. But good guys sitting comfy. Again, they don't want to push into ramp just yet. Somehow has a sneaking suspicion that one might be lurking around the corner, and Rizzo's there to prove him right, but how this initiation will go. Will good guys look to play the safer game? No, they do intend to push A fully, but it's Ox really to be the distraction to allow Rizzo to get that second, which is quickly traded back on aid there to deal a tad bit of damage. Throws her onto 71. Ox still holding them extremely patiently, however. The flash there will put you back into Sandwich. And now just waiting, hoping that someone from Palace peeks into that scope again. Ox, he can connect those dots. His bullet hitting precision is on the dot. Well, Heelan maybe even considering taking the opportunity to go on that bench and hop up to window and possibly cut off jungle here, but Remind is ready for him.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a pick and roll between Ox and Rizzo, and it worked out so successfully for Dragon Esports. Now we'll see if that pivot from good guys is the right call. Of course, as you can tell underneath, it is Heelan, the one that is situated in the middle. He's not helping the rest of the call. The Molotov, I don't think it's gonna spread to Lambda. Actually, it does, but the second Molotov slows him down. Lambda core couldn't find a kill. And now the rotation called off from the A side. The Silver Mind on the line. But that smoke is gonna buy so much space. It isolates the sites and separates it in two. And Heathen can have all the backs to himself. He should have a lineup for a multi-kill. But he has not struck yet. Now he's made some noise. Through the smoke he goes, but Injuki shuts him down. It's a 3-on-2 in a retake. WNTP starts off well, and the player in the car delivers a second. Reminded of who's boss, and good guys put up a fourth.
Dragons Esport not carrying on the will. There's going to be another round that might be passed down as good guys. Again, they're just serving them on a silver platter. Amazing performance. They're able to execute and get a really good rotation towards that app side. Enter in, again, the molly pitch perfect so that one of the players, I do believe it was Lambda, just had to move, was forced into penance. And in that moment, not much of a decision was made besides you having to accept death. Dragons Esport, though, look at their movements. You see that? Injuki has moved into short without being spotted through mid. The smoke there helping him do so. And passing on to ladder. Being really slow about it, you know. They can take all the sweet time they need in this world. But the round has only so many seconds, and good guys are looking to make them count. As Ox with a pistol to pick off Helix. Or Healin, my bad. But finds the AK. That's going to be the utmost of importance, that upgrade on the gun, while the rest of good guys resort towards A.
We'll see if there's improvement to be made from good guys. I mean, that's the tendency, the conditioning that Dragons are trying to exploit. The timing from Ryzo is everything. He walks into the AK and Trozor is able to cut him off. But now they know where it's coming from and they're ready for it. A great shot from Remind. The Eagle goes speaking again, slowing down the play. The AK in the sight on default, and the Molotov doesn't reach for him. And the pistols are buying the space for the rifler. Ox patient, typically on the op. Now on the AK-47, doing most of the job himself, and it's gonna be Lambda core and Injuki. The last two alive. Injuki delivered a killing blow. And Dragons, maybe not winning the gun rounds, but somehow every time they have a pistol, they are a threat.
Honestly, just stay on the pistols, guys. If you can win the pistols but not the gun rounds, you might as well just stick to what works out. But hey, they're going to be able to battle back a bit better going into round number 7 right now. And if they want to start climbing the leaderboards of catching up to good guys and overtaking them within this first half, now's the time to do so. A decent time to do so, to say the least. But the contribution from some of these players has not been showing itself as much, because we have players like Ox on 7 kills, but the rest of the team is not following along. And same goes for Let Me Cry on 8. Again, both these teams do have a dedicated top fragger, and it's showing that that single player is night and day compared to the rest of the team. But hey, early part of the round, or rather match, still inevitable to how this is going to turn out. We are looking to push through that top smoke on connector, but Remind has, again, just a bit of a feeling that someone might be there.
Yeah, now we'll see. Remind on the line again. The MAC-10 finding the success, actually. And Heated switching to the rifle, catches an arm, but the HE should catch the space necessary for Injuki to trade one back. He's low on health, but again, caught with Util in hand. The timings work so well for the good guys, and I believe that we've reached a bit of a weird halt here, but hopefully we'll see how that one reaches the conclusion. You can tell they are really looking for the peak, and I do believe that it was the final 3 there. And the A side is the place that they're gonna go to. Ryzo all alone on the A site. Lambda core is gone. It's him and Ox against 3. Trozor, low in HP, Puffo. And Ryzo makes it competitive. They do have the kid on Ox, but they'll need to clear connector, which is such a hard task.
That it is. No doubt there. Somehow finds Ryzo. And all left in the hands of Ox. His hands carry a deadly weapon, though, and with precision, it can be even better. Picks up the M4 and cleans up the rest. I think he just about has the time. Yep, also has the kit, so there's plenty more around. Good guys were not able to play out that cross. They isolated themselves to jungle where the final play remained. They both held it, but in the end, they were just not positioned well enough, and it cost them a round. With Dragons Esport now also converting an entire op into the following, which is huge, considering the eco they've been working with is going to allow the rest of the team to buy in quite comfortably. Yes, Rise on the MP9, but that's not too big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree to that, but we'll see if maybe things can be different with the op on middle. Nope, never mind. Good guys, somehow.
What?
Actually finding the kill. It's Rizzo, the one that ends up dead, and never mind. Like, are we gonna see somebody actually killing someone through vision? No. It's Ox through the smoke again. So it's a smoke bloodbath, 2 on 3 in the end. WNTP still stuck to the Mac 10. Healing on the Galil. Along the court. Takes care of the rifle. Through the smoke goes Remind. And with it, his head goes flying. And even with the Mac 10, I mean, WNTP can win this one. Both players are on the B side, yes. But it's a combined total of 23 health. This is a risky game to be played here.
And honestly, the Mac 10 might be the most suited gun for this job. I'll be completely frank. Yes, one of them carries an op. But WNTP does technically as well, although Ox is just able to catch wind of him. In the end, though, as much as I admire confidence from Dragons Esports, there's a certain line you shouldn't cross, and they did in that round.
Yeah.
Look at how dangerously close it got. Even though they clearly held an advantage, they pushed into mid, into utility for no reason. I mean, I know that they know that good guys had bad guns. But look at the result. Good guys opened up 2 kills. And if it wasn't for the efforts of these con players, Dragons could have lost that round.
Yeah, it does seem that Dragons, again, confident. Taking it to mid. Rizzo with the MP9. Forever successful apparently on this line. And the Molotov should have bought time for Remind to take the duel. But instead the adjustment is there from the T side. And they find a pair of openers. The Alpert with nowhere to go, but Ox with the HE actually stealing the kill away. And it's back to a 3 on 3 in the end. 2 players in CT, and it's a good call for them to be playing anti-flash because they're gonna jump straight through. Both players that are still alive trying to hold the line. Ox got a flash for his teammate in Juki with the one. The second flash great for him, and Ox doubles down. 2 kills for him on the round, and more than enough timing for Dragons to be able to finally call back their lead from just a single round to interrupt the 4. And now they got 4 in a row of their own.
Good guys made a good call, I feel like. They went up close again. They didn't have the best of guns, so they're going to look to contest the op and just throw down flashes, trying to get some of these kills. They did successfully find one, but again, in the end stage, they were outnumbered 3-2. So Dragons Esports were able to walk away, advantage in hand as well. And there's Rizzo. Yeah, for a second, Rizzo was looking like he was going to carry the USPS into this battle, but no, the M4A1 is passed into it, and Ox making his quick, what was meant to be an ascension towards ladder, but now pushing up towards mid. Good guys do have better guns right now, but not much utility, and even with these smokes, WNTP still finds a shot, and Ox just onto a hopping Trozar, who didn't expect to be taken out so quickly. A single slip while healing down from below on under Molly sent his way by, I don't believe it was even his teammates.
Yeah. But it's a smart call though, because if they are sending that molly, that means that they're trying to feign ignorance of anything about the underpass, and they're trying to set up an eventual play maybe for that part of the map, but instead, Healing, realizing map control matters a lot more, back into apps. Islam the core on that side, and Injuki made a judgment call. It's make or break here. Islam the core with Ox, and they hold on to the apartments, and now they pull the plug on the operation. It's back into the A side they go. Rizzo, the closest player to that line, leave him middle open. That's the gap that they'll have to be wary about, but it allows Rizzo to scale up into Ticket. Maybe finding one of those skills for free. A labored spray, and Rizzo finishes the job on Let Me Cry in the end. I would love to see them go for the boost here. That is the right call. Just pull them close, go for the boost, deny the plunge, and Ox is going to make it even easier, and Lam the core avenging Rizzo. And now Dragons lead by 2.
Now draws theirs. Yeah, we're taking a look at this track record of rounds, right? Good guys were holding them 4-1 at a certain point, but the past 5 rounds, Dragons have just been taking it on and on. Not holding back a single bit. Good guys, where's the stoppage again? This should have been a bit more like train, but drawing out this half, Dragons Esports, they're doing quite a decent job again with always coming back. They might not be very consecutive with rounds back to back, but my goodness, when they come off to one type of swing, they're able to finish it in fashion. 5 in a row, will that be halted though? WNTP is able to open us up, and a bit of an apps push by 2 players from Good Guys who haven't made their ground 2 known. The smoke just enough to hide the presence on one of them, and Juki able to return the heal and skill though. 1 for 1.
Oh.
All these players spread thin throughout the map. What is that position?
Oh, but look at that. Somehow, thankfully, not able to do much on the other side. On the core, Patient takes the rifle down, and Juki on Trozor. And that's the op gone. Thankfully, Ox mistake rectified by the rest of the team. Could have been really dangerous, especially when they got the op. But Dragon Esports, those pivotal couple of duels, them winning those is what makes Dragon the team here in the grand final. It's not that they're the cleanest team from what we've seen from there, but it's when they're put under the pressure, those tiny 1-2s that they have on the site, like we've seen, for example, between Ryzo and Ox when they play like stairs and deep inside A ramp. And now we've seen from Londacore and Injuki here on B. Those are the plays that make them great. And right now, Truzor not ready for Injuki to be that close, but WNTP is gonna clear the rifler off the angle. And Ryzo again trying to play up close and personal, but there's no one on either of the 2 extremities. It's only really Heathen. And it's, I believe, just holding from map control. He's not going to be playing for so much more. But he's given plenty of space now, and maybe he'll work his way through the B apps. I'm more worried about Short and Con. The 2 angles that Heathen will find initial success on. The B side is theirs, reverting back to Short. Almost lumped the core, looking off the angle, and he was right to look at Heathen. But he wasn't able to find a success. Ryzo, last man standing on the high-low, takes care of him. For Good Guys to repeat the same score of the train, but this time they are the team down 2 rounds.
They are the team down 2 rounds. Although they did end up risking that round 11 so they could secure the final one within this first half, and it worked out just about as well as they had planned out. 7-5 for Dragon Esport. They head into this pistol hoping they were going to be able to kind of distance themselves before Good Guys can once more repeat what they had done on train and catch up to that 12th score while Dragons are left behind. We're going to have to see how they're going to manage that to deny that in the first place. We do spread our players, 1 towards A as a distraction. Rest is going to be split mid and apps. 3 players towards that B side, which is left with only 3 players. WNTP reading well into this and getting ready, but seems like that's not the full journey. That's not the full story of it. Dragons are now sending a couple of their players, not a couple, just whatever was meant to be B-side and down under.
Oh, and somehow, in the fire and the flames, Ryzo finds the opener for the T side. The Dragons roaring onto that ground, claiming it as their territory, marking it down with Remind, who is in a lovely angle, and without any flashes, near impossible to clear out. Let Me Cry, though, doing some excellent work to open up the site, back to a 4-on-4. A peek there from 1. And I like the fact that they have taken control of jungle, but the problem is the bomb, I don't know if it's planted in the best spot for them. Maybe it is. Lumdacore finding the 1 up close and personal. Ryzo takes the initial duel, a second from him, and Trozor is an easy pick off. And right now, guys, what Good Guys should do on the CT side is our secret code. The secret code, of course, that you use in the Gleam giveaway of a Black Laminate Huntsman knife. That is up for the giveaway now. You put in the secret code, it increases your chances in the raffle. You already have an entry just by joining the giveaway. All that those do is increase your odds. And speaking of those odds, the secret code is Safe Play, which is what Good Guys are doing. SAVEPLAI. Safe Play, the secret code, and the save now. Trying to take a few risky angles. They smoke him off, and the USP at the angle could be dangerous. Trabzor with the Zeus. Patient goes back in the line, but all he faces is a clothesline from Ox. He goes straight into his face, and those Mac 10s are farming. 2 from Injuki, 1 from Ox. Bomb planted, and somehow nowhere near the B site, and most likely is not going to offer himself up as a free $600 check for anyone.
There it is. Honestly, I gotta respect it. Bringing in the Zeus to get a kill. That's definitely the first time we've had a Zeus kill in the past. in this entire series right now, or at least the one that's been broadcasted. So honestly, from yesterday to today, somehow making history. But Dragons Esport now 4 rounds ahead thanks to the pistol and the one after being won. They are still left with the little MAC-10s, AKs, and I doubt they're going to be wasting any more money than they have to, just so they can secure themselves a better run for the long coming rounds. And Heelan is now pulling out a shotgun, which can only do good,
I'm
right?
sorry. It's not a shotgun. It's the XM10.
XM shotgun. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the
I'm
auto
sorry.
shotgun. Like, this is the noob shotgun. Okay, it's not really
This
the noob
is
shotgun. I'm just
the
like
shotgun,
bashing on
okay?
it. Yeah, it is the shotgun, to be honest. Like, the Swag 7 is only brought out to, you know, to, like, flex your machismo on your opponent. But right now, speaking of flexing, Ox destroys that B-side hold. They don't really care about the firepower of their opponents. One of the MAC-10s upgraded. The other one nets another kill, and WNTP slammed by Ryzo. And it's a shutdown for Dragon Esports. This is much more like the 2 wins that they've had. They are dominant on the T side, and they know how to work the space. 20 kills for Ox, who has mainly been the MVP for Dragons for the most part, but not to say that the Riflers haven't stepped up. It's like 13 for Ryzo, 13 for Injuki. They are definitely putting their numbers as well, but it is always the up head-to-head battle that I feel like is the main differentiating factor. 17 for WNTP, but he's such a long way away from having his own big green. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and good guys right now, a bit inadequate for them to make up for what Dragon Esports are putting on the table, but you got to take something away right now. 5-10, it's not over yet, right? Still 3 rounds the Dragons need, but this is one looking confidence, unless this Pyramid of Giza here will be finding success, but Njuki just walks in. Ryzo out as well with 1 and 2 spread across the 2 players. 1 on Apps, Heelan able to pick up another. The Molly claims its mark, and the last one standing won't stand for much longer. Trozar was the final pillar there, but Dragons Esport now 6 rounds ahead, 2 away from regulation victory, and good guys will need to start building their score brick by brick if they want to have any chance of bringing this to nuke.
Step by step, heart by heart is what we're gonna see here for the good guys, because this is their final purchase if they are not able to find the victory, which does mean I want to see them saving if they end up losing the initial openers. Like, if they are in like a 2-on-5, just save. It's not really worth the risk, but the risk here is taken from short initially. Support from Connector. Smoke works wonder. Tozor finds the timing, doubles down on them, and a trade coming in from Ryzo, answered by healing with the HE. And that's exactly what they needed to do. Show up, put up, and now Dragons on the back foot. On the core with only the MAC-10. Buying some space, and Juki should be given a freebie on the stairs. He's looking at that one. I will give some discipline. I would look for one more kill before taking that player down. And there it is, given to him on the op, 2 from Injuki, and we're back in business. It's a 2-on-2. The 2 players split, 1 on A, 1 on B, and CT is cut off by Injuki. And now they have Heelan on their heels, set deep in the bench, not for the left side, so he's not worried about Apps. He's more worried about the player coming through the kitchen. Injuki clearing the angle, spotting him at the second time of asking, but he flicked away, which allowed Heelan to win the 1-on-1. AK in hand, will not be able to match up to Lambda Core, who's gonna find a kill and a plant. Let me cry. Smoke and Molotov. A Molotov and 2 flashes from Lambda Core. He goes back to the van, risky to take the call. The Molotov not really of any real use. Look at that 4 in the M4, and the headshot from Lambda Core to give the match point. And most likely, that is it. The tournament is on the line, and good guys, nowhere near enough funding. Like, sure, they are getting those M4s, but like, what else are they getting really? No helmets? No YouTube? Only Let Me Cry that has that utility. Yeah, only like Let Me Cry that has the utility. And when he does that, he has to downgrade to a FAMAS and sell his helmet as well.
Oh, rough times call for drastic measures here. And good guys are out on a spree as they send somehow into the trenches. Remind, I don't think he's expected of him. Just lurking inside that smoke, Dragons Esport have set a single asset aside towards this mid lane. 1 towards under to support him, but the first kill here will be for somehow to claim as he's able to pick off from Mind. Do good guys expect one to be snuck up into Con as well? I know he's going to be getting away. And Juki takes heavy damage. So there is some desperation here. He is taken out by Let Me Cry, and with the support of Trozor, it's done and finished. Double Molly down under Palace, finished onto Let Me Cry. It's a player first to be fallen for Good Guys, but they're still fighting back. Although Raizo fighting even harder as Dragon Esports, they're not out of it yet. Rather, they're looking to finish the job here, and now Raizo pushing forward into jungle. With the help of Ox, they're able to determine one dead, but another comes back right back to bite them. Heal and Trozor, they're going to have to duel up together. Ox, this is one of the only players, or actually, if you'd want a player in a clutch situation, Ox is the man to do the job. Picks up the AK, tries to scout out his back, but the bomb is not in his hands. As a matter of fact, being held around jungle. He's contested, pushed the nade there. Perfect. No execution on the Empire 1S, but Healing gives it a second shot, and he's able to secure it, lock it down 6-12. Still a long way, but Good Guys are able to be kept surviving.
Good Guys are frustrated. Like, they've lost, look at that, 5 in a row in this one. They've been shooting the bodies a lot. It's like they really are pissed off about losing this game, I guess. I mean, it's understandable because Dragon is a team that takes the odds. You know, they play the odds, not the man. And it's weird because usually you hear people saying, play the man, not the odds. But when you play the odds and you win the odds, when you have the better hand, that's what you always do. You play the odds. Because it's a lot easier that way, and that does mean that they feel like they are in a tough spot, and they are, even with winning that one. They still need 6 more rounds in a row to win. And right now, their economy still put in a tough spot, but their buy is a lot better. WNTP on the AWP. The rest of the team, all on rifles. And the nade puts Raizo down to half health. At least they clear off ladder, but Let Me Cry clears Remind of the initial peak, then a second one from Let Me Cry as well. Back to another 3-on-5. We've seen that before, and we know what the outcome is.
What?
Juki comes out to the heat. The 2 kills give the chance for Ox and Raizo. And there are ever a couple of players you want to give your team the odds. I think that those are the 2 for the side of Dragons. Late from A main. Ox with the right idea. And the plant not denied. He's scaling up CT. A player on the line, a crucial miss for Ox. And now it's all on Raizo, but Trozor steps up to the platter. A triple kill here for him. And Good Guys still fighting for their lives.
Dragons Esports now, as they've lost already 2 rounds, they might need to sacrifice a couple more to get themselves back on a decent eco. Raizo on 3.3k. I only wonder how it's looking for the rest of the team as they've been also wiped alongside them. But Good Guys here proving to be still alive, still within this game and fighting back. Dragons Esports responding in this round with a full buy, a force buy even, as reminded Ox on Tech 9s and Raizo as well. This surely is bound to be an interesting outcome as Lambo and Juki just at least making up for those small guns with the AKs they carry, but will that be enough to secure this regulation?
I mean, we'll figure that out now.
Yeah.
This regulation might be done right here. The 2 hero AKs, I still feel, provide some genuine threat. It's a B-side contact play. 3 out of 5. With Lambda Core only being late to lay out the util. The groundwork has been made. In the site they go. And somehow they almost signed up for 2. Labored from Healing, but he still finds the Tech 9. And it's all on the final 2 AKs, which are only going to be blood in the water. A big miss here from Healing, but thankfully Trozor able to recover the round again. 3 kills into 2, up to 14 in total. And now Good Guys are having a streak of their own.
I wonder how close this is going to be to train, right? This is a similar storyline that Dragon Esports were holding on that map as they were looking to come back and really started to make their efforts worth once faced with match point. The difference here is that Good Guys have that extra pressure of being on series point as well that might just lead them to possibly doing this. Being on the CT side and clear advantage on guns, this should be a round easily done. Again, Tech 9s across the entirety of Dragon's Esports roster. 3 players posted up on mid as Remind is able to walk scot-free into it as the rest are trying to force themselves towards this A-hold, but it's working out quite gracefully for Good Guys here as they've already claimed 2. But it does stop there for a moment. Raizo shuts it down. Plant is just tapped for a moment, but Njuki able to find our ticket box, and the bomb is pushing forward. What are we doing? Can we get the plant down? No, the Tech 9 is finding its priority, and in the end, the result bound to be the same. Good Guys with all kills, and well, why not find the bomb?
Oh, huh? What? Why?
What's a bomb?
Where? What is a bomb? It's a philosophical question. What is a bomb?
What is a bomb?
It's not about the explosion. It's about sending a message, my boy.
It's about the friends we made along the way.
I don't think the good guys are making friends with dragons anytime soon, though.
No, that's true.
Well, I mean, there are friends to be made here.
Yeah,
Maybe
of course.
a hatchet to be buried, or they can bury the other team. Dragons start off on the right foot. Along the court, might finally have cracked the code. It's been a while since we've seen Dragons fight a concise opener. It's a 5-on-4, 2-2 split. And if they play their cards right, they can overwhelm that A site.
Yeah, overwhelm is one way to put it. Dragons have been overwhelming in this match in its entirety. One of the players just peeked out on towards mid. I imagine that the good guys are going to be looking to punish that, but Let Me Cry posted up again towards the swap. Are we expecting it? The peek is there, but Ox doesn't find the reaction, nor the connection. That's Let Me Cry walking away with one. A bit scathed by damage-wise on 65 taken off of him, but again, the rest of the team is now looking to support the fallen Ox. A bit late, but the trade is still possible, and it's lurking on A side. And Juki holds a major angle on jungle, and it's not anticipated. Where are good guys in their map control? Somehow is able to do it from Ticket, but it's now down to a 2v2. Dragons can close this thing out, but they need that bomb planted ASAP. They're getting off to it. One of the players is heading towards CT for good guys, so they are trying to vast themselves into this map control as much as possible. Get these angles, cross out the map, so Dragons Esport don't have as much movement and freedom as they'd wish for, but they're still a bit concerned with his flank, while the heel is already making a step into the side itself. Spots out the bomb, is seeking out the players, and Juki's looking in the wrong direction. Lambda from ramp, trying to seek him out. It's a 1v2 required. You're being spotted out on Tetris. The spray going wrong, and Trolls are able to punish you. Plenty of time considering the defuse kit is there. 10 to 12, and good guys, they're making it look plausible.
And how did somehow end up finding a double there from Ticket? Like, that was supposed to be the one angle they're looking at. Injuki got jungle. You have stairs. You only need to look at Palace and Ticket. It's like one angle at a time. You had the time to clear off the site, but they were a little bit complacent. And they got punished. Dragon still able to fund the purchase. But it's going to come down to the wire. They don't have the money. They do have the damage, but not the kill. Somehow again, taking a piece out of Dragon Esports. Now the MENA organization, the MENA players are the ones left alive somehow!
What? Ridiculous.
Please. That's off. That's crazy.
PC check this man. I'm serious. He's been getting away with robberies. Give him the last. He needs it. This is a must. If I was good guys, I would support him, but no, Let Me Cry steals that away. Although, that spray through the smoke. Why have been players so good at spraying through the smoke instead of doing it when they clearly see the enemy? It's been quite ironic.
I don't really know, and I don't even know, like, what is supposed to be there for it. It's a tough time for sure. Yeah, we'll see. Those tough times mean much for the other side. Right now, 1 round is the difference. The full buy is there for Dragons. It's like a little, and 2 actually for Ryzen and Juki. But maybe, just maybe, they've learned from those mistakes, right? Like, I mean, it's insanity. What do they define insanity again? Doing the same thing multiple times and expecting the same result?
Yeah.
I hope that they are either not going to do the same thing, or they're going to expect the same result. Either or.
Oh no, this is not looking good. Good flash though. Oh, just able to surpass the scope of heal and even deal some damage and send him back flying to where he came from. That B site now gonna be forced back and turtled upon by good guys. They're shelled in it once more. But Dragon Esport, it's overtime. Or it's you winning this. This is the final chance. The lifelines that you've given yourself are now running thin. And so is the patience of good guys, because they want to catch up onto it. They're so damn close. The comeback is so possible, but this one minute will determine it all.
Yeah, but for now, we'll see if that will change in real time or not. Rise up, peeking through. Maybe the timing is good through the smoke. They renew it for now, and they go for the contact play. Healing, taking A difficult angle. They're not ready. Rizo's gone. They're not even adjusting. They don't know where it came from. And a second kill from the apartments. Finally shut down by Njuki. But they will need to take the rest of the site clean. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be likely. Lomdekor and Njuki. Now just the Algerian and only overtime. That separates good guys from pushing us all the way over into the what is it called? Reverse sweep. I don't know why I was going for the silver scrapes there. Wrong game. Wrong game. Cut the tape. Cut the tape.
Got the tape. Got it. It's live though, Volt. It's live. We gotta stop the stream right now. Oh, wow. Overtime. Okay. Expect that again. Similarly, as I called it, similarly as to Dust 2, it is there. The overtime will show itself, but it's a bit more in mixture with strain. Again, right?
Yeah.
It's that comeback fashion that's showing itself. But the overtime has happened, and that's what good guys have done better than Dragons, to be completely real. Dragons were not able to make that comeback come to fruition. Good guys, on the other hand, they're still here. They're still fighting. A couple of shots from Khan. A couple of shots from bottom mid. And Rizo's trying to seek out these smoke pops again. Made right up in his face. Does deal a decent amount of damage. Down below half. But again, it won't deal the final blow. More smokes again. Molly sent your way. You're going to have to switch positions. But Rizo's feeling the temptation to push forward and find out more.
He could just sit in the smoke. No need to grasp, but instead they do, and somehow doubling down on it. Thankfully, Lomdekor at least given some breathing space to the T side, but it's only 2 players here at the ramp. They're waiting for Ox to be their next card, who slowed down in comparison to what he has been able to deliver in the next few. Lomdekor straight into the fire he goes. Maybe looking for some baptism by Flame, but the Flame delivered here by Healing. Ox, close, dead, gone. And the bomb is planted, yes, but Lomdekor has to do it all, and he will not be able to do that much. Healing finding the 1. 2 from somehow, though. That is the real kingmaker here, that he has done that much work.
It has been. A lot that has been done here. But, I mean, good guys. Somehow here has really been showing off in the past couple of rounds. He's been able to catch up to the rest of his teammates kill-wise.
Wait, how many rounds has it been in a row now? 6, I think, right? It's crazy.
It was, what, 12?
It was 12-5.
Yeah,
so it's actually 7.
8. 8, including this one.
Yeah, crazy.
What's happening to Dragons?
Yeah, I mean, from being unbeatable to not even being able to find somehow. I mean, we're talking about Healing and the smoke kills, but Ox knowing for something like that. No trades, though. A little bit unfortunate here for Dragons. Like, they're starting to... You remember when we seen them struggling in the Rust 2? That's exactly how they were struggling, right? No trades. One man peeking alone. And maybe now they try to play the buddy system. Truzor caught off guard, and the bucket here from somehow. Okay, so he got 6 kills to the smoke, double kill every time, but he cannot kill them head on. Like,
this
make
is
it make
unbelievable.
sense. Make it make
and
sense.
Njuki always dies, but when completely out-angled, finds the most ridiculous flicks. What are these players on? Honestly, I want some of it. But Healing still has one here in a 1v4. Dragons Esport, again, they've lost 8 rounds in a row, and they said, you know what? It's maybe finally time to put a stop to it. Unless Healing finds a 1v4 in this post plant, which honestly, with what we've been seeing, isn't completely out of the range of impossibilities, but it's low chances, very slim, the lowest you can imagine, and Healing's still trying to do some damage to Dragons, I imagine, considering he's posted up on towards this palace side, but quickly taken out by the Njuki, the MVP of round number 26. Dragons get around back. They're still on the T side. If they're able to secure this one, their CT could definitely be the way to end things out.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful from Njuki there. I mean, that double kill out of absolutely nowhere. That's a hospital flick if I've ever seen one, not gonna lie. We'll see if things actually work out well for Dragons with them finding that one. If they double down, that would be great. Somehow down to 17 early. And they try to take care of some of them presence on middle, which I feel like is the right call. You know, it's always great to show some presence on mid, but it's all about making the CT players burn their util than actually you being forceful. They've tried being forceful a few times now, going with the flow before. Successful, this time Truzor. Trading the one back, and even the dink. Didn't do that much damage to the wall indeed, but man advantage given the good guys, and that's the kind of result that they were hoping for at the start. The boost Almost catching them off guard. Remind this time. Cleaning up Truzor and a double kill from a WNTP that couldn't even find the kill with the op. And we're back to even footings. Ballsy from somehow. And once again, he steps up to the platter when it matters most. Another double kill from that man. So he's feast or famine. That's what I guess we figured out from those few rounds.
This has been all around the place, but again, bad timings from good guys on that short side again. They were holding each other, especially the supported player was being held from the bottom short, but in the end, they peek away for a moment. Two players drop. Thankfully, somehow is able to maintain leverage, however.
Wait, they got the side for free?
Yeah, they got the side for free. I mean, it is a 3v2, so the second is going to be a bit of recognition. They can just close in onto it, but they can't allow Ox to have so much freedom. Do you not spot on Healing on your left side? Lambda now left in a 1v2. No spotter to the final. Somehow right behind you. And good guys will find the last round of the first overtime half. There we go. That's a good way to put it.
Like, okay, my head goes. Ox find the kill. Why is Ox pressing W?
Why is Ox not spotting the very armored
Okay. Let's say
from the first point. Yeah, I agree
let's
with
say
you.
that he doesn't actually see him. Okay, let's like roll with that possibility. Why is he even there?
I don't know why he's pushing up with an op to play CQC on a clear 2v2. I think it's just that surge. The adrenaline got to his head, but again, you can't allow to do that because look at what it's done. Good guys could have had a really comfortable hold. He could have just stuck down to his routes, right? Stuck on holding market or kitchen or whatever you want to consider it. And that would have been it. Then it's down to a 2v2. But no, Ox is not only going to make that mistake, but get taken out as a first going into the following round, which is going to be a bad initiation for the CT here, as your Opera is now gone and Njuki needs to take up that spot.
Yeah, but I don't mind what Dragons have actually done to retaliate. You know, they've doubled down on the site, let Lambda Core be the solo player on B, which I feel like is the right call. But now, a lot of weight on Torizo. Usually he relied on having someone for him to set him up for success. He's not really going to have that. Njuki holding the line in Palace. 3 players off the ramp. Rizzo meeting them head on with the shoulder peaks. The Molotov to slow down their progression. They run through it and they destroy Rizzo. Off to the next round, Njuki and Palace find an initial bit of success, and he's trying to buy as much time as he can. The double nade setup keeps him alive. No, actually, he goes down to Trozor of all things. And it's Remind and Lambda Core. The later trying to play into that round, and he's got some support. 3 kills in total. WNTP, who've opened up the round, needs now to seal it off with 30 seconds on the timer. A player up on the bench. The timing for WNTP. He's looking behind him. He's looking at Khan. All the wrong places. 25 seconds on the time. He does not have the bomb on his back, I believe. It's still there.
He does.
Wait, he does?
He does. I think he wanted to rotate towards shop, but you know he had that metal barricade.
Okay, he does. I didn't see it. My bad. But again, like, it's a good rotation. It allows him to get into the site. But the real problem is that if they play their cards right on the side of Dragon Esports, if they move together and they are concise about the way that they approach that retake, it should be really difficult with the angle that he's playing. All that they need to do is not to linger on too long on the app's push. The op out. Now they know where he is though. Now it becomes a ton more difficult, and he tries to use the smoke to open up the line. The op to be posted. Why is he jumping? Why are they making those decisions, Dragon Esports? They could have just stuck the landing. Instead, they run the risk, and it doesn't pay off. And good guys got 2 chances to send it to a decider.
Why the hell is... What? These operas really like their close quarters, but it's contradictory to their entire play style. Just stick it on the van. Play even down below, that would have been better, but he decides to hop to the door of apps and get himself punished. Now we're going to have to see a complete change of pace if Dragons want to go for that second OT, and Ox is definitely making an effort for it. Again, this is one of those players to be accounted for. A great second flick, but it wouldn't be needed in the first place. But not to dwell on the past too much. We're going to push forward to get this upper. Oh my goodness, he gets away with it this time. And Rizzo prior to it, making the kill feed as colorful as purple can be. But WNTP in a 1v5 and Volt Why do oppers
Cinema.
like a I'm just
They're going for the
I'm just-
cinema.
I'm
That's
done.
it. They are fishing. They are fishing for the highlight reels. This is not them being serious. They just want to fill their clips, and the clips for sure are flowing. What a round from Ox. It's really beautiful when it works, but you really need to pick your moments. That was a good moment for Ox to do it, especially when he's found his element with that first kill in the round prior. I don't even blame Ox as much, right? Like, he went for an op head-to-head, he lost. It happens. Islam the core jumping, the one that caught me off guard the most. And we'll see now if they're able to pull to the double OT. 14 to 15. One round to be the difference maker. A boost and a kill from WNTP. Really smart play. And they're still there on middle. Ox full blind, not once, but twice. And they're still on the angle. They line up, and the high-low does his magic. All the kills are gone, and just like that, their grace that they've bought all goes to naught. Just a single kill from Injuki. And I don't think that Lomdecor is gonna right his wrongs in that one. At least he does find a kill. But they know where he's at, and he's on 28 points of health. So, if there's ever a Word of Miracles, this will be the round for it. But I believe the HE should be enough. It goes a bit too wide, but there is a pistol on WNTP. And he's gonna find that one. 16-14 again. This time, the courtesy goes to good guys. You know, they were angry of Dragons winning a few of the rounds that they did. Now they better count themselves as lucky, because they have been given a lot of free chances for some reason on this one. And we'll be heading to the nuke, apparently.
Yeah, Nukas are gonna be our decider. My goodness, I'm still so in that match and pulled into it completely. But yesterday we didn't get to see Nukas as the decider. So the bright side of things is not only we get a map number 5, but now it's gonna be a storyline of, can Dragons make all this effort by good guys go to naught, or will we see a reverse sweep? Now, honestly, it's looking good, but hey, we're gonna cut it to a short break so you guys can get something to drink, something to snack on, because map 5 is about to decide our winner.
I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier, in the game like closer. I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motive. I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters. You could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is to have believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My own switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make a deal with yourself that you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion and leave it behind, adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen then. You could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase on. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root. You chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now, consider this an invitation. Make your worth go up like inflation, and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
Just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up. Just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no.
Guys, is the time. Da-da-da. Da-da. I don't know why I'm still screaming myself into this one, but look, this is it. We got all 5 maps. Buffo just got out of the server. He's like, nope, I've had enough for today.
I was never here to begin with. I didn't see any of it.
Well, what we have seen here, I gotta say, it's been special in both ways, and given the time. I mean, some of the highlights have been absolutely phenomenal, but some of the lowlights start to be studied, for sure. And well,
that's a good way to put it.
You know, now that we are on the nuke, though, I feel like this is a place that will demand a lot more compared to that Mirage, especially on the CT side. Like, communication needs to be top-notch, and the operas are going to be tested again. Ox have had a few rounds on the Mirage where he was, like, running haymakers all across the town, but there were a few that he let them down. And now it's not about who only can be the star player, it's also about who can avoid being the weak link to be exploited. But we have seen that sometimes from Dragon. They were, for example, like pushing on Heathen at times when he was anchoring on the Ancient. And we've seen that also from Good Guys, where they were punishing, I believe it was Lomdecor, if I'm not mistaken, that was also playing in the B side of the train for a little while before they finally got shut down. But in the end, now we're gonna be put back to play. And the one good thing about this one is that I don't think that Dragon are gonna run as wild as they did for like maps 3 and 4. They were way over their head, especially on the Mirage. If they were a tiny bit less forceful, that's the thing. Like, I understand, like, if your style is like the brute force, it's all well and good, but you need then to learn how to absorb the pressure to make your job easier. You cannot just run into the HEs, into the mollies. You need to learn how to wiggle yourself into the positions to set up your entries. You know, like, let's say, for example, Furia is the best example of that. Like, Prime Yekindar. What did Prime Yekindar do? Go out dry, no flash, no support, just take off 2 heads, right? And Yekindar is back to doing that with Furia. The one main difference between his days in like VP and all the CIS teams and now is that around Fallen is able to call around in a timing that gives to Yekindar the path of least resistance. And that's why I feel he's had such a resurgence in form. And if you're Dragons, that's what you want to find. You want to find your element, find that path, and hopefully find your way into a success on the nuke. For Good Guys, I feel like they just don't need to change much. The formula that they have had on the Mirage, that's working. It's great. Most of the players are firing, and it's about to make sure that all the 5 are at least putting their output in terms of the fragging. Because WNTP has his rounds, you can say the same for Somehow. And if Somehow repeats what he's done in the last 10 rounds of the Mirage,
I'm gone.
he might win them the game outright.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you might as well just give up. The man just shoots a couple of bullets through smokes, and he's found himself an ace. Somehow is a miraculous... He's a magician. That's the best way to put him. But honestly, he's worked his wonders for good guys to bring them into map number 5. And again, the reverse sweep, it's possible. I think it would make for a fantastic storyline between these two teams. And Nuke, I think, would be a very fitting place because we were meant to see one of these two teams on Nuke, but we didn't. And now that question of how it would have gone is going to get answered here in the grand final. And I'm really excited to see it. But again, this is all for $500. This is the grand final, the last one in 2025, and we need to end off Plausible Gaming Championship CS Season number 9 tournament with a bang. This is a good way to do it. So what stands on the line? $500. These teams are fighting for it. They fought since the beginning, and as much as good guys want to win this, I imagine just about the same amount of ambition is placed into Dragons not wanting to lose after they had such a dominating streak over them with a 2-0 and a series point ever since that map too.
Yeah, you know what? The turnover for the tournament was really impressive. Like, I think we've seen, what, over 100 teams in total that have made their way through. A couple of teams that I do actually recognize when I'm looking at the bracket here on the second monitor. Like, I've seen Foot Turquoise before, for example. Good guys, of course, are here. Awoken is a team that I've seen as well. Who else? Let's see. Like a couple of like newer teams, of course, that is also great. Dobeg is a team that is actually a little bit like, you know, it's always those CIS mixes that are really interesting to see. But that's the path that Unnamed Project has also taken. And then, like, you know, I still see again like a couple of players that you would recognize in the ladder, not really like, I guess, out there in terms of being true professional players and like in like the teams that make their way into all of like the tier 3 and the tier 2 events. But this is like such a great way to actually, you know, I guess, dabble your foot in that kind of a version of CS, where like it's the kind of tournament that, again, you see some of the teams that would unironically be in some of the tier 3 events that would be fishing their spot for the VRS points, and they're doing a good job here, both teams, of showing that they got some of the metal, but they also are showing like that there is still some more work to be done. And I feel like it's not about the team that is going to show up, it's about the team that is going to freshen up more for this final. It's been a very long 4 maps, 2 overtimes, and a lot of miscommunication from the two sides. And whichever team is going to show up more snappy with less mistakes, they are going to be in the better spot.
Yeah, 100%. And right now we are having a bit of a tech issue, so while that's getting resolved, we don't want to keep you on the Yap Fest for too long. We're going to get ourselves into the match as soon as we can, but until we get there, please stay tuned with us, stay patient, and remain as we take a short break.
Still go, 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 go.
You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. You cannot stop me, I'ma make it to the top spicy. Call a covenant, not cocky. You cannot break me, this world's mine for the taking. Got an inch, man, I'm making. Oh, I'll keep my head down and grind and be patient. I'll take a stab at the top and the sailing. They can all try, but you cannot contain it. Cause I see the things that I want and I take on my goal. Push myself to the brink, no limit. Do what it takes to be free, committed. I'm a little obsessed with things, I'll admit it. But that's what it takes to get a freedom ticket. Got a killer instinct and it's just the beginning. Breaking down walls and the hurt start thinning. And the more you push it, the fast start trimming. Till you're the only one standing up straight, winning all.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You just gotta wanna keep chasing. Put you everything you're facing. Keep up with the pace and adrenaline rush starts racing. Get through all the things you hate in. Don't let the others in charge of your dreams. They just don't know what it takes to be seen. You see the ship take control of your team. And if you're alone, then a one-man army. So you better be starving. And you better be carving. Through the hate, keep marching. And every day keep charging ahead till you get what you want, what you dream. Regret is a thing of the past and you'll see that you always had it inside is the key to make the most of this life for me.
No, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill. We never give up, no, we never sit still. It's time to stand up, time to take the red pill. To make this our world, gonna die on this hill. Be ready to fight and be ready to kill.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. Let's go.
Thoughts can keep you down, pushing deep until you drown, or they can keep you up strong, focused on the now. Glass half full, or has it been emptied out? Well, that's all up to you and your mind. Do you doubt anything, everything, not a thing? Make my thoughts work for me, manifest what I need, what I want, what I see. I could be anything, I attract all the things that I see. I believe I'll achieve as I breathe in and out again and again. I don't doubt, I sit and I plan, and I found out that I can execute if I'm driven, if I listen, if I learn all the wisdom. Read some books, something written, watch the best. Teach a system I invest, never hidden, I ain't scared. Ain't no chicken, I take dares. I'll be winning, you get back what you're giving. Find the reason that you're living, what you're good at, all your gifts and what you love. Take a risk and find out what you've been missing.
You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. You realize deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
out there somewhere, I swear I can find the recipe. By testing, learning, and turning into a better me.
It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose. It lies deep way under the surface, and like a fire needs coal in the furnace. This is your goal that makes it all worth it. This is your why that gives you your purpose.
I got all the voters. I swear to God, I've been at it for a minute. Climbing to the top, and this music was my ticket. Found a way to grind, turn a passion to a business. No limit, I'ma get it, having millions as a witness. I'm addicted to winning, living up every single day. I'll be fighting and building up in a million different ways. I don't think I can stop, I think I need the chase. I love the race, and I'm running till I'm first place. Long nights, long flights, I'ma make it big. Big dreams, big sights since I was a kid. Doing things that I like, let the pieces fit. I like the pain, feel alive when I'm under it. I could change, adapt, do what I need to. All these obstacles, they looking see-through. Don't let the anger out, just let it feed you. I'll see you at the top, just let me teach you.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
They be like, really, you got a milli from doing something silly? I'm like, chilly, I've been killing for decades now, Billy. Well, maybe like several years, but who's counting really? I just know how to turn something silly into a milli. Got a lot to say, and a lot need to hear it. You don't quit today, we don't stop, no, we feel it to the top. Yeah, we change our whole world, yeah, we steer it. Getting lost in the things that make us all worth hearing. No, I'm the first one to turn up, learn stuff, but mostly I'm just in the lab getting work done. Cause the bills on the first, they still worth some. I never forget being broke, man, it hurts, son. But not as bad as not having any purpose. I took stabs, this and that, and it's working. But I still grind every day for that thirst. It's a curse being first, yeah, still gotta get my work done.
Yeah, I'ma be a high roller, move forward in the battle like soldier. In the game like closer, I'll be at the top of the chain, straight owner. Yeah, I got a different motor, I don't need any help, I'm a loner. You'll be seeing my name on posters, you could call me POTUS, I got all the voters.
Yeah, let's go. New year, new me, turn it up a new degree. I'm gonna make it to the top if it's the last thing I see. Work hard every day, work hard, then we play. I'll be doing everything in my own damn way. Ain't nobody tell me shit, I'm on top of it. Writing hits that make other people feel like writing hits. We gon' get every little goal that we wanna get. Never quit, we don't even know what it means to quit. Write it down, what you want, what you need, what you see. Everything that you wanna be. Put it out in the world, that's your destiny. In your mind, what you need is that believe. I'm gonna make it to the top, cause I never stop. My on switch doesn't have enough. I think it's broken, I think it's lost. I guess that's why I never take a loss.
New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. New year, new me, no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down, what you see, don't give up, just believe, and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Make make a deal with yourself, you'll get after it. Find something that you love, call it passionate. Or find some passion in leaving behind adequate. Your journey starts now, time to make it happen. And you could be great, have it your way. Served up like some room service on a nice plate. The high life is only hours a day away from making a change to the life that you chase on. New year, new you, new day. Go prove to yourself you could do anything you wanna do. When you set your mind to something big that you choose, break it down to the root, chip away, gotta move. Push past all your limitations. Right now consider this an invitation. Make your worth go.
We do
hopefully,
apologize for the slight delay we had. Oh, I'm sorry, Vault. Sorry, you know, we got our things mixed up. But honestly, look, we had a delay, and face it, again, we've had some issues in the background. We are trying to resolve them. We have almost got them resolved, and, you know, Vault, I'll just start off by, how are you doing?
I mean, I'm doing good. I think maybe my head is playing tricks on me at this point. It's been quite a long evening. I mean, we're almost getting to midnight now, and we still haven't played the most of the map, actually. And speaking of that update, it is indeed, the game has been played. The score for now is 4-0 for LFO Good Guys. So they're starting up ahead. I'm not 100% sure which side that they're on, but I do believe, as he said, like, it should only be mere moments until we get to there, and we'll see exactly what the case may be.
100%. Yeah, like you said, mere moments away. Let's head into the match as soon as we can. We don't want to waste any more time, and of course, we don't want to leave you, the audience, away from the match that you've been waiting for. Going into map number 5. Good Guys starting on the CT side, 4 rounds above, and Eco looking healthy, while Dragon Esports are going to be off to an even battle now. They've lost quite a couple, right? This 0-4 definitely isn't serving them too good on vision-wise, but AKs and op, maybe it's time to return. Ox begins us with the opening here. And maybe this is where Dragons start fighting back.
Yeah, speaking of where do you begin, this is exactly where Ox setting up the defensive line. Which does mean that he's probably not going to be the first point of contact. I'm expecting one of the players here, maybe Injuki, being that. And apparently, indeed, Injuki finding the opener. A lot of presence now, maybe not towards the upper site. Instead, it's Injuki sliding his way down towards B. WNTP, as of course we've stated, still in ramp and a rotation from Let Me Cry to look forward to anything that could happen in the outside. And as long as Injuki keeps his wits about him, he is eventually going to pull quite a bit of the rotations. The players on the outside as well, you know, doing pretty well to keep their attention towards that part. All we need right now is a remind to pull the attention of Trozor. If he does that, it makes it a lot easier for the few players that are present towards the A site.
100%. Again, remind, looking to make a step, and some of these players steps away from each other. Also, they're now picking out the nade right into his spot, and Ox even gonna double down with a shot on the op. Juki there to follow for 1 and 2. Dragon Esports there will be able to find the first round bomb as well for extra ka-ching. And well played by them. Again, we didn't really see what happened in the first 4 rounds, so we can't compare it to anything, but it definitely is within Dragon's playstyle. Now, what has been quite within tradition between these two teams up until now is that Good Guys get a couple of rounds, Dragons then have to start playing catch-up, and once they do, then they kind of continue, right? So I'm imagining it's going to get 4-4, then Dragons are going to continue the streak. But hey, this is Nuke. We haven't seen it yet, so it could be completely different.
Yeah, we'll see if the difference can reach the Cedar Creek facility. Still, of course, you know, a little bit of time here. A little bit of intrigue that could be made by Let Me Cry, but the flash, not the best. He turns, he finds the opener. And no trace on Let Me Cry. Instead, he instills the smoke, but somehow Juki again. How many times have he found himself in the vent? It's a little bit negligent from LFO Good Guys. And now they're trying to make up for it, but Let Me Cry can only make up 4-1. Equal numbers, but bomb is planted, and now the time is against the CTs.
Bomb down, 3v3. Good guys looking to make a call back onto site. Once we're around though, Ox, you're looking in the wrong direction, but what a fantastic flick. Able to pinpoint that shot. A second one, no scope, you're kidding me, right? This is the man for the highlight reels. He talked about it, these are Twitter clips they're getting right now. And Ox just got an extra one to add to the tally. A round won by Dragons, and in absolute fashion of a finish there, as Ox, again, just proving why he deserves to be the opera of Dragons Esport.
We'll see if things actually ends up working that way, because honestly, Ox, like that's the thing, you know, like Ox is great when he's on, but Remind and Rizzo still haven't found their element. And if the team wants to find success, those are the two that I'm looking forward to the most. Because we've talked about this, it's not about who's your strongest player, sometimes it's about who's your weakest link, and right now, Good Guys showing no signs of weakness. And on the outside is the main focus. Somehow, as always, successful. 2 kills from the CT side, but traded quickly. But on the core. Still the AWP in the hands of Ox, still on the outside, a little bit over a minute. And it is making their brains spin for Good Guys, who are trying to figure out what is the optimal route to try to counter that outside presence. It seems like they are just abandoning that and hoping that their superior numbers on the site are going to allow them to trade in a better way. Of course, they got those numbers, but a bit of utility can cause all the kind of different. Remind, first point of contact, and he's already figured out.
Oh, but you try to contest healing in his cubby. He's as comfortable as it gets. As snug as a bug. You don't take him out of that position. Ox and Abacor are going to be the last one standing, but for how much longer will that persist? Ox is able to pick up another, but again, you have that AK. And you're outnumbered, finds the second, transfer won't be there, and the opportunity not showing itself just yet. You resort to the plan so you can at least get away with a bit of cash if nothing ends up coming from this 1v2. Let Me Cry and WNTP are going to have to play this safely again. You're playing against quite the dominant force who's looking to take you both out. They did line up for just a split second, but with Let Me Cry winning the engagement, the 1v1, Ox is dropped. Dragon Esports still secure a bit of cash, right? But Good Guys, they get the round nonetheless.
That's a massive one, again, to keep them outside of the arm's reach, pushing them a little bit further behind in that kind of round. And of course, we talked about how streaky Dragons can be. So to shut down that momentum, I feel like it's a really good thing that they've done. But it's not going to stop Dragon Esports from still being a threat in this one. I mean, even after rebuying an AWP, Ox still got $3,000 left in the tank. So their economy not looking that bad. But what is looking bad is some of their players fragging. And if that does change again, I'm going to keep harping on it for a little bit while longer. If either Rise or Remind do actually show up, it's going to be such a different game. How did Injuki do it again? Like, how?
I don't know.
How?
I don't know. Like this, Injuki is the somehow of a Dragon's Esport. That's the best way to put it. But these teams have a certain magician, like a dedicated opera is given to a team. There's also a dedicated magician, and Injuki and somehow are taking up those roles. Linebacker here, outside, just usually waiting, and there's been a lot of utility dumped from the CT side, but not much of a follow-through has been made alongside it, besides somehow now seeking out a potential fight, but he's not being given it. Tries to go on the outskirts of the smoke, really wants some of it. But again, there's no hands being put up here. Dragon's Esport are just waiting for the right opportunity, but it needs to make itself. Somehow finds one, gets found. Trolls are still looking for the fight back, and again, to try and turn things on its head for Good Guys to be on the winning side of things, but honestly, it's been quite still up until now.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I like this one, Dragon. Like, again, look at Trozor. He's had so much of his attention taken away, and the AWP stolen by Injuki, who's worked his way from the vent back to the ramp. Let Me Cry and Trozor each found a kill, and Injuki saving the round for his team. Low HP on Let Me Cry, and Ox, as always, styling on the opposition. And no scope to finish that one off. 9 for Injuki, 7 for Ox. And that is going to be enough to put them closer and closer to the finish line. And that is still, like, I'm going to say it one last time, one final time. I promise, Buffalo. That is still them playing like 3 against 5 in reality, because Remind and Rizal haven't shown up yet. If those two are on, it's a very different look, and maybe Edible Good Guys will even be seeing themselves happy that they were able to find 5 before. All 5 from Dragon were ready. But speaking of finding 5, that is now 1 player less. Remind down early. And Injuki, this time, unlike each and every time before it, not going for the vent, but now he's baited somehow into sitting down in here. Maybe knife in hand, Injuki dropping down. Oh my god, the timing.
That's timing.
How? He's absolutely ridiculous with those timings, Injuki in here. And 2 players are looking at him, but he's gonna take them both down. He shot the entire round in their face with 1 from Ox as well. And it's only the AWP left alive, having to retreat all the way back and spawn. They have the funds to go hunting. They have a couple of flashes as well. They can make WNTP's life a living misery. He goes peeking. Maybe not the right call. And Ox is gonna beat into that punch. Speak of highlight real player. I feel like we not only have Ox, who's always been the staple, but Injuki now have put themselves as a prominent figure.
Wow. That has got to feel bad. Just a single look away and bad timing by somehow ended up in a casualty of 2-3 players and an escapade by Dragon Esports down vents. Such small things. It's basically the butterfly effect. Honestly though, 5-4 here. Dragons are again starting to rise on the board once more. Can the name be a bit more common? Good timing with smoke. Second, well, nope, you're just spotted out, but Eagle does find a bit of damage onto Remind here, who's just caught off guard by it, but shocked, waits for his teammate, so he won't be going down Secret alone with a max 10 and 25 HP on the count. But somehow a single tap onto Ox, are you joking? No mercy for him. Finds the first as well, damaging another. This is where somehow is proving to be such a thorn in the side of Dragon's Esports as he finds another.
I like that from Injuki though, taking away the AWP prize though. His first of the game. Welcome home, buddy. He was lost for a while, but hopefully now he's found. And it is a 5-7 playing that line. And they're still trying to thread the needle. On the inside route they go, and the Zeus, the god of thunder. Maybe that will be it. The AK in the hands of Healan. Not looking for the denial. Looking at the swift entry, but it's denied by Injuki. That's his 13th of this game. Along the core already on a pair. Let me cry. Trying to make the difference. He snuck through. Maybe he's found his element, his timing, but instead his back is turned to Lom the core. And it is a half-life for good guys. And the other half provided by the Dragons.
A split even throughout these 10 rounds. Now a 7-5 or a 6-6 being our only 2 results within this first half certainly makes it interesting, but again, it brings us all the way back to how Mirage was, to how all the other maps were. There hasn't really been a distinct dominance by all maps unless Ancient or Dragon's Esports really stood out as the stronger force. That has changed around as again, good guys have really been having them on the backbone. Now though, one player forward somehow, there he goes again through the smoke, but Ox just doesn't care. He just hip fires through the smoke as well and somehow finds a headshot of all types. WNTP is expecting Ox to go on that high ground, and even then, gets reminded again. He can get 1 kill, but that's where it's gonna stop. Dragon Esports, as much as they're giving it their best, it's all down to Njuki, who's lurking down below on secret side.
Oh, it's a very smart read. I like this though. He works his way up from the secret stairs. There's going to be an angle that will pretty much go unexpected. But is he even going to catch them off guard? They're setting themselves in angles where he goes to secret. They don't really care. He goes for the dry peek and Trozor. This time holds on strong and 8s for him as he finds a triple kill. And it's going to be 6 rounds on the board for the good guys. Considering their start, not the best of the 6-5. But considering how good Dragons were in those 5 rounds that they've won. Like, they'll still be happy being 2 rounds ahead.
100%. Again, it also kind of gives you this switch, a bit of a safety switch going into the second half in the case pistols go wrong. You can just kind of rely on it to be an equalization if it is a 7-5. But hey, that's just a thought to be put out there. Z-Sport though. I imagine they're not going to be having the best of beginnings. And Juki had a good timing earlier, but all things must balance out with the bad timing as well against you. Now dead, Ox low on HP 24. Good guys are really doing a good job at holding their position steady as Heelan finds Remind. He's shut down. Similar fashion as to Njuki. Good molly.
Oh, wow.
Smoke.
Oh, wow.
Just into hot, and it's done.
Ian Heelan. I don't even know how he has done what he has done. Just jumping in, assassinating the player in the hot WNTP, of course. He was the one that provided the main set of firepower there. Now 8 kills for him as well. The 2-round difference as we saw the sides. And if you're on the side of Dragon Esports, this is really the kind of round that is a make or break for their game. They win this pistol, and maybe they will deny LFL good guys from just running away with the grand finals. But if they do lose it, I'm really concerned for how they're going to go, especially on the CT side, where both Rizzo and Remind will actually be put in positions where they'll have a lot more responsibility. Like the T side, you know, sure, you're like responsible in terms of the trade sequence, but if you're not doing too well, at least you can offer yourself up as like a meat shield in some sorts. On the CT side, on Nuke, there are a lot of assignments, and if you cannot hold up your end of the bargain, it makes the game so lopsided for the T side.
This is going to be a really good way for good guys to set themselves in. Again, take a look at it this way, right? Good guys, I thought they were going to end it off in map number 3. I thought Dragons were going to be able to finish them off, but they've been pulling through so long, and they've been keeping up this type of momentum. I just want to see them pull through it until the end. This pistol could be a way to, again, distance themselves. And look at how they're moving as one. A hive mind. Not allowing Rizzo to escape. The plant here should be imminent in any second. Dual Berettas, though, to make their mark for once. Not good for twice just yet. Close that door. Get yourself to safety. 2 players have gone missing on each side, but you're still trying to find yourself found. And Juki's good on it. When he's seeking out somehow on the other side of this door lies a really difficult spot, but Labdacode has a good angle, and so does Ox as he's able to find the final blow. Dragons Esport around back for them. Good guys, only one ahead.
Yeah, we started to see again, like, you know, one of the things that I was talking about, how difficult it can be to actually play some of those lines when things are difficult. Like Rizzo couldn't get away with much. Got double pincered from the outside as well, which again, like, is something that is very important to talk about. Those cracks in the defense, if they become a problem, it might be a tad too much for Dragon Esports, but we'll see how they're able to figure that one out from here. 2 MP9s. I'm hoping there will be actually 2 rifles from Njuki along the core. It's a lot better to have at least like 3 rifles in my eyes, because like the 2 MP9 players, they can pick up those rifles, they can make something happen out of it, but yet without a bomb plant, we're seeing LFO good guys go up for the force. It's a risky call, because if they do end up losing that one, they give away a 1-round lead for Dragon Esports and a bonus where they'll have a force buy. But if they do win, like, Dragon Esports are going to be out of all kind of sorts.
This pause gives a bit of moment for both these teams to set back again. You're kind of just sit there with your own thoughts. I'm not sure if they're allowed to talk to each other or not, but in the case they are not, imagine you're a player, right? You're in this situation, you're just thinking to yourself, you're just in a mental game with your own body and mind when a pause like this is happening. And good guys right now, each individual thinking about the guns they have, the plan that's about to go down, especially considering what they're facing. Again, Dragons on a better economical standard. So how are they going to make the change? What are they going to do to be kept at least 2 rounds above Dragons so they don't get too close for comfort and maybe even overtake them as they did on a map like Ancient?
Yeah, but I mean, we're starting to see more of what we have seen on the Mirage and the Dust here.
True.
You know, like a bit more of a struggle. And we'll see if that gets fixed in here. Dragons, 3 MP9s. That is the one thing that has me a little bit worried. If they are the M4s, they can play the long range. But right now, it might be a full-on rush. A lot of util on the upper side, but it's a maiden switch. They're also running towards ramps. And Rizzo, last time around, unsuccessful. This time, Ox for 3. One more for them to be found, and it's the 7th round on the board for the Dragons.
Wow, that is flawless. Honestly, the MP9s there did God's work, and gotta give it off to Ox and Ryzo, who just handled the entirety of the enemy team perfectly. They held them at bay, and they couldn't, you know, good guys there couldn't really prioritize who they should focus on because they couldn't even make a step outside that lobby side or towards the ramp. In general, though, 7-7 here. Dragon Esports have now equalized things out, and since Good Guys made such an investment in the prior round, they're going to be forced to play off of pistols. For a second, I saw Troza on no gun and was worried that he's bringing a knife alone, but not going to be the case right now.
Not for now, yeah, but maybe to the outside they go. Maybe that makes it scary, but on the court makes it look really easy. Again, like, the only worry is, like, a Deagle finding a crisp headshot, but that's not what we're finding here. Yes, there is a shot to the head, indeed. But it didn't come in the right time. It allowed all the space in the world for the other players from Dragons with the MP9s to close in the distance, make their money's worth. Let me cry, trying to do the best of his $700, but instead he's only a $300 check for Ox, who's farming. The money situation is looking good. And I want to see them dropping for Lambda Core. Yes, to stabilize the economy a little bit. Ryza still got 7,000 even after the drop. There is a buy for LFO Good Guys. And this is the round that I would like. This is the round that will label the bonus round. And if they're able to do good damage, make it difficult for Good Guys to actually build up their economy, then it puts them in a good position.
Yeah, the util dump here towards this A side has been extremely immense by both these teams. Again, they don't want anyone to approach the A set a bit too quickly and without any caution. So they're taking their own precautions. Good Guys, on the other hand, again, this is going to be a buy from them that needs to go their way. Otherwise, they're going to be sent back to the dumps. Considering that Dragons Esports have been constantly transferring over guns from previous rounds. I mean, we still have the MP9s onto Remind and Njuki. And op is going to be definitely a change of pace for Dragons so they can play around this outside. But Good Guys in general, again, a lot more stands on the line for them than it does Dragons Esports.
Yeah, we'll see how it actually goes, though. I mean, that is the one real question for me. A ton of damage on NFL Good Guys, but if your mind is overwhelmed here by that boost, it could be a problem. It's not just for mind as well. There are 3 players in the lower site, but for Good Guys seems to be good to pick one off, and that's the op gone. You're talking about how effective it can be. CQC again. Ox can't really put it off. Numbers advantage, time on their hands, and the MP9 that is dead in the water. A lot of those players are low HP, so it might facilitate an opportunity for the MP9s to find some real value. But so far, it's looking really good from somehow. Again, another multi-kill. All 3 his own doing. The bomb plant denied by Njuki, and time is running really low. So this could be the one threat. If they can deny the bomb plant, Dragons could be in a great position, but that they cannot do. WNTP makes it a 1-on-3, and Njuki can't even find any further kills. It's a full house between somehow and WNTP, and the game is back to a complete tie.
I wonder what tempts Ox to play the CQC on the op. Again, it's been done multiple times, and it hasn't been Ox alone. It has been 2 players up until now, but they always get so tempted. I do love the initiation that you want to help your teammate battle in a sort of sense, but you taking the initiative when your teammates have clearly better guns for that situation just doesn't make much sense, although it's in the past now. Hopefully it doesn't repeat too much, because again, then we're going to have to call that out. But Good Guys right now, they get around back. Again, it's 8-8, back to that ping pong match. They're just passing between each other and seeing when it really gets dire. But Ox is back on the op. Again, they've been good enough on the eco to rebuy into this, but he's looking in the wrong direction again. Healing able to catch on the timing really greatly and escapes as if never there. It just scatters away. Full HP, still good on the gun. One kill for each side. Things have settled up until somehow has a say about it as he takes out Njuki.
Yeah, and well, it's a good position for both teams depending on what they do. And I feel like what Good Guys are doing is the correct call. They pivoted away from most of the players on the other side. Ryzo's on low HP too, so even if he wants to rotate and help towards ramp, he knows that he cannot really risk losing his life, and given even a bigger man advantage to Good Guys, and that does mean they get the B side for free. And it's one of those awkward spots where I look at the money at Lambda Core, I look at the money for Ox, even for Remind, who's alive, and I'm starting to think that even if they do plant the bomb, I would pull off the plug. Like I don't see anything to do with the retake here that they should do, and it seems like the call has already been made by Rizo, and I hope that Lambda Core and Remind both will follow suit.
Yeah, they probably will. Again, not working as one here wouldn't really benefit the team as a whole. So they're going to be going nicely onto Raptors here, onto Huts, deciding around an A. Good guys will hold their side, of course, as you normally do, but the bomb is bound to go down, and this is around for good guys. Now, they're able to reclaim some sort of territory on the score count, and honestly, they've been very strict. The composition by good guys here has been down to the book, and they haven't been allowing Dragons to get away with too many rounds. Maybe a couple just so they're kept within a similar amount on the count. That's about as far as they're getting right now. No one really feels under threat, I imagine. And again, they're just both going for saves. They want to take care of some of these guns as well. Dragons Esport, they carry on this op, which is going to be the major gun you want to keep. The M4s are also going to be spread out wide, while the good guys, this could be their opportunity to maybe start picking apart some of these players, and again, start breaking down the bank of Dragons.
See, things actually work out for the Dragons. Again, on the CT side, Ox back on the off. Look where he is. It's not the worst position in the world, but I would actually pivot him away and put him in like closer to ramp so he can be more of a floater here. And I feel like that's what he wants to do. That's where he's going to be. And for now, it stalls the time. But they're running out of util. They didn't really have the luxury to buy that much. So if I am Dragons, the thought in their head right now must be, how do we set ourselves to get an advantageous duel so then we can use our util in response, not as a way to stall, because they don't have anything other than a single smoke remaining on Ox. And if I'm on the side of Dragons, I would have loved to see that on the ramp, because now Rizo under pressure, and the B side again is the one that's being pressed. Maybe they could go and pivot back towards heaven if they want to, but they're dropping down on the ramp. Injuki deep in red again. The round that we've seen before, they did that on the pistol, and they go unchecked. Injuki being checked now, cleared by the one. He found the kill that he needed for himself, and the second and the third for Injuki. Almost the quad kill. He gave his team the advantage, and it's down to the remaining 3 to make it work from here. Lambda Core closing off the window on WNTP. They know where Let Me Cry is. A double peak, that is enough. And Ox, as always, dangerous in the CQC, and it's a 9th to tie it back for Dragon Esports.
I'm starting to feel I'm starting to get into the belief that Ox has had more no-scopes than actual aimed kills. It's getting to a point, right, where he gets away with too many, and honestly, I'm loving it. It's built up this entire story for him, but at the same time, there have been moments where it could have been better without it. So, Ox, nice little finisher there, fatality here. The good guys, they get evened out against. Again, we're back to that ground zero, square one, 9-9, and just looking to see who's going to be groundbreaking the score between these two teams, as now the T side are just kind of lurking on the outside once more. They are setting themselves back towards this lobby. So again, these smokes are merely a distraction with somehow being set alongside them, because you know how it is with smokes, and somehow he's always managing to get a kill through them by fluke or by just random shootery. He always does it. Not this time around, though, but he might be contested by Reminded in a second. Trozor taking damage. He swings on by, and that's going to be 2 for the favor of good guys as they instantly gain ground over A. And look at Dragons Esports just trying to get back onto their own side as quickly as they can, but territory has been overtaken. Rizo finding the perfect time. He's denying the planters at the moment big. Couple of shots, Let Me Cry misses them, but he's able to reevaluate them and put them right back as where they were meant to be in the first place. Now down to Ox and Juki. Again, Op and AK, a lot to carry. Is this a battle you find worth fighting? I think not. Might be better to save.
And it is the call being made in Juki, trying to see if he can like fish for a freebie or something, or there's like the, I don't know, 1 in a trillion chance. And going for the defuse, spots the one. Accuracy on the ladder is not the strongest suit of an AK. It's not really the strongest suit of any gun. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think the ladder accuracy is like worse than jumping accuracy even. And Injuki pressed 2 players through secret. The flash doesn't bounce. Injuki needs to bounce back when he walks into the bomb, but it only ends in him going down. That's going to be expensive. They kind of needed the rifle in there. Great pressure from Good Boys. And that does mean, you look at this buy now, is going to be a lot weaker because Ryza only have 2,400, Core only have 3,200. So we're talking about like an MP9, a FAMAS maybe. Instead, it's 2 MP9s and a util is what we're getting. And it's not really the most confidence-inspiring buy from the CTs. They've lost with worse, and they've lost 2 worse. So unless Ox is able to find something here and makes the magic happen, I do feel like Good Boys might have a good read in what is happening on the CT side.
I haven't been too much of a fan on how Dragon Esports have been relying on their 3 major players, or 2 rather, Oxen and Juki right now, while the rest of the team is not able to follow along. Right now, Ryzo takes the smart way out. He can challenge 3 to 4 players at once, so he's just going to flash, get out, but Ox won't have the availability. The objective of doing that as well, Let Me Cry falls, or rather will have 1 fall. Side is overtaken once more, and we've said this plenty of times, but some good guys, these guys are, because right now they're doing some bad things to Dragon's Esports. There's not much they can do about it. I mean, there's 3 players down already, and good guys are just picking up the pieces above. Actually, my mistake, that's going to be Remind. Or, yeah, it's going to be Remind, but Lambda...
I mean, they're looking for the pieces, though. Like, it
they are
doesn't
looking
mean that,
for them.
it doesn't mean that they're scared. They're taking that duel head on, and look at somehow, again, an 18th on the board, leading the charge by far. And Dragons running the risk of taking the L. Remind holding the line with the op. Got the util. Not too many flashes. They peek and dry. And he's able to hold the line for the flash, but it doesn't mean he's going to keep the op for the long term. Kill number 2. Up close for the 3rd, and he couldn't flick fast enough. Good guys. 2 away from the victory, and Dragons are completely broke.
They're broke. They're in a rough spot, but everyone watching right now, we said there's codes for the giveaway. We have 1 more remaining. The last code of the Season 9 Championship over at CS. It will be Boost Move. That is BOOSTMOVE. All together, all caps. Enter it into the Gleam giveaway. It is the last code we have to offer for you. And again, get those chances of winning the Black Laminite Huntsman Knife Skin while you still can. This grand final is only getting heated, but again, beginning of the end here, Keelan's starting to initiate as Njuki will fall first. This has been a wonder player for Dragon's Esports, but he's the first to take the fall, and it's not looking like a great beginning.
They have the op on Ox, and I feel like the entire set of play just must be save the op at all costs. Even if you lose a round, it doesn't matter. As long as we keep the op alive, we have a chance at round 22. For now, only what it was either a 5-7 or a deagle from Njuki. I'm not really remembering it at the current moment in time, but it's not on the outside the op, so it does mean that good guys will easily be able to scale their way into the lower site, which, as you can tell, outside of Ox, completely barren. And is he even ready for the player that is actually not in the corner? He's above him in heaven, so there's nobody in here peeking into him. Instead, as the team players working their way through this round, now having the control of the A sides, and the timing from Ryzo, good for the 1. Ox with 1 of his own, but through the stairs goes WNTP. Remind with the kill. Again, remember what I said? The objective, take the op, run away. That's what it should be, but instead, they're fishing for this round, and it's not gonna really do too well for them. And well, we'll see how things are going to go. As it is in the current moment in time, it looks out really good for good guys. This buy is the weakest that it has been for a while. For the CT side, only a scout for Ox, but they got multiple rifles. There's ever time to pick up the mantle. Be Superman here. This is it. And we'll see how things are going to go in the long run. Njuki holding the initial line. And we'll see how things will actually work out for the other end. Oh, the timing so good for Njuki. Fishes for a freebie. Gets it. Oh, it's gonna kill him. WNTP. So it's already looking really solid on that line. Ryzo with 1 of his own, and the buy is collapsing for the good guys. Trying to at least find some recovery towards the ramp. It's only a scout. It's not the most dangerous thing to peek, but he's got support. Now is the time to try to pick up the AWP, I would say, but they would rather not really go for it for the current moment in time, which does make things a little bit easier for somehow as he eats up Rise Up, who was perhaps trying to go a tad too close to comfort. Now we'll see if they have what it takes to bring it back to here. As it stands right now, look for Dragons. An angle here for Ox. Shot not found, but a 2 at ramp. Trying to dissuade them. 6 HP, 3 is the number, and the kill for somehow once more. And we'll see if things are going to go in the right way or the wrong one. It's a 2-on-3, and Ninjuki is in the lower side, but they actually pivot back to the A side, where 2 players are closer to them. Down the court with the one, Remind with the next. And we still might have some hope in the grand final, but don't forget, good guys only need 1, and they'll be crowned champions.
And they're going to be crowned champions. You are right on that. 10-12 right now. I mean, good guys have the opportunity that Dragons Esport held in the previous match for quite a while. I do believe it was in the last map. But honestly, it's only up to them if they want to finish things out here or not. Dragons Esport, they've been struggling at certain moments, but there's a lot more on the line here for good guys. Again, the story they've been building, what they've been passionate about, it's finishing things out in fashion, and a reverse sweep would be fitting for a grand finalist that has worked so hard. As the first kill is here, delivered by somehow. He begins it, Remind falls, and now Dragons down 1.
Yeah, and it might be the beginning of the end here. The lower side completely under threat. Ox not even ready for them, pressuring them. Trozor and somehow finding those 2. You said it, it's a reverse sweep for 1, but treachery for the other. After everything the Dragons have done to dominate the first 2 maps, made map 3 competitive. Now, after an overtime of Mirage, then bringing it that close, it's all in the hands of Rizo, who will not show up whatsoever for this final map. Congratulations to the good guys. They will end up being the champions from far and away. They got the reverse sweep 3 in a row, and each and every one of them had a different look to it.
Honestly, well played, good guys. Again, for a moment, Dragons were making this look like a quick match, but the second they stepped onto that train, it was completely different. A new team starting to get their energy up, and the longer they played for, the better they got, as Dragons were just not able to keep up with them, and this will be the Season 9 champions, $500 for them, and claiming the last title of 2025 over here at Plausible Gaming's championship for CS2.
Yeah, and the look is amazing on them. I mean, again, some heartbreak here for Dragons. You know, they're my boys and all, and I feel like mechanically and individually, like, they've done well on the first 4 maps to definitely close it out for the win. But the decision making kind of let them down a little bit in the end there, Puffo, and they'll be kicking themselves for dropping the ball there. And unfortunately for them, at least for this year, no more Plausible, no more chance at actually finding a victory. But hopefully you'll see more of them later down the line. I mean, this is, again, such an exciting way to actually get a finale, because I don't think we've ever seen like too many 5-map grand finals, and this one was absolutely beautiful. And you know who else is beautiful, Puffo? Our beautiful people tuning into here.
Yes.
And of course, you guys are not only welcome, but please do join us at the Plausible LFG server. We got a couple of like-minded individuals, you know, the guys that are competitive, like to have fun. You find the mates, you'll pick the game, not just CS, but across all the titles that you see Plausible run streams for. They are ready and roaring. I mean, I'm raring to go actually for a couple of games of CS myself, but not tonight. I think it's a bit too late.
Yeah.
So I'll wake up tomorrow, I'll boot up my game, I'll play a couple of games, watch the major, but we have one final thing to watch out for, which is the Black Laminated Huntsman giveaway.
100%. I mean, you guys still, it is running the Black Laminate Huntsman giveaway. You want to get that knife while you still can. Again, we've been dropping codes throughout the streams. You can even go back and try and listen for them, but you want to heighten up those chances. It's still running. Get yourself in. It's completely free, and you also kind of support us by doing it. So, you know, it's a win for both of us. Get yourself entered. And again, thank you for watching right now. Thank you, everyone in the production crew. Thank you to Plausible. And Volt, thank you so much for being on the cast with me.
Oh man, the pleasure absolutely is mine, Puffo. It has been an absolute blast to be here for Season 8 in line. 2 different looks, as I said, like one more of like, I guess in Season 8, it was like a lot more like what West Asia, as we said, like some Kazakhstani teams, some Iranian teams that we've seen. It was a very fresh look for me because, you know, whenever somebody says Asian CS, like all that I think about is like China, Mongolia, like all all the countries in the eastern side of Asia, where they actually have more of the competitions in here. But we've seen a lot of new faces to me, a lot of people that I'll actually have high hopes for, especially now that, tier 3, tier 2, they are in a dire shortage of offers like WNTP, like Ox. As long as they just find some polish, they will for sure go to high places. And this is our place to close things off, guys. So again, without any further ado, thank you so much for tuning into Plausible. And without any further delay, see you all in the next year.
Like inflation and start chasing your dreams, stop waiting.
Don't need no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win. Don't need no fear, just be everything you wanna be. Write it down what you see, don't give up, just believe and you will succeed. Put the hours in, and you're bound to win.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 yo, go, go, go.
Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.